So we're just getting ready to go live and do the reading, Ryan. Brilliant, man. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. How are you, Ryan? How are you, man? How are you? Did we lose you? I don't know if you're muted or not. I'm not hearing anybody.
Sometimes it takes time.
Yeah, sometimes it takes time. He hasn't fully connected yet because I'm not seeing the thing. So this is a fun topic, and we'll get into it later on. But since it's coming closer to the time, we'll shift now to Biella to get ready. And I'm excited to read this. I love reading these. I love reading these. So.
Okay, I'll mute myself, but I'm here. So
yes, that's fine. I mean, I actually would love you to read, but there's too much noise today from you, Beena.
Oh, yes.
Your
that's
microphone,
why I'm muting myself.
Yeah, your microphone's also going in and out and jumping around. So
yes, that's why.
Yeah. But don't mute just yet. Mute till when I go live, which is in 7 minutes time. So, while we come on for Ryan, this is a very interesting thing. Is that Ryan back again? There he is. Yes. We got two Ryans now. I love that. Ryan looking very fierce over there. Yeah. I'm just sending out an email as well, because I normally make these announcements the day ahead or 2 days ahead of time so that they can sit on Facebook for a little while. But because we had the workshop booked for now for 10 o'clock, I was going to just do it afterwards. But they canceled. So, okay, we get to do that. So we may start a little later, give people time to join. So let's see, send. All right. And send again. All right. We're getting there. How are you, Ryan? How are you, man?
Oh, good. Just having some technical difficulties.
Yeah, no worries. It is that day. It is that day.
Yes, it is.
Right. Yep.
Not just you. Sometimes, we tend to think that Facebook is just us and our local stuff, but sometimes it is the internet in general and or Facebook themselves also. I actually had it once that it happened when I was on eBay still, that I couldn't access eBay and some other big sites. And I went to the guys and I spoke and I said, oh, no, it's, I think, Sprint. They said Sprint hasn't paid their bill. So because Facebook or these big companies use Sprint as their carrier, they were all off the internet for a while because Sprint didn't pay their bill. Oh, okay. Yeah, wow. It was a huge thing at the time. And people just thought, oh, it's their own internet service provider. But I got to hear the real story, as it were, which was very fascinating that this could be so. You don't think such things are possible, but I guess they are. So,
Yeah.
Very fascinating, very fascinating. The wonders of the world, See, I'm all in fancy pants mode here. I don't know if you can see, but I actually got a fancy pants on. I'm literally in a fancy pants. Well, I'll put it on for the workshop, and I don't want to just be all in shorts and just kind of casual, So a little bit more formal for the workshop. So I'm feeling a bit more formal today. You see, because I got fancy pants on. Not really a fancy pants; it's just ordinary pants, but just dress slacks, So.
Right.
That's fun. All right. So where are we? I'm keen to hear where you're at and what's going on, Ryan. While I kind of fiddle and I'm just messaging stuff and just getting going here. So.
Oh, I don't know.
You good?
Yeah. Just had an interesting conversation with my brother-in-law about stuff. We always have interesting conversations.
Okay, when you say your brother-in-law, which one? You've got a bunch of them, don't you?
Two.
Well,
no, I guess I have. Now, my sister's husband, is he a brother-in-law too? That would be
Your
as well.
sister's husband. Yeah, he's also a brother-in-law. Yeah, yeah.
So I have 3.
Right.
Okay.
So any of your brothers and sisters, any of your sisters, their husbands would be a brother-in-law, and any of Janelle's.
Brothers would be a brother-in-law.
Right.
Because they're
Right.
my brothers through the law.
Right. Exactly. And also Janelle's sister's husbands would be a brother-in-law.
Janelle's sister's husband. Okay.
Yeah, I think so. They would also be a brother-in-law. Yeah, they would.
Yeah, technically. Yeah, so that was going on. Just watched an interesting movie last night.
Oh yeah.
Papillon or Papillon?
Oh, papillon. That's how they pronounce it. Yeah, papillon.
It's French.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's French for butterfly.
French for butterfly. And is it the one with Steve McQueen, the very old one?
This was a remake of that.
Ah, wow! It was if you want to read like a really incredible book, that book is really incredible. And then the movie, they did a fairly good job, but the book is just something else. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, just from the story through the movies, take on it. I mean, this dude was crazy. Like
yes.
It was a really amazing story to hear.
Yeah.
You know, of just the power of the
will.
The will. I don't know how you would put it.
Intent. Yep, absolutely. That's exactly how I'd put it. Yeah.
His intent to have independence of being was so huge.
Yes.
So huge. Nothing could stop it.
Right.
You know, it was so powerful.
And his ability to be flexible and to do what was required is really profound. And also through that, he's like, there's no fussiness or bullshit to say whatever the fuck it needs to do. It was. I mean, this is a very graphic book, Beena. So, for instance, he goes into detail about how they have to hide stuff up their anus, in the rectal cavity. It was a very big part of being a prisoner. This was a very special thing, and I forget what he calls the little container. Anyway, it's just a big deal. But shit like that, it's like you do what you got to do, And so, but he also, so that flexibility of being is really profound.
Yeah.
His strategicness is really excellent.
Yeah,
it was very strategic. It doesn't come into this book, but in the sequel book, where he goes back to being a little bit of a hooligan and a criminal, Banco, it's called. Banco with a C.
Mm-hmm.
There's one thing that always stuck with me as a great strategy. So he's on the escape route and he gets a lift on a cart, a horse cart or something. Anyway, and they get stopped by the, by authorities of some kind, And because he doesn't speak the language, he was in a place where he didn't speak the language. I think they were, because he's from France, but he escaped and they were, I think it was in, I don't know, Venezuela or Peru or somewhere. Because, right.
Maybe.
Right. Say again? Anyway, so
the first time they landed in Colombia, but I think eventually he lived in Venezuela. I think.
Right, but this is you're right. This is the sequel to Papio. It's called Banco, and he ends up in jail again, and because he goes back to kind of criminal ways because he doesn't know anything else. So while he's escaped, though, they're looking for him, but to disguise the fact that he doesn't speak the language well, he stutters. And he has this huge, long stutter, and and then the person he's with, they set us up ahead of time. Well, don't mind him; he's got this really, really bad stutter, especially when with it. So then the guy, fucking shut up, and they don't want to stand there and be uncomfortable while this guy's like the super bad stutter, and it hid the fact that he didn't speak the language, and they didn't question him. Of course, I just always remember that as like really excellent strategy. I thought that was very cool. But he has lots of things in the book. But yeah, just a really, really special book. Okay, so this reminds me, Ryan. Well, yes, we can chat a bit more on this, but it's time to go live. So I'm actually a minute or two late. We're just gonna chat a little bit and wait for more to come on because I didn't have the pre-announcement, so things just be a little slower today, but that's okay. All right, there we go. Just sending it live out there. All right, let's see. Well, I'm gonna minimize this. Just trying to get loaded. It's always a slow business with Facebook, but let's see.
It's all slow this morning. Like, I don't know if you can see, I joined twice somehow on this Zoom.
Yeah.
I don't even know how I did that. I don't even know how to get it off. If there's a way to get it off.
No, don't worry about it. It goes away by itself.
Oh.
All right. Brilliant. Okay. So very cool. Yeah. So it's just an interesting day today in terms of technology and all that. So
Right.
all right. So I want to figure out this thing with how the live is for the chat. So while we wait for those just to join and connect here, you know what? Also want to do that. Start a watch party. When I do a watch party, Facebook alerts more people, but I don't always know where to see the comments. Sometimes I miss the comments, which is a little bit bothersome. I don't care for that. Say something. Post interactive. Huh. Just getting the details. I wish they would make it a little bit easier and smoother. You know, it's quite the rigmarole to get all this done. I don't know if it's just me, but maybe. Okay, join on Zoom. Where's that post? Did I now not get that? Here we go. So what did you say you had a weird dream or the movie? Sorry, why don't I think you had a dream? Sorry.
I've been having weird dreams too.
Oh, wow. Oh, see, score one for intuition. Hey, go intuition. That's interesting. Like what, Ryan?
Yeah, one kind of interesting one.
I mean, if you can share them, just remember we're live.
Oh, I don't care, man. I mean,
no, I'm just teasing you know, because sometimes dreams can be way.
Yeah, I'm way past caring what people think.
Same. Yeah, I agree. Still though, you know, we just, or maybe just more for the PG side of it, you know. So maybe PG. Right.
Yeah. No, it was just I met Jordan Peterson in my
dream. Oh wow!
And he invited me over to his house, and I was just telling him about stuff I was involved with. You know, just Dr. Wilson stuff, the Way of Impeccability. I was just explaining like, oh yeah, all this cool stuff I'm doing.
Wow.
He's like, I want to invite you to this conference, and he invited me to this conference, and I was sitting in the front row, and I'm like, oh, this is neat. And I was watching him speak in front of all these people, and then at the end, he's like, I want to introduce this young man I just met. Blah 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 blah. I think he's really interesting and whatever. And he invited me up on stage, and he's like, you know, you guys need to pay attention to him and what he's got to say. He's gonna really come out with some cool stuff, whatever, you know. And I was just like, whoa, this is like, it like threw me off, and I was really nervous, and all these people were staring at me, and I'm like, I don't even know what to say. Yeah, and that's pretty much it. And then I woke up.
Wow, but that's cool, man. That's cool.
Dreaming
about. I like that. I like. I mean, what really makes me happy, and just from a cool point of view, in terms of just where you at, is that you're expressing yourself in the context of like, hey, this is what I'm about now. This is what I'm doing. This is what's important to me, and that's impeccability. So that's the intent you expressed the other day, to express yourself in those terms, and that's very exciting.
Well, it's even in my subconscious.
Exactly. So it's very powerful. That's
good, right? That's a good sign.
Oh, it's fantastic. It's not only good, it's powerful, because it gets to leverage that. Man, not letting me edit this comment. Come on. Click edit. No. Well, I'll just have to make. Oh, here we go. I am there. All right. Sorry, Facebook.
Oh, I got another I got a magic story.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So, you know, and some people say, "Oh, you're not supposed to talk about how much money you got and this and that." I don't really give a shit. So,
Why aren't you supposed to talk about that?
I don't know. Some people are weird about it.
Some
I don't
people are
really-
crazy, in other words.
Yeah. But anyways, so on Juliet's birthday, for her birthday present, I bought her an investment in some of the cryptocurrency instead of buying something stupid.
Yeah.
Like a toy that she'll throw away or something. I'm like, hey, this is like investing in your future. And so she agreed. I bought it for her. And Thursday, I looked at our bank account to see how much money was in there. There was $100. I'm like, okay, well, it's not really much, you know, but it's enough. Like I get paid the next day. So I'm like, okay. So that was Thursday. It was $100.07.
Wow. That's pretty much the same as it was for me.
We're on the same page. Okay, good.
On Thursday, it was like, I think 194, I think. And then yeah.
That's not, hey, at least there's something. At least it's positive.
Yeah. Except, you know, the rent was due on Friday. So like,
right.
still
I
a
know.
problem.
Trust me. I get it. I really,
Yeah.
I really do understand. Trust me.
Right.
But anyways, the magic was, I'm like, okay, 100. And then so Friday, I'm going to get my paycheck, and pretty much my paycheck goes away because when you go shopping and food is, you know, food and housing wipes you out right there.
Right.
But anyways, we did this job for this guy, and I did a little bit of extra. I didn't have to do it, but I'm like, you know what? He would probably be happy if I just did this little bit of extra.
Right. The extra was an act of nobility.
And he told my dad, he's like, hey, I put an extra tip on that check for Ryan because of what he did. Wow. I was really happy about that.
Wow.
So it was $100.
Ah, nice.
And I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah.
So I got $100 unexpected. Then the amount, I spent $200 on that for Juliet. I know it sounds like a lot, but you know, it's
no, it makes absolute sense. You're passing on the magic.
Right. So guess what? I checked my bank account, and before I put my check in, I had $300. $100.
What?
And I'm like, where did that extra $200 come from? So I looked, there was no record anymore of me buying that cryptocurrency. It went away, and then there was $200 magically more in my bank account.
Wow.
And then I looked in my cryptocurrency account, and I still had the cryptocurrency too. And I'm like, holy shit.
Wow.
Free.
Wow.
Just like that. It was like magic. It was magic.
Wow. Oh, it's totally magic. Yeah.
Literally in one day, I got $300 just came out of nowhere. Like, was unexpected. You know, and I thought I'd just share that because it was magic. It was like,
oh hell yeah, that's really magical. I need some of that magic, Ryan.
Magic. I don't even know how it happened. I was like,
oh, wow. Well, you know, it's just so interesting how the overlap with the therapy. So sometimes, you know, people come to our workshops. Like we had the workshop for 10 o'clock, but they canceled because the two people and the one woman was ill and they had to go home early.
Yeah.
So we can. That's why we can do this now. I was going to do it later today, but we've had some people come to the workshop, and it's a very deep, intense workshop. It's that perspective shifting workshop. I mean, it's really a big deal, you know. And then some of them sometimes they like stay. Like in Miles's case, you know, he came and he did the wave impeccable. He stayed a whole week, you know. And then other people have stayed like a couple of days, and we just got into stuff and you know, not necessarily did wave impeccability stuff, but just stuff connected to them and just continuation of the involvement. And then they've also left tips, and some of those tips have really helped us pay our rent, because for a couple of times they were like $1,000 tips. Okay, it's not just like a regular thing. They're spending 2 days with us or a week. So that's really helped us. But just saying that we haven't had that, and this particular point in time, that would be cool right now. And let me just say it that way. Just I don't want to go into it too much, but just to set that intent a little bit. Since you bring the story up and it's so pertinent and relevant, just from an attunement point of view, I kind of can't not comment on it in this context. So just quite magical. So. But we are a bit behind on our magic this month. Let's just put it that way.
Well, what's interesting is, like, sometimes you feel like there's a lot of magic going on, and you're like ahead, and then
right.
But then sometimes you feel like the magic goes away, but I don't know if it really goes away. It just like it's testing you or something.
Right. I don't know exactly. I don't always know how that works either. I hear you. Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like certain times things are like going good, and you're doing the same thing. It's not like you're doing anything different.
No.
It just happens. And
it's just that, magic and the universe are on their own timetable and their own schedule. And that's a very different time schedule to our regular world schedule.
Well,
just to be aware of that. Yeah.
It's like with my vehicle, there was an extra $350 I had to spend to fix it that, I didn't expect. It just happened out of nowhere. And it's like, whoa, like I got to spend all this extra money.
Yeah.
And you know what I mean? I was going to use it for this. I was going to use it for that. But it's like, well, that's just the way it is. And then I had a power bill last winter. I wasn't working. I didn't work for a couple months. And so I got behind on my power bill. And this past month, they said, "Oh, you're going to have to owe all of it," and it was over $1,000.
Oh, wow!
And I had to pay that in one day.
Ouch!
Literally, my whole paycheck.
Yeah, I hear you, man. I hear you. It's a pity I only hear about this now, but the power company, sometimes you can negotiate with them.
I tried.
Okay.
And they wouldn't. No, listen, they were so crazy. I said, "Look, I got a little baby, and it's like getting cold." And I'm like, you can't like turn it off, because I was a week behind on my payment.
Yeah, wow.
They said, "No, you set up an agreement to pay back." And if you missed one payment just by one day, that's it. Yeah. And literally they had zero leniency. I talked to a supervisor. I'm like, come on. I'm like, literally, I'm about to get paid. Like, you can't like work with me a little bit. And they had zero mercy.
Wow.
I mean, they're ruthless, man.
I hear you, man. I hear you. Well, not always, but again, it worked out. Obviously, you managed somehow, right?
Yeah, it did work out. Not the way that I would have liked it.
Right, but in the end, I realize it, and that's the story of Papillon. Sometimes we have to do stuff that's not so comfortable, and that we just have to kind of do what we need to do. So for me, in this case, like I when I'm finished with this reading here now, I want to connect to a friend who had a similar situation, and just in terms of mother died, and then everything changed, and is in risk of losing their property. So she did a GoFundMe to help her pay the mortgage payments, but I want to do a GoFundMe. Yes, I kind of need help with the rent, but also that's just a small part of it. I actually want to shift the GoFundMe to do it as a GoFundMe for doing the Way of Impeccability. The way it was originally set up, everything is in place, so we can run Facebook ads for it, and everything's there. All the templates, the ad is there, the webinars there, and all of the funnel, in other words, and to call us to run the ads, to set that up. So to get the GoFundMe, yes, okay, to keep me going until the ads start running and kicking in, but then to set it up as a business, so that it's not just, okay, you helping me do this and just help. I don't want to just get help paying my rent from month to month. That's, unless you're doing the Way of Impeccability, fine, that makes sense. But to set it up in the way it was originally intended to be set up, where it's essentially it's a business, but it's a different kind of a business. And then I'll explain the details, in terms of the conceptuality, that I want to set it up where those that can help to subsidize, that can pay the fullness of it, or even more, can subsidize those who can't. That the nobility, the new nobility conception of giving and receiving, and the appropriateness of it. So that balance, it's just a new way of kind of doing business. Kind of like Bono in his restaurant. He does that. You pay whatever it's worth to you. Now he doesn't say pay more if you can. He just says pay whatever it's worth to you. But yeah, I want to say it to be in a case where if you can pay more, you pay more because you subsidize those who can't. So you add to the largeness of the world. I know that's just the new nobility logic, and that's how their stuff works and how they do it. So I want to bring that into this and do the GoFundMe as funding a project that has this underlying conceptuality to it. Yes, of course, I'll run the Facebook ads and it will advertise the program. But when I get on the calls with people who want to do it, now they don't know what the price is. And now you explain the logic, and now it becomes a thing where it's up to you. And if you can do more, you do more. If you can't, don't, fine. Okay, but understand that, if you can do more, you help the rest of those that are doing it. And since you are joining a group and, it's a big deal, the group part of it, it becomes a very profound thing. It's really magical. So, we learn to help each other then in the ways that we can. And I find that, that is so profound to me, that helping of others part. Yeah.
That's what, we talked about this before, like putting a bigger price tag on the program,
Why?
I think it hurts it just because people can't afford it, this limits it. But like the way you're doing it, or even like a subscription base, even maybe the subscription base doesn't work right now, but like you doing it, having being an open source and okay, donate. Now at first it's tough. Like I'll say at first it's difficult and it's tough because you don't have a lot coming in.
Correct.
Trickling. But it's building momentum.
Yes.
I see it's very strategic because you're trying to build momentum.
Exactly.
Now once that momentum starts building, and then it'll just it'll
exactly
boom.
We just need to, we've had the universe has been kind of helping us all this year. I mean, just like every month we have no clue where it's coming from. There's no continuity. It's just been magical. And this is the first night where that magic hasn't kind of kicked in. So every time something really magical happens, so it's still not too late. You never know.
Well, so look, I was telling you that story because last month was a hard month for me.
Yeah.
I was having pretty good months, and then all of a sudden I had a hard month.
Right. Also coming winter, which.
Yeah, and it came out of nowhere, and I was like, whoa. Like I thought I was going to have extra money, and I had like negative, and I was like, oh.
I hear you.
And but I was going to tell you, the universe gave me the gift. It was really a gift on Friday, the extra money, because whenever I get extra money, I like to give it. So I was sharing with you that because, there is a gift. Sunday's the day that I like to give because it's church day for me.
I got you.
So I do have an offering for you today.
Oh, wow. Thank you.
I won't tell you what it is.
No, if it's 1 penny, it's to me just profound. So
here's the thing. Like every time I've given to you, this is another magic story. And so everybody else can hear. I wish everybody could hear this. Every time that I've given to you, the universe has given it right back.
Yes.
Actually, plus more sometimes.
I know. It is a magic to
actually, sometimes within like a couple days or even a day. Like something magic will happen and it'll be like, oh man.
And I feel I might have something to do with that because, when I've received the preciousness of the gifts, it's to me so magical. It just does something in my energy, and it's just so precious and magical. And it's not a giving and a receiving thing. It's magic. It's the magic of sharing. That's what I feel it is. So yes, technically you're giving something to me directly, a donation.
But here's what's cool.
But it's a sharing, right, Ryan?
Right, but you want to hear the super cool thing about it?
I'm listening.
I spent that $200 for my daughter. It was given right back to me. So I'm not even giving you anything.
I see what you're saying. Exactly.
You know what I mean?
It's the magic of sharing, and the circle goes round and round. I hear you.
See what I'm saying? It just, that money, that's God.
Exactly. I hear you. Or the universe. Yes, I hear you.
Whatever you want to call it.
No, I'm just saying because, Just exactly. Just for everybody. Yeah, God, absolutely. In your context, it's absolutely God. Yes, absolutely. Very magical. Very magical. Oh,
But
good. I'm so glad, Beena, you're still with us. Oh, I'm so pleased. I'm so pleased. That's very cool. Hello, Rachel. I know your mic is off, but I'm just pleased to hear. I love this, and this is a profound conversation, Ryan. And yes, it's one that we'll go into more, and just the magic of how it came up. I'm just going from a point of attunement. I'm just going with it because hey, it's appropriate right now. But I mean, we do have an agenda to read the story. So as much as I'd love to go into this more, I will. And at some point, just I'll Ryan, I'll put that donation link in the comments for you there, since you mentioned that's what you want to do. So, yeah. I mean, you probably know where it is already, but hey, I'll put it there in case, just the universe, since it's appropriate right now, I'll put it in comments. Who knows?
Friendly reminder.
Right, exactly. So just, no, not for you, just for in general, since we've opened this topic up, so that in case somebody else is feeling the sharing of it, that they know how to, because you know it from the way of impeccability, the course, you know what I mean? And yes, it's in the group, but also just from a bigger point.
You'll get more. Right. You'll get more out of it when you give. I'll say that.
Exactly, because it's a sharing. That's what I feel. Whenever you in the past, those contributions, to me, I don't see them as contributions or giving. Yes, they are technically, but I see it as a sharing, because when it comes my way, automatically I share back to you, and it's just so huge. The magic of it, it becomes this profound magical act of capital S sharing, and then you've seen it, how it translates to you. But it's really something more than just giving and receiving. There's definitely a capital M moreness to it, which, yes, you say magic. Yes, it's that magic of sharing. It's something very, very special. Now, for me to receive, just in my way I've been brought up, and my entire culture and history and everything, just the humility of things, it's something I have to learn to do. It's really difficult, by the way. I have to stretch myself to be in this position of receiving in this way. Yeah, it's not easy. I gotta tell you.
Yeah, it's humbling.
It's a big lesson. But it's powerful. It's powerful, and you're helping me in this. It's really magical, because it's like, it's one thing to receive something from a stranger, but to receive something of this nature, money, from a friend, a very big difference. Because it's not a loan. You see what I mean? It's one thing to get a loan from a friend and help you out of trouble, but you know what I mean? On a semi-continuous basis, this is a very big shift of mindset. It's a very big shift.
There's no agenda,
Precisely. And you under no obligations whatsoever either. So, our way of impeccability, we connect to the way of impeccability because we are friends and we've become friends. So this is just the sharing of friends. And this is like, oh, this is my thing. This is what I'm important about. Whether you came into it as a program or not, any of my friends that I talk to, this is what I share about. So now it's like, oh, now there's money involved. You see what I'm saying? It becomes complicated. I have to learn to not make it complicated. Beena is helping me tremendously with that. We're actually creating a course, a program called Making Peace with Money. And it's a very big deal. It's a very big deal. Yes, we're a little behind on actually working on it, but we'll get there, Beena. We'll get there.
Okay. That's okay. And giving actually helps teach you. It teaches me. It teaches me humility, because to actually give without agenda, you can't be higher than the other person.
Exactly. It is a profound act of impeccability. Precisely. Because part of the way of impeccability is, of course, unhooking from the hierarchy paradigm. Right. And this is so huge, and it actually comes in. This is why I want to read the new nobility stories, because this is something that they propagate and act and enact and live. And in the larger context of the story, because the new nobles are actually part of the new nobility corporation. They're all actually members as employees and also shareholders. So the new nobility corporation, in the greater story, sorry, Ryan, I just want to finish in the greater story, part of their acts of public service is to actually make a point of, educating or informing, spreading awareness of the hierarchy system and unhooking from it. Mm-hmm. Huge. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
It's an actual corporation. See, I I haven't read the book. I don't know, like.
Oh, we'll get there. But that's the magic. I'm just saying it's not actually in this particular book. It's in the greater series, and there's supplemental works and backstory. So it's a very long, complicated thing. So not complicated, but detailed. There's lots to it. It's a very, very big story. So yeah. So just like a little tidbit, little backstory. So yeah, it comes in later on. In this book, the New Nobility Corporation isn't actually mentioned. But there are supplemental works that are additional works, like in the mythology of that particular universe. Like, let's say, a academic scholar says, okay, economic policies of the new nobility, and then it will be all of that, or education philosophy of the new nobility, or one of the new nobles might write the book Sayings of the New Nobility. So there's a whole bunch of these. I don't know, it's like 30 or 40 of these books, and they're actually real books. Some of them short, some of them long, some of them just fragments. But so it gives the backstory of the whole thing. So yeah, it's a big deal. It's very exciting. I love them. Those supplemental works. Yeah, it's a big deal. Yeah, that's very exciting. All right. Well, we'll just start reading the story. And another day when we do this, I'll actually go to the file where I have all those supplemental works, and we can scroll through them there, and you'll see how it works. So, all right. So to get to the reading here, let me do a screen share so we can see the story. And today, actually, I feel I'm just going to read the story. I know I like to have people read it with me, but I feel like I'm just going to read it. Hang on 1 second, Ryan. Let me just look at something.
Yeah.
It's just a different story. I like it when we have people read the characters. But this one it's a very intimate story. It's only between Biella and Sher, so it doesn't quite allow for the general readingness of it so much. But you can read that quote for me there. I'll get back to it in a moment. I'm just kind of scrolling down to see what more here is. Yeah. Because I noticed when I read this before, there's a rhythm to the story in terms of the narrator and the characters. They kind of merge in one, so it just lends itself to a reading. But you can read this. Can you read it? The quote here, the real magic of anomalies.
Who? Me?
Yeah, you, Ryan. Yeah.
I definitely can read it.
All right. So I'll scroll as you get to the bottom because I can't fit it all on one window here. So.
Okay.
All right. So go ahead.
The real magic of anomalies lies in the resolution of doubt. The memory of the magic is a temporary joy, even though it lasts a long time and never fully goes away. But the resolution of doubt, that lasts a lifetime. It forever locks us into knowing the decision resulting from the anomaly is unquestionable. Those decisions become anchor points of power. The cornerstones and foundations for a life that builds. A life that builds on magical decisions which are inviolate. How do you say that word?
Yeah, inviolate. You got it. Yeah.
Inviolate? Okay. Magical decisions we know are long-term, overview decisions. Decisions appropriate in the overall context. This is a phenomenal gift, the phenomenal gift of anomalies, the gift of connection to the universal supercomputer, the gift of access. Wow, that was good.
From Insights of the New Nobility. You see, this is one of those supplemental works I was talking about. It's called Insights of the New Nobility. So it's not from one of the Biella series books directly. It's from Insights. I love this. I love it. Yeah, that is a phenomenal quote there. It's a very powerful passage. And these quotes that start the story, they give an overview perspective, the abstractness of what we do. So in other words, we're dealing with anomaly. That's the key, right? And the magic of anomaly and why anomaly is magical. So yeah, that quote kind of gives me goosebumps to a certain extent. Before we go any further, I just want to make sure, Rachel, you're here with us. I said hi and I didn't hear anything, and I know we were chatting, but I like to just hear that hi.
I am here.
Brilliant. And I'm assuming you're good as well, yes, Rachel?
Yeah, I've just been watching loads of anime today.
Brilliant. Okay, cool. All right, so we're going to get going on the reading here. All right, you all ready? Oh, who's that joining us? Beena back again. Hello, Beena. Magical. We're just about to get started, Biella. Ryan was just reading the introduction quote that sets the tone for it. It's about anomalies. All right, so here we go. Biella, still deep in thought from the discussion on appropriateness, took a stroll through the gardens. She wanted to give her thoughts time to permeate. But Shah, a quietly adventurous girl, gifted with an exquisite sense of comprehension beyond words, approached her. Biella, she started somewhat shyly. Instantly, she had Biella's full attention. Yes? Biella decided to take a chance, sensing the need to prod ever so slightly. It was not something she did lightly, too many assumptions, but occasionally it was needed. You wanted to ask me about where the boundaries of appropriateness are. Shah? Was all Shah could manage. Inside her head, it was a different story altogether. Her mind roiled. She was aghast, confused. That was not at all what I had wanted to say, she thought. How could Biella have been so utterly and completely wrong, she wondered. This was Biella. No, something didn't add up here. But, she began again. I don't know what to say, said Shah, an expression of that pretty much says it all on her face. How do you mean, Shah? Biella asked. They were strolling now along one of the numerous paths through the extensive gardens. Strolling, Biella knew, was an excellent mechanism for removing the awkwardness of pauses of conversation. When strolling, one could say as little or as much whenever one wanted. Biella loved that. Things could flow as they came. Let's play a small game, Biella said, with an earnest friendliness. She wanted Shah to know she was serious, but it was not to be taken too seriously. You only say the very next thing you are forced to say out loud, okay? Shah almost said okay as an automatic response, but caught herself. She just smiled and nodded. This should be interesting, Shah mused to herself. I have gone days without saying anything. Biella continued strolling, content to wait. She enjoyed Shah's presence. It was a treat being near her. Biella was happy to hug her all to herself, for weeks if need be. Biella had a crazy patience, which wasn't always obvious. But Biella had a plan. Biella always had a plan. All right, I'm going to just pause here for a second, just in case there's any comments or anything. And I wanted to make a comment on Biella's comment to Shah, the early original one. So anything that comes up, Rachel, Beena, anything, Ryan? Nothing? All right, I'll continue reading.
I was just,
anybody. I'm just curious if anything's coming up just now yet. Rachel?
I'm just enjoying listening to you.
All right.
Yeah, I feel. I guess I'll share my feelings of how I feel.
Sure.
I just feel. Don't take this the wrong way, but I feel like I'm a little kid sitting at the fireplace, and you're like dad or grandpa, like reading us like a story.
That's exactly how I feel, Ryan. I feel like a little kid reading them. Thank you. I love that.
Okay.
Thank you. Because I feel exactly the same way. Even though I'm the one reading, I feel exactly the same way. So my comment on the question here is...
Biella and Sher,
yeah,
they almost could be like little kids playing a game like, hey, what's the first thing you're like, truth or dare? Like
exactly. And they are literally doing that. So despite their sophistication, and it comes through, we'll see that they do engage their innocent side. And it's very important. So Biella, this chance that she's asking here, she knows that the question she's assuming that Shah likes to ask, she knows that it's not likely to be this or not necessarily this, and she's deliberately asking a question which could be, but she feels isn't necessarily so, because she wants to prompt Shah. Because Shah is like very seldom says anything. It's kind of a thing she just like would say like one word, and it would like open up a conversation, comes in later in the story. Right. So Shah is very profound. And just by the way, just for a little point of interest, I don't know how it affects the story. I usually say this afterwards, but I'm going to say it beforehand. Shah's conversation and her and this, whatever Shah says here, and what what Shah says, all of it is from an exact, actually, conversation that I had with an actual person. And okay, the name is a variation of their name, but their name is Charlotte, and then she abbreviates it to Char, CHAR. Like in like the gaming, but it's pronounced Char. So okay, that's where the Char comes from. So, but Char's conversation is from an actual real conversation. Now I've folded it into the story. And the context makes it a completely different conversation, but it's kind of fun. So just for the interest sake of things. So, all right. Biella always had a plan. They were strolling through the garden of virtue. It was a clean garden, tall, neat trees, wide expanses of grass with islands of plants and flowers representing the virtues. But Biella chose a more direct route to the next garden, the garden of strategic ethics. This garden was in marked contrast to the garden of virtue, being complicated, involved. All types of intricately placed trees, shrubs, bushes, plants, flowers, and grasses connected via waterways of varying sizes. Complex mechanical structures moving water and spreading fertilizers populated the garden. The effect of this experience revealed an artful integration which showed the sophisticated interconnectivity of design favored by the new nobility. Hey, what? Shah suddenly said. Biella noticed a friend of Shah's mouthing something to Shah. Her friend was too far away to hear. Biella had observed the friend in her peripheral vision, but had deliberately chosen not to specifically pay attention. The comment pertinent and appropriate to their conversation. Biella felt the familiar surge of joy and excitement whenever these seemingly random yet convenient and appropriate coincidences came her way. They were such gifts. Yes, what is exactly the central issue? Biella said, continuing as if this was part of the conversation. She would use whatever presented. We can get stuck on what. When we have to choose what, we often end up not knowing. Not because we have nothing, even though it seems so, but because we have too many choices. She paused, giving Shah the opportunity to mull this over. Yeah, so I'm going to pause here also on that. That's a very big We can get stuck on what. When we have to choose what, we end up not knowing. Not because we have nothing, even though it seems so, but because we have too many choices. We can get overwhelmed by the what. So we have all these choices, we get overwhelmed. So this is very powerful, and this comes into Shah, the character here, that she has so much because she's very insightful, and she often doesn't have anything to say or feels she doesn't have anything to say because it's just too much. So this is about also processing that into the abstract so we can then express that out. So it's an ongoing theme of our conversations, Ryan, not just with you, but with Rachel, with Beena, developing the ability to express our complexity through developing abstract language and connectivity. Yeah?
Yes.
Very exciting. All right. Beena, are you still with us? I just want to make sure. I hope so. Maybe not. I hope so. Anyway, all right. She paused, giving Shah the opportunity to mull this over. If I were to say, pick something at random, most of us think context, purpose, why, wherefore, and much more. Without any further input, the choices are innumerable. There are no criteria for choosing, so we come to a halt, expressing this as, I don't know. Yes? Biella continued immediately, making the question rhetorical for now. So we are left with the issue of how to choose randomly without guiding criteria. Some minds are just unable to do this. For those minds, there has to be some sort of mechanism. Finding a way to resolve this is very important. We are prompted more often than we realize by life to introduce something, to start somewhere, to initiate. We are prompted more often than we realize by life to introduce something, to start somewhere, to initiate. Biella trailed off deliberately, letting the thought hang between them, maintaining her intent and awareness on the theme, the central concept. She was keeping it open, and she was keeping it an open question. She had come to her objective. I just want to make this point a little clearer here. Maybe it comes clearer later in the story, but it's not very clear for me that sometimes we have so many choices and so many options, and that life is pressing us to say, hey, we've got to initiate now. We've got to start somewhere. We've got to do something new, be creative, in other words. And that creativity, it requires us to create something kind of basically at random in a sense. But to just choose at random is very difficult. So the concept and the idea here is that we're going to see later on in the story a mechanism for leveraging that, starting somewhere, initiating, introducing something, being able to start from just from random. There's a mechanism for it. Yeah, it's very exciting. All right. Biella trailed off deliberately, letting the thought hang between them, maintaining her intent and awareness on the theme, the central concept. She was keeping it an open question. She had come to her objective. A small, plain wooden sign very simply declared, "The Garden of Inspiration." It was plain and unordinary in every way. If anything, it was uninspiring, boring even. Biella smiled inwardly. She continued past the sign at the same pace and rhythm as she had been, giving no indication this was a destination. The immediate area was plain, ordinary. They strolled past seed beds, areas protected by shade cloth, some covered by glass, some enclosed by glass. Sher was puzzled. She had been paying attention. Her original reason for approaching Biella set aside for now. Things had taken an interesting turn. Sher had had enough training to know that paying attention and letting things flow and develop was prudent. She had noticed and paid attention to the gardens they had passed through. She assumed there could be significance, but so far nothing had indicated a particular significance. Biella hadn't indicated anything. With Biella, though, Sher reappraised the garden. It was confusing. She saw nothing inspirational. It was also work-like, functional, organized in a relaxed way. There was order without orderliness being featured. It seemed it was a nursery, Sher suddenly realized. It was obvious, but she had been looking at it from the perspective of inspiration. She failed to see the connection to inspiration. It was certainly not where she would have come to be inspired. I chuckle because it's coming later. It's just me. Passing between a large group of tall potted trees and an extensive greenhouse, they entered some untended area of forest. The trail narrowed. They had to walk single file for a while. There was a sharp turn of the path around an enormous old and beautiful tree. This is more like it, Sher thought, appreciating and enjoying the ancient one. Rounding the tree, they came upon a clearing filled with... Sher had no way to easily describe what she saw. Whatever it was, it seemed to not belong there. It was just odd. Nothing had prepared her for what she saw. It was, well, an enormous contraption. The picture is a little bit of a close-up of the enormous contraption. I didn't find one of an overall, but, it's abstract implement, in other words. At least a dozen or more long paces across and roughly circular. Roughly was using the term loosely in this case. There was no real shape to the contraption. It had mechanical arms extending from it in every direction, more than she could easily count. Levers, knobs, protrusions, and casings made of wood and metal of all shapes and sizes were everywhere. It was as if someone had taken whatever they could find and used it to build. Sher realized there was no purpose here. Sher realized there was purpose here. It was not a random collection of bric-a-brac or a crazy sculpture. No, there was an intelligence to the way everything fit together. It was a machine of sorts. She noticed movement, subtle, but it was there. She hadn't noticed it before. The machine was expanding and contracting slowly, like it was trying to fit the parts in more comfortably, but was not really succeeded. There was a timing to it, almost like a slow breathing. Sher stopped at the edge of the clearing to take in this thoroughly unexpected sight. But Biella had continued strolling as if nothing was amiss and was now coming up to the machine. Sher scurried to catch up. As she came closer, she noticed a sign. Strange, she had not seen it before. Quite prominent, it read, "The Instant Machine of Beauty Creation." A most curious name, Sher thought. A machine to create beauty. And instantly, On the other side of the sign was a large red button which said, "Start here." As Sher noticed the button, Biella stretched out a flat palm, indicating, "Go ahead." Well, why not? Sher thought, curious to see what the machine was all about. She pushed the button. All manner of things immediately started to happen. An enormous wheezing was heard, as if the machine was gathering in great quantities of needed air. Levers moved, mechanical arms extended and retracted. Unknown things whirred and popped. Shah jumped back a step, startled by the unexpected commotion. An opening appeared, followed by a sign held by one of the mechanical arms, a sign like protesters used to use. The sign read, "Insert input here." "What input?" Shah almost said aloud. The mechanical arm shook the sign with what appeared to be a slight impatience. Shah noticed a large table off to the side of the machine with an array of objects on it. She stepped closer to examine them. They were common household objects: a teapot, screwdriver, bowl, picture frame, something lampish looking, a small wheel, various shapes of animals and more. Nothing much bigger than the length of her forearm. They were made of a curious material. She could not identify what it was. The mechanical arm shook the sign again, this time accompanied by some puffing sounds. "Come, come," it seemed to say. Were these the input? Shah thought. She could see nothing else. The sign replaced by another read, "Pick anyone." The sign and machine were both relatively still, waiting for her. But which one? Shah wondered. What is required? What would be best? Assuming the input was for beauty creation, how would the input determine the creation? What should she choose? The machine shook the sign, a few huffs and puffs accompanying the shaking. The sign had changed, or had it? Shah wasn't sure. It now read, "Pick anyone." Shah grabbed the lampish thing, which was closest, flinging it into the opening, not wanting to keep the machine waiting any longer. The opening closed as the machine appeared to swallow the object. The entire machine was seemingly in motion now. Pipes and chimneys were seen which had not been there before. At one point, Shah could see something moving along inside a flexible tube. The machine whirred and buzzed, straining occasionally. A loud rumbling ensued as it spat out what was left of the lampish object. Yes, spat out. There was no other way to describe it, Shah thought. It had seemed to do so rudely, as if to confirm her suspicions. Another sign appeared and was thrust close to her face. Input unremarkable. This was almost immediately replaced with try again. Unremarkable. Ha! All the objects were unremarkable, Shah thought, glowering slightly at the machine. It had said any. Since it had said any, Shah thought any would have to do. She grabbed the next nearest object, the screwdriver, placing it into the opening. A bit more politely this time. The opening closed. Nothing happened compared to the first time. There was something going on, but the screwdriver object was still near the opening. Delicate movements ensued. Was the machine considering her input? A few moments later, levers and buttons appeared on a panel before her. They all seemed designed for external input. The screwdriver was now in a glass box which had all sorts of tubes connecting it. Begin, another sign waved at her. Shah gingerly pulled at one of the arms. Air whooshed delicately into the box. The air seemed infused with fine particles. But nothing happened to the screwdriver. She pulled on another lever. Water sprayed. She tried a few more levers and was rewarded by various types of air, water, and different types of what could only be some type of organic material. She tried a prominent-looking button. Light flooded the box. Ha! The screwdriver changed. Its shape dissolved, and small, multiple tendril-like protrusions began to appear. The tendrils seemed to be floundering. A mechanical arm hastily dropped in a sign from above her, holding it upside down, then urged, "Adjust, adjust!" Shah grabbed at some of the levers which previously had not done anything. One of them produced a frame of sorts. The tendrils latched onto the frame. Other levers seemed to push them this way and that, but no guidance was evident. Shah continued to work the levers, getting into the spirit of it. Now she could see some effect for her efforts. Just as she was starting to feel like she was getting the hang of it, the machine shut the adjustment panel down, and whatever was in the glass box was ejected. Ejected, again, being a polite way of describing the process. Rude machine. Sorry. Signs emanated vigorously from the machine. Unconnected, boring, unfocused, even one which read, "What were you thinking?" They shook, quivered, and wavered at her. The machine seemed indignant. One sign high up, above the signs and machines, twirled by a long arm, read, "Come on!" Shah felt a twinge of irritation. What was going on here? But she was determined. She was adventurous in her own peculiar way, and loved when she was made to think. This was certainly a most thought-provoking machine. It also provoked a lot more. Shah put a lid on those feelings, resisting an urge to stick her tongue out at the machine. Infernal thing. What am I missing? Shah thought earnestly. Take a moment, Shah told herself, remembering one of the sayings she had learned from the nobility. When faced with overwhelming odds, retreat for a moment and reassess. Give the solution an opportunity to present itself. She took a literal step back from the machine. Just a little pause here. When in doubt, zoom out. That's the origins of this. On cue, the signs retreated. The machine subsided somewhat. Only a steady, slow tap, tap, tap was heard. The machine was waiting. Not patiently, but it was waiting. I too can wait, Shah smiled at herself. It was a skill she had taught herself. She looked around the clearing, into the forest surrounding it, at the machine, taking everything in, not looking at anything in particular, just noticing, taking the opportunity to find herself, get her bearings. She heard sounds of animal life, the wind, the sounds of the machine, nothing exceptional or noteworthy, except the machine, of course. She tried to think of everything, take stock of it all, but something in her wouldn't let her mind focus on anything specific. Shah didn't fight it. She had learned that much. Just be at ease and let it come, she heard internally. Excuse me, 1 second. A crow entered her wide vision, still far away, flying towards the clearing. She loved crows. She remembered stories where the crows had always been integral. They had been significant. That had appealed to her. While she was thinking this, the crow flew overhead. Shah looked at it directly, focusing in on it. Right as she did so, the crow squawked. It made a sharp, hard banking turn, looking back at her, and with an energetic flapping of its wings, flew off. Did you see that? Shah exclaimed excitedly, forgetting her resolve not to say anything. This had indeed been forced from her. The way the crow had looked at her. No, Biella simply said, waiting for more. The crow, it looked back at me as it turned away, didn't you see? Shah had noticed Biella looking up at the crow when it had cawed. No, not cawed. It had been a squawk, like it had responded to her focused attention on it. No, Shah, that was just for you. Before Shah could protest or elaborate further, she wanted to explain, but the machine had other ideas apparently. It came alive, perhaps invigorated by Shah's energy. Arms moved, retracting and shifting, the machine changing shape and size. It was now slightly smaller in actual size, but seemed much more so because it was somehow neater, more organized. Just when Shah thought the machine was improving, it slapped two signs together right in front of her, presented them for inspection right in her face. Input, and now, they read. They didn't wait for more than half a second and started to shepherd Shah towards the table, ushering her along with her flat sides in a most inappropriate way. She actually felt a slight smack or two on her backside. Final machine. At the table, 6 signs waited impatiently and excited. Pick, 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 they all read. Shah had no time to think or object to the rude manner of the signs prodding her. She reached deeper across the table, her hand almost instinctually going towards one of the animal shapes. As soon as her hands closed on it, the sign shifted to pushing her towards an opening. The 6 danced the chorus now, displaying, in, in, in. Shah barely had time to notice the object was in the shape of a bird. In it went. The opening almost seemed to reach out and take it from her, like a big mouth eagerly getting a treat. The panel of adjustment flew open. Eager whistles and chirps were heard. Shah hardly heard them. She was still engrossed on the extraordinary image of that crow turning and looking at her. It had been so beautiful. Shah grabbed the levers, pulling and pushing without consciously realizing. That look in the eye of the crow. It had been so aware. Shah pushed a button. The box went opaque for a microsecond. Shah thought she saw the vague shape of an extended wing emerge from the shapeless bird object. She focused on the wing, remembering the crow's wing. Levers seemed to adjust where her hand was, inviting her to pull on them. Shah did so, seeing they affected the shape of the wing. She pulled and pushed, seeing what happened, adjusting accordingly. The wing started to take form. It responded, conforming now to the image in her mind's eye of the extended wing of the crow as it had banked away. But the eye and the way the head had been turned, just so. A small set of levers A smaller set of levers appeared. Shah was using both hands now, not thinking about what she was doing, not wanting to lose her vision of the turned head and that look in the eye. The machine was actually helping, suggesting levers and knobs with alacrity, squeals and gurgles accompanying new adjustments. Shah paid them no mind. She didn't want to lose that vision. She twisted and turned, pulled and pushed. Sometimes the adjustments shaped away from her goal, sometimes closer. It was trial and error. She was never quite sure what the effect was going to be. Whatever happened, she simply reacted and adjusted accordingly. The wing was as she wanted it now, the head and eye connected to it just right. She closed her eyes, recalling that look from her crow. It was her crow now. She saw it clearly. Her hands worked the levers and knobs by themselves now, helped along more than ever by the machine. She lost herself to the vision of her crow. Charles felt a gentle hand on her shoulder. She realized she had been standing still for a while now, breathing deeply from all the excitement. Look, Biella said. Charles realized her eyes were still closed. She looked. Her stare fell immediately upon her creation. It was beautiful. No, it was exquisite. She had never seen anything so beautiful in all her life. She had created a sculpture of her crow's wing and head. She had captured the turn of the head and the look in the eye perfectly. She stared, delighted. The machine was purring now, a huge shaking purr, like it was laughing and purring at the same time. See, the signs proclaimed cheerfully. The machine was having a mini party. It was quite taken by itself, by all appearances, as if it had all been the machine's doing. A huge sign appeared, held aloft by 10 or more mechanical arms. You got it now? The sign asked. Shah nodded before she realized she had. No sooner had she finished nodding when the sign enveloped into itself and disappeared. All the outstanding levers and arms retracted. The glass box with her creation of beauty eased closer to her, inviting a closer inspection, showcasing her magnificent sculpture. Shah was about to reach for the box in an attempt to retrieve it when the machine let out a sharp, wild sound, and with that, the sculpture exploded into a thick soup of shapeless matter. Shah didn't even have time to react. She was so surprised. A tiny sign flashed into view, off to the side where only she could see it. It is for you alone, was all it said. Shah took this in, grabbing at it with her mind and being. She needed something to fill the void created by the obliteration of her beautiful creation. She would remember it, she vowed. It didn't matter that it was physically no more. It was in her mind, in her heart, in her soul. The shock of that sudden turnaround had galvanized her emotions, sharpening the remembrance, locking it in for all time. She would never forget now. A shy sign emerged tentatively near a very battered panel. It read, "Kick here." Shah didn't hesitate to oblige, adding a few extra for good measure. "Infernal machine," she growled, but a huge grin replaced the growl before she even realized. Biella was laughing so hard she was almost choking. There was no making fun, Shah realized. It was the laughter of pure joy, the joy of a shared experience, the joy of a great gift. "You too?" Biella nodded, now wiping away the laughter tears. She smiled with an enormous warmth at Shah, hugging her fiercely, whispering, "Never forget the magic." I did take a moment there. It was a big moment for me. My own joy of the excitement. All right, so we get a change of scene here. There is magic out there beyond the more. From Reflections on the Perfection of Now. Actually, read that for me, please, Ryan.
There is magic out there beyond the more.
From Reflections on the... No, it's okay. I'll read that, but it's fine. You can read it too.
No.
From Reflections on the Perfection of Now. There is magic out there beyond the more. I don't know. I just love that quote. It just, man, we were talking about that magic, and there's a moreness to the magic even. Anyway. All right. So we start again. It's a change of scenery. Biella and Shah were in the Garden of Reflection. It had been cut in a high, steep part of the mountain with many small areas and spaces. They were private, secluded, peaceful. There was an intimate remoteness to these special areas. They were looking down on a river running through a narrow gorge. The items were seeds, Shah asked. Biella just nodded. But how? Why is it so? Where did? Shah kept jumping to something new she wanted to know. The thrill and excitement of the entire affair filled her with a delicious energy. No one knows exactly how the machine got to be there, or how it works, or why it behaves the way it does. Biella smiled fondly. It is not even in the same place all the time. It just is what it is, she chuckled. Everyone who has had an experience with it simply calls it the infernal machine. But what was the key issue? The real lesson? Biella gently asked. Shah frowned slightly. It had been raining, the droplets still clinging to the branches and leaves, dropping steadily, catching the light as they did. Brief, brilliant flashes, and the smell of the fresh earth. It was the smell of the essence of goodness. More drops fell, more drops flashed. What was the garden it was in? Biella prompted. Inspiration! Shah jumped at the realization. She had completely forgotten the garden had been so uninspiring. And before that, you had asked me. Shah's face changed. It was all falling into place now. I had been stuck. Too many options, too many doubts, too much agonizing over what would be the best or what was required. No, what I thought would be expected. Shah paused. I was uncertain of myself. The garden, it was so inspiring, or so I thought, but it was a nursery. Things start small. Seeds need to be nurtured. The inspiration is just a seed, not the whole thing all at once. Mostly it doesn't matter what we start with. It depends on how we tend it, water it, feed it, care for it, shape it and adjustment. That all comes after we start. The key is simply to start. Sher blew out a long breath. Shah blew out. Sher, I'm saying hello, Sher. I was hoping you'd be here by now. Shah blew out a long breath. But what was the machine all about? Intent, Biella said, surprising Shah. She had had decent idea about the machine, but this take took it deeper. She thought about it. Inspiration can be anything at all, Biella continued. It doesn't really matter, yes? It is what is done afterwards that matters. We can enhance the process via intent. Yes, I can see that. Having an intent shapes and guides the entire process, inspires the entire process. It fuels and motivates. It energizes, keeps us focused, powers us, adding to us from beyond ourselves. Shah was overwhelmed by the realization, the power of it, the power of intent. But she looked imploringly at Biella. But what if we don't have any intent? Biella said for her. That was the purpose of the machine, she said, emphasizing it. If we don't have an intent. I'm going to back up here a little bit, just for Biella. Shah blew out a long breath. But what was the machine all about? Intent, Biella said, surprising Shah. She had a decent idea about the machine, but this take took it deeper. She thought about it. Inspiration can be anything at all, Biella continued. It doesn't really matter, yes? It is what is done afterwards that matters. We can enhance the process via intent. Yes, I can see that. Having an intent shapes and guides the entire process, inspires the entire process. It fuels and motivates. It energizes, keeps us focused, powers us, adding to us from beyond ourselves. Shah was overwhelmed by the realization, the power of it, the power of intent. But she looked imploringly at Biella. But what if we don't have any intent? Biella said for her. That was the purpose of the machine, she said, emphasizing that. If we don't have an intent, we just have to wait. It was almost a shout from Shah. We just have to wait. It was almost a shout from Shah. We just have to wait and pay attention. Wait with peace and with joy. Her awareness shaped into value. What excited her the most was she now had a tool, something she could use, something that would help her break those deadlocks of choice and more. She felt the possibilities inherent in that awareness. But this was a roller coaster. But how often do we get special inspiration like your crow? Biella finished for her. But how often do we get special inspiration like your crow? Biella finished for her. Shifting closer to, shifting closer, she put her arm tenderly around Shah, as if preparing her for bad news. She leaned in a bit closer. All the time! She half shouted into Shah's ear, followed by loud laughter. Shah jerked with surprise, shocked. It was so unexpected. Biella was enjoying her joke. Sorry, she said. I couldn't resist. You were so prepared for the worst. If anything, the machine should have taught you not to have any expectations. Yeah, I guess I deserve that. Shah said it touched ruefully. And really, those special occurrences do happen all the time. We simply need to learn to tune in. They are connected to the greater flow of things. They are especially connected to the thread of ourselves. We need to learn to pay attention to what is going on inside of us and to what is going on in the larger outside of us. Shah looked into Biella's face and eyes at the use of that odd phrasing. But Biella had not misspoken. We are so much more than we are aware of, Biella said. We have to make peace with not knowing, accepting we can only know small parts of our larger self at any one time. It is as if our awareness is a spotlight shining into that darkness. We can widen the beam considerably, but it is still only a fraction. Biella turned to face Shah, looking deeply into her eyes. Those occurrences, those happenstances, those anomalies, they are how we communicate with ourselves and with the world. But it is more than that. They are gifts of power from ourselves to ourselves. It is how we set up and establish intent. We simply have to wait and watch with awareness. Shah closed her eyes, taking it all in. Biella gently kissed her on the forehead. Now, Biella said, what was it you had wanted to ask me? Biella never forgot relevant points. Nothing really, Shah said sheepishly. I just wanted to tell you I liked the way you walked. Their joyous laughter roused amused crows from the trees. So I like this picture of the laughter here. All right, so there's a little bit of an after thing here. So if you read this, please, Ryan.
The real magic of anomalies lies in the resolution of doubt. The memory of the magic is a temporary joy, even though it lasts a long time and never fully goes away. But the resolution of doubt, that lasts a lifetime. It forever locks us into knowing the decision resulting from the anomaly is unquestionable. Those decisions become anchor points of power, the cornerstones and foundations for a life that builds on magical decisions which are inviolate. Magical decisions we know are long-term, overview decisions. Decisions appropriate in the overall context. This is a phenomenal gift, the phenomenal gift of anomalies, the gift of connection to the universal supercomputer, the gift of access. From Insights of a New Nobility.
I love that. I love that. I love starting with it and ending with it. Just kind of wraps it all up.
Right.
And also just how it brings the whole story into focus, yes? Because at the beginning it's like opening possibilities, and now it's like, yes. I don't know. For me personally, it's just huge. So Rachel, I hope you enjoyed. That's my mythology story right there. I hope you enjoyed it. Yes, I hope so. And anyway, you're welcome to say if it was now a crap story, boring. You're more than welcome to say. You still with us, Rachel? Oh, Rachel's fallen asleep. Brilliant. If I put you to sleep with a story, that's good. Sleep is good.
I feel a little bit tranced.
Say again.
I feel a little bit tranced.
Brilliant.
That's good, right? Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
I've not long come out of meditation, so I'm just a bit like,
Brilliant. So at least I hope you heard some of the story, because sometimes we're in that stage, you go in and out and our attention doesn't connect.
Yeah, and I've been fading in and out and I've been getting little bits of it.
Gotcha. That's all good. You can maybe read it of your own. I'll put the link for it in chat as well. So, in Facebook, I'll put the link. So, so yeah, it's a magical story, and for me, I feel lots of Rachel in the story too. That connectivity to the grateful magic. So, it's just huge. link to this chapter. So just in terms of connecting to anomaly and to the unusualness of things and having that openness, because that's what the story is about. Yeah, it's a fun story about just this magical infernal machine. But it's obviously about opening to anomalies to resolve doubt, especially, and to give us direction. And especially if we have an intent for something, to say, wow, I have an intent, like what the heck should I be doing, where to go, to pay attention to anomalies. And then when they arise, you connect to them and see, then follow on and say, where are they leading us, what's going on, what are they doing. It's quite a magical business. And of course, it's the seeds of inspiration. We have that inspiration, but we have to nurture it. So the anomaly can be the inspiration, or it can be what we use to nurture the inspiration. So there's a lots of magic to it. So it's very cute. It's very cool.
Wow.
Very, very cool. So I hope you enjoyed that also, Ryan. Again, both of you, and when we read more, I don't know why I felt I wanted to read the story myself, but going forward, I love it when you guys read, and on some of them, you guys will hopefully read the whole story, because it's just very joyful for me when you guys read, and I like it. I like it very much. So
I just know it connected with, with my intent, because just the other day, I've been having a lot of doubts lately. I'll just share that. And this is connecting deep with me, because this whole week I've been really struggling with doubts. Actually, ever since I started the program, I've really been struggling with doubts.
Excellent. Sorry, Ryan, to interrupt you there.
Go ahead.
That's a positive thing. That's all I want to say.
Yeah.
Excellent. It's huge. It's very profound.
I'm through this story, it's talking about, I just wrote it down. The magic of anomalies lies in the resolution of doubt.
Yeah.
So this week, it's really I've been struggling. My head and my heart are having this tug of war battle right now, where rationally my head is like saying, well, this makes sense. Like, you need to do this. But then my heart's like, no, this is what you need to do. And forget trying to figure it out rationally and, making sense of it and all that. And I guess my intent came from that, like from struggling with these doubts and coming to a resolution of my doubts. My intent popped up, and my intent literally was, the intent here was living a life of magic. And that's what I wanted. And I said that to my wife. I said, you know what fun or what joy is there in living some boring, ordinary life where you've got it all planned out and all figured out, and you're in control of it all.
Right, exactly.
What do you even have to share with people? Like, it's like very mechanical and structured. It's like a robot. And I'm like, you know what? I don't like sharing that kind of stuff. Like, I literally love sharing magical stories, like what happened to me Friday. Like, yeah. Oh wow, just some money popped up out of nowhere. It was like magic. Like, I want to live a life of magic so that I can share that with others. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like literally, I want my life to be so magical, but that means I have to get out of the way and let it happen. Like, if I'm trying to control all these aspects of my life, like literally I'm pushing it away. Like, the magic won't be allowed to even come to me.
Yeah.
I'm not making space for it because I filled this space up with all this junk. You know what I mean?
Yes. We do know what you mean, and you don't need to ask us if we know what you mean. You are saying it most eloquently, most articulately, and really, really magically. And also, I'm very pleased you've joined us, Sher, at the most appropriate time, because what you were just sharing, I feel, is so connected to where Sher is at. Also, right? So, aren't you embarking on a new magical adventure in your life? Open to everything? Sure, you here? Don't know if your mic is muted or not. Oh, connection is still setting up to join. So I'm gonna unscreen share because I think that makes for to be a bit more fluid. So I'm keen to hear on you on this when you come on, Sher, because what you were saying, Sher's starting a whole new existence of being a new magical life. She's going to be moving, all sorts of magic happening in her life. Right, Sher?
Hi.
Right. Hello,
Yes.
hello. Did you hear what Ryan said? If not, I'm going to have Ryan repeat it all because I want him to repeat it all anyway.
Yeah, go ahead and repeat it all, Ryan, because I was trying to go from one source to another to connect to Zoom. So
I got you. Okay. So Ryan, say the whole thing again. Ryan is giving his takeaway of the story. And did you hear any of the story or not, Sher?
no, all I got was like the very last few sentences. So I get to go back and read it.
No problem. Because it does the Facebook saves it, so you can just replay the whole thing. So, all right. So just share again what you were saying, Ryan. Again, not exactly, but that's the way of repeat. They come out differently. So just say again.
Well, my takeaway was the magic of Anomalies lies in the resolution of doubt. Like, that was really what stuck with me from the whole story. Was someone with a name similar to yours, Sher. She was struggling with doubt because there's all these choices and everything that she could pick and do and whatever. And she had all these doubts of what would be like the best choice. And once she resolved these doubts, the anomaly came through, the intent came through, right? And she was able to see, oh, it's not about picking and choosing, it's just letting it be and letting it come. Like, her intent came to her, and that was the right choice, you see? Because it was like this bird just came out of nowhere, and she's like, oh, it's such a pretty bird. She's like, I love it, it's so nice, like, it looks so pretty. And the bird was one of the choices she could have picked, but she didn't pick it because she didn't know what her intent. She was caught up thinking too much. So she was like, well, this could be it, this could be it. And the bird just came like, here I am, this is it. Like, I'm right here in front of you. You know what I mean? So
magic.
Like, if we just wait and allow things to happen and come, like, we'll bring in the magic to ourselves, and we won't have to think it into our lives.
And how did that work for you personally? Because you were sharing earlier, like where you were at personally. Sorry.
So personally, I've been struggling with a lot of doubt, a lot of fear. Okay, like, I've been a worrywart my whole life. I've always struggled with choice. Like, I've always like thought about everything. Like, oh, this could be good. This could be good. This could be good. And then it leaves me to a point where I can't choose because there's too many choices. And I get bogged down, and I worry, like, oh, did I make the right choice? Oh, if I don't do this, I'm going to be like damned to hell forever, and I'm going to be a loser or whatever.
Right. No, it's real sharing.
Ryan? Wow. Yep.
And it freezes me, like, where I can't even make a choice, and I have all the fear. And like, so lately I've been struggling with two different things in my life, specifically the way of impeccability, which I know in my heart it feels so right and good, but then my head is like, no, if you choose that, then like this is gonna happen, the government's gonna do this or whatever, like fear, just terrible stuff. It's not even fun, you know what I mean? But it's like,
So how did you come to resolve this, not just in the terms of the way of impeccability, but also in the context of the story?
Right. Well, I had to let it, just this week, I really just had to let things go. And I just, I had to give it up, like Sher in the story. Like, I had to stop trying to pick and choose what's good and what's not, and just kind of like let it come to me and let it happen. Okay. Wow. And then my intent came out of that when I finally just was like, I'm tired of like thinking. I'm trying to work so hard and like figure it out. It just came to me, and I said, you know what, Janelle? I just want to live a life of magic. I said, you know how good that feels? And that's what I want to share with others. But if I don't live it, if I don't live by it, I'm being a hypocrite, and then I won't have any magic stories to share with anybody.
There you go.
Magic stories is what I like to share.
Yes, me too.
You know what I mean? Like, so
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I have to go with my heart, and I have to go, even though all this, my head says, don't do it. Don't do it. It's scary. Like, you're making the wrong choice. But it feels like the right choice. And I'm like, you know what? I'm going to go against my brain, and I'm just going to go with this intuition.
Nice.
See what happens.
And in the context of the story, Ryan, and also in the way of impeccability, because it comes in later on, we haven't dealt with it so specifically yet. But in the context of the story, what was the tool? There are actually two tools, but one specifically, the obvious tool. I'm asking an obvious question. What was the tool that Sher felt that now, I have a tool for getting me to live magically?
Intent.
And the anomalies, right?
Oh, well, the anomalies, right.
Right. So yeah, so we set an intent to live magically. Anomalies are a specific tool we can use to leverage us out of doubt, of not knowing, of making a choice.
So that happened. An anomaly happened.
All right, that's what I was going to say. I'll bet you anything that an anomaly happened to Ryan. So the other tool was patience also, by the way.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
I told Janelle, I want to live a life of magic.
I'm listening, Ryan. I've just got off the mic for a second.
Thursday, I'll just share this. Thursday, I had $100 in my bank account. Okay, that's not a lot of money, but it's money. So it was $100.07 because I checked it because I'm getting paid the next day because I'm like, oh, okay, well, I'll have this much after I get paid. The very next day, I had $300.07, and I was like, what? That's so weird. Like, I just had $100 yesterday. Well, the previous week, I had bought my daughter some cryptocurrency, $200 worth for her birthday, like an investment. And it was $200 even. And I'm like, where'd this $200 come from? So I looked back in my bank records. It had no record of me buying this, even though I did buy it, and it was taken out, right? So the record disappeared, okay? And I looked in my cryptocurrency account, and I still had the cryptocurrency that I bought, okay? I can't see you anymore, and I can't hear you, but that's okay. So the magic is, I got the cryptocurrency for free, and I got the $200 back, just like that, just for no apparent reason. And then I did a job for a guy where he gave me a $100 tip that I wasn't even expecting. He just gave it to me for no reason. So literally, when I intended on living a life of magic, I just let go. Literally, the universe just showed me that magic is real and it can happen, and money can just pop out of nowhere for no apparent reason. Okay?
It has.
And I was just shocked by it. It was a small thing, you know what I mean? It's $300. It's not like that big a deal, but it was a big deal to me because I'm like, holy crap. Like,
300 is 300. A dollar is a dollar these days, you know?
Well, you know what I mean, though? But it was magic. It was like, that just came out of thin air, literally.
It makes you feel better. It makes you feel better. The dollar's worth more than the pound.
That's okay.
I think $1 is £1 now is like $1.95, if I remember correctly.
It used to be different.
Yeah, it used to be very different. The pound used to be worth more than $1.
Oh wow!
Now, not anymore. It's dropped almost 70%.
But anyways, all I'm saying is this magic stuff, it's real. Whether you want to call it miracles or magic or whatever. But it only happens when you just let go and stop worrying about stuff.
Yeah.
You know?
The reason why I said that, I asked Sil if, and I think my speaker was off, but I asked, it's like, when did he write that story? Because what you just kind of related, or yeah, about what you guys read today, that's been me for, I don't know, for a long time. Just, I wasn't attuned. I wasn't paying attention to any anomalies that were happening.
Right.
And then when I started writing, and I did pay attention to them, holy cow, everything just kind of started blessing after blessing after blessing after blessing has been happening.
Right. Right.
Now I am faced with a lot of different choices, so I'm kind of knocking off, choices that really, realistically, they're not going to serve my purpose, or they're just too much.
Right.
And
Right.
kind of weeding them out.
Right. So, sure. And I know some of the stories and some of the anomalies that happened. It's like some of them open up the doors of possibility. And then later we get different anomalies which allow us to choose from the choices. So they kind of shift in that, and then after a point it just becomes, you get this free choice. And it's like you were saying, you get all these options and choices and you start weeding through them. It's quite a magical, profound thing. It's really exciting. I mean, just the explosion in your life of options and possibilities, and like you were looking to move from where you were. I feel I can share this, right?
Oh yeah, I still am. Yeah.
Right. Well, I mean, it's on Facebook Live, so we live. That's just so it's not our usual private thing. So, but you were looking to move from where you were, and then suddenly you got this opportunity to stay in a house that you really love in a beautiful, magical place. It just kind of happened, right?
Mm-hmm.
That was an anomalous in a way, in a sense, but what an anomaly gift to say, man, yeah, you go. You had that intent to move, and then it came. So very magical. I mean, you can tell the story maybe better than I can, but
no, but I mean, but that's what I was describing to Ryan. And then when you guys mentioned that there was a bird in there, that made my ears perk up.
The story is about the magical bird. Yes.
Yeah, the sparrow. There's just so many different parallels that were happening. Exactly. So I was like, when did you write that, Sil?
I wrote this story in, I think, 2014, if I remember correctly. It's been a while, yeah. But before I knew you, so there's some overlap. So
but it's just.
I'll tell you now exactly when I wrote it on. I'll tell you now. And now you ask me, I'm curious myself. I'll put the link in if you want to read it, or of course you can hear to, just rewatch the video and then you'll hear us reading it, at least me reading it. Ryan was reading the quote part. So,
Ryan, you did the right thing by telling yourself, you're just going to follow your instincts, because honestly, our instincts are our truth. I mean, that's right. And we just don't pay enough attention to them. It's I don't know what it is. I don't know what instinct is. I can't even hope to describe it. I just know the feeling that we get that tells us something is right or it's wrong.
Yeah.
And I personally have gotten myself into serious deep water when I didn't listen to my intuition.
Very interesting.
Right.
Very interesting. Very interesting.
Literally.
Oh,
sorry.
It's okay. I just want to say it was on January 31st, 2015.
I'll be darned.
Well, that's when I published it, so I may have written it before then. Yeah, so it's been a while. The thing with anomalies is, what makes them magical is, yes, we've got instinct, intuition, and our gut feeling, all of this. But sometimes we need to do things which are outside of what we know. And we need additional information that's beyond what we know. So our instincts and our intuition isn't enough. And that's where anomalies come up, where they connect us to the unknown. They are in that quote there. What was the last line of that quote, Ryan? Gift of access, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Anomalies are gifts of access. They access to the more, to the universal supercomputer, I called it. Now, that's me being in the context of the story, to say God, the universe, Allah, whatever, that's it. It's all the same in the end. So, it's our personal connectivity to more, the universal supercomputer. So, all right.
Now, if I can
please
share one more thing.
Please.
You were talking about did you mention getting off track, Sher? You said something about decisions could get you off track, maybe.
Yeah. When you're trying to make decisions, you're trying too hard. You can really lose sight of.
Let me. I'll share a little story, and it's pretty profound, and it's kind of a little bit scary though too.
Brilliant.
It's more of like a warning, maybe, to people, like, don't do what I did.
Okay, so this is a knucklehead story, I'm assuming then, yeah?
Exactly.
Brilliant. I love knucklehead stories. I got plenty, so I love them.
Well, it's showing the consequence of not following your intuition.
Yeah.
in your heart. So back in 2012, from 2008 to 2012, I had these profound dreams and visions and all these things that set me on this quest for truth. And I just wanted to know what it was. And in 2012, it ended up, me and Janelle, we both agreed that we wanted to open up like healing centers.
Okay.
And now we didn't know what it would really look like or this and that, but we just wanted to open up a place where people could come and learn and heal and grow like a church or a school, but like different, based on slightly different things.
Okay.
And that was what we wanted to do. And we're like, yeah, we want to like have these all over the world, these centers for learning and healing and whatever you want to call them.
Yeah.
Now, and I was about to embark on that path, right? And a little devil creeped into my mind. It told me what, and this was a gift of doubt, I guess.
Yeah.
The doubt was, well, how are you going to pay for all this? How are you going to get the money? And then I started to worry. And I'm like, oh man, I don't have any money. Like, how am I going to pay? I have bad credit. I don't have any money. Like, how am I even going to like do something like this? This is like a grand vision and idea, it costs millions and millions of dollars. And so I'm like, well, here's what I'll do. I'm going to go start a business so I can make money so I can fund this little idea that I want to do. It was the worst decision of my life.
Wow.
Because I started worrying about money, which is so stupid. Don't ever do it.
I hear you. It's a lesson I have to practice every day. Thank you, Ryan, for reminding me. Yep.
So I know I do it too. And it's so dumb because the universe just provides everything you need all the time.
Becomes a self-fulfilling loop.
Yes. And you never get to where you want to go.
Nope.
So literally, I was taken off of my path, and now my intent was make money. My intent went from healing people and helping people learn and grow, right, to make money. Now, when it shifted to make money, that was going against my heart and that was my head was going against my heart. And literally 7 years, it took me 7 years to get back on the right path.
Oh boy.
That one little decision was a 7-year detour.
Yeah.
Isn't that interesting that it was the number 7 too, though?
It's not a coincidence, I don't think.
No.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, just throwing that out there.
But,
Yeah.
because, Ryan, you're very connected to stuff from the Bible. It's a very profound influence in your life. And, of course, the 7 is a big number in the Bible in this context. So, yeah, you're tapping into it exactly, Sher. Very appropriate.
It is. So anyways, me and Janelle were just trying to figure things out and talk about, and I'm like, oh my gosh, for 7 years, I got off track because of worry and doubt and fear.
Yeah.
All these things. But then I talked about it this week, and the resolution of all this doubt, because of all that doubt, I grew so much for those 7 years. So it wasn't a mistake.
No.
It was all for a purpose, okay? Even though it sucked big time, it taught me a lot of things. It taught me to be humble, and it taught me to not worry, because literally the universe took everything from me. You see what I'm saying? And
Yes, I do.
it had to teach me to rely on something other than my wit and my brain.
Yes.
So I can't really rely on my brain anymore because my brain's stupid and it doesn't make good choices.
You go. Same here. Same here. I hear you. Same here. I second that one. Absolutely.
It really pounded it into my head, like, stop trying to figure it out. Stop trying to go make money, do this. And literally it was telling me, if what you're going to do in life can't be done without the need for making money, you're not supposed to be doing it.
There you go.
Like, and it won't even be worth it, because if you're doing it for money,
Right.
it's your intent
Never
is
worth it. Exactly.
never worth it. So you have to literally do it without any agenda of making money or anything.
Yep. Yep.
It has to be a gift that you're giving to the world, literally.
Right. And the same thing applies to self-importance or status or ego.
Right.
You know, some people do things, they don't care about the money, but they do it for fame and glory and self-importance and ego. Same logic. If you're doing it for those reasons, it's going to screw you over and over and over again. It's not going to work. You have to do it because you love it, because it's real, because it matters to you. Matters to you. That's on. Be real.
So all that to say, I'm now back. This week, I realized I'm right back where I started. In the fall of 2012. Now it's the fall, literally 7 years exactly.
Wow.
I mean, the day I can pinpoint it. I mean, the timing is profound. It's
happy anniversary.
Wow.
But I feel like literally, like the past 7 years are being like erased, and I literally like time traveled back to the fall of 2012, and I'm like, okay, now I'm starting over where
Nice one.
before.
Nice.
And literally I realized the way of impeccability and like what I had envisioned, the vision's even more clear now of what I wanted to do in 2012, because now I see it. It's like a monastery, a university, and a health.
Wow.
That's what I was just going to ask you is your vision more clear now?
Oh yeah. It's
Wow.
clear.
I'm
And
glad you asked, because I've been holding my question to ask you, Sher, what you were going to say.
well, this is interesting, because my dad brought this up the other day, and it got me to think about it. He's like, yeah, schools are changing, education's changing now. Like they're proposing 4-day schools now, and it's just things are changing a little bit. And what people want to learn about is totally different. People want to learn about themselves, really. So
There you go.
A school for self-discovery, that is
go.
like the future, okay?
Yep.
And a new university, I mean, that's what it's all about.
Yep.
That's why I connected with Sil, because my vision and his vision, they're so similar.
Have profound overlap, yeah.
Yeah, and literally there's a building. It's an old building that nuns used to live in, okay?
Okay.
And they took care of old nuns, right? And they have 13 rooms, and it's really designed to be like a little tiny school or a little tiny retreat center, whatever.
Wow.
And literally, I used to go to church in it, and I used to live right next door to it. Wow. And I know the guy that owns it. But all that to say, I know the universe is going to bring all this together, and literally, and whoever of you guys want to be involved with this, I know it's going to happen, and it's going to be super cool. And literally, there's going to be these schools where it'll be just like a college, where they literally come there like a college, and they live there, and they immerse themselves in these programs to learn about who they are. And that's literally, and it's going to be accessible to everybody, not like a monastery way up in the hills of, in the mountains of the Himalayas or something.
Exactly.
It's literally going to be anybody, and anybody can come and attend, spend a year or two, find themselves, and go back out into the world.
Wow, that's fantastic.
Like he's supposed to be in the community, isn't he, Sil?
Oh, exactly. We've been talking about this, Ryan. We've been talking about this exact concept. The city.
It's kind of futuristic. It's pretty.
It's Nobilia. It's the city of love. It's holistic city. It's it's all. You asked Donna about this. Donna's been having this. Her whole life has been around this conception. It's just really magic, and it's what Nobilia is all about. It's exactly the same concept underlying in the abstract. It is the whole planet is the school of nobility. Remember from the first chapter. And that's the point. It's all a school. The community is a school for personal development, growth, spirituality, etc. Very magical. Just by the by, where is this convent?
Oh, it's literally like
Oh,
4 blocks from my house where I'm at.
oh wow, it's right where you are. I wasn't sure if it was where you currently living or where you previously lived. So okay, I wasn't sure.
Where I previously lived.
Wow. Okay, so Ryan, just by the by, when you have some time at some point, maybe go and take a few pictures from it, a little short video. Be interesting to.
No. I'm getting so jacked up right now. Listen, just the magic of how I got to live next to it. It was from that vision I had when I met that guy in Walmart, the connectivity, dude. And then I went to his church, and the guy who owned it went to church there. And I met him there, and he said, hey, he asked all these people, do you want to live in this house? And nobody wanted to live there. And I was the last person he asked. And he's like, hey, do you want to come live in this house? And it was junky and all this, and I had to fix it up. And I'm like, okay, cool. And I fixed it up, and we were living right next door. And I said, Janelle, this building is set up like literally the universe made this building for what we want to do.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying?
Wow. Yeah. But now it's taking on a deeper significance to it. So.
Oh, it's so much deeper.
Wow. Donna, where are you, Donna? We need you for this conversation. But I'm busy with stuff.
Anyways, and I'm like, man, we're right in the middle of the United States, and people could fly into the airport, and there's a metro link that drops people off like 2 blocks away from this place.
Wow. Wow.
Wait, where in the United States are you?
Belleville, Illinois.
You're
So
in Illinois.
it's almost right in the middle of the United States.
Okay, because I'm in Nebraska,
I'm
and
in southern Illinois.
okay, cool. You're
So
not that far
Nebraska's
from me.
not too far away.
No, you're not.
What, 8 hours, 10 hours?
About 8.
Yeah.
Yeah, because holy cow, I had no idea you were that close.
Oh, yeah, I'm not that far away from Nebraska. I almost went and played football there. So
See?
I went to Iowa instead.
The Sooners, okay, that's cool. That's okay. You know, I hold nothing against you for that. I love Iowa.
Yeah. We're all free to make dumb choices, right, Sher?
Well, actually, yeah, when it comes to football right now.
That's why. That's a profound football joke. It's totally a college football joke. Right, exactly.
Yeah, it probably follows football still, so we have no room to talk in Nebraska right now, right?
Your program used to be good.
Used to be. Right now, we go through coaches right now, kind of like, the weather changes in Nebraska. Wait an hour, it'll change.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
check this out, man. I know. I don't know if I'm getting off topic or not.
Nah, there's no such thing. There's no such thing. It's all appropriateness. That's the topic. So if it comes, it's appropriate.
This building has been up for sale since, or it's been empty since 2013 because the church I was going to was having their services in this building. But
wow.
They left and bought another building, so it's been empty since 2013. But the owner, he's put so much money into it, like done all this. And there's a fire alarm system, so literally people could go stay overnight in this place.
Wow, Ryan, invite the owner to one of our Zoom sessions and let's talk to him about this.
Now, here's the only thing. His name's Mark Tischer, and I know the guy personally. He actually helped me start that business. So
wow.
I got a really deep relationship with him. But here's the thing. He's really religious. Let me just put it
okay. Okay.
He's like a
zealot.
He's almost like a Seventh-day Adventist type.
I got you. Okay. Well,
he says if you don't observe the Sabbath, you're going to hell and stuff like that.
Right. Okay.
You know what I mean?
I got you. So it have to be bought from him then, not as him as a co-partner then. Okay.
Well, no.
Oh.
No. This is how magic works.
All right. Oh, sorry. Excuse me for assuming. Sorry. My bad.
But we got to use diplomacy here too.
Yeah.
That's how you turn enemies into friends. Okay.
Okay.
And the universe can use people who seem like an enemy to actually do good for us.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So, the building's still for sale. And this guy, his other businesses kind of went down the tubes. This just got brought up this week where the other buildings, the people that were in them and renting them out are gone. So he's kind of like, and I'm not saying I'm trying to take advantage of this, but he's in like a tight spot right now.
Right. So it might be more flexible in terms of usage.
And one of the houses that he sold, or that someone was renting, the husband died, so they have to move out. And so he's in the spot where if someone came in and was like, hey, you know, this and this and that, whatever, could we use it for this or that? Like, I know he would be open to it.
Yeah, yeah.
All that to say is, I literally have a perfect spot where we could open the first a new university in a physical location.
Wow, 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 wow.
That's all I'm saying. And this is like,
Only 50 weeks.
this is magic stuff happening right here.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah.
Magic.
And I have an actual magical idea of how to fund it as well.
Okay.
Yeah. It can become self-funding. We'll get into it another time. You know, again, soonest opportunity you have, Ryan, go and take some pictures, take some videos. If you can go inside, you know, how many rooms, just all the details of it.
You can look it up.
Even better. Well, I should have thought of that since it's for sale. Duh.
Well, it's not for sale anymore, but there's still pictures on the internet.
Gotcha. There's always pictures on the internet.
1026 North Douglas Avenue. That's all you got to Google.
All right. Oh, well, in Belleville, Illinois.
But anyways.
Okay. 1026 Douglas Avenue.
North Douglas. And it's called the Ursuline Sisters. That was the nuns. And it's facing east, so that's kind of cool, I think, because, you know, the nuns always built their buildings facing east.
Oh, I did not know that. That's really cool.
Why? Because the sun rises in the east.
Right.
There's also another reason
That's
why.
a cool fact.
Another reason why, Rachel?
Go ahead.
Yeah, because north, south, east, and west are all paganistic things, and Christianity is rooted in paganism, and the east is where you find new discoveries and new horizons.
Yep.
There you go. There you
That's why
go.
the sun rises. With every new sunrise, the previous day burns away and purification.
Exactly. Yeah, you understand it. Yeah.
It's because I do the whole north, south, east, and west thing. The way that it was explained to me is if you look at north, south, east, and west. North, fire, air, water, air, earth. What was the other one? Spirit, I think it was.
Ether. Yeah, ether. Yeah.
The same kind of thing.
All right. Yep.
So
Yeah,
that's
that's
what
like,
the pentagram basically symbolizes.
yeah, I was about to say the pentagram that Christians call evil.
No, the very
Really?
pinnacle of the pentagram is supposed to be where spirit is, and it's supposed to connect you to all the
The elements.
and then to connect you to spirit, because you can't connect straight to spirit without connecting to each element first.
I get it.
I love this. I love this. Most exciting. But on the same token, 2025. Since we're kind of segueing into more specific stuff, just to make the Facebook Live not so long, I'm going to end that right now.
Oh, okay.
Just appropriateness. Beena, are you still here, magical person? Before I end the live, I want to hear if you have a takeaway on the story. Beena? Hopefully.
Oh, yes, I'm here.
Brilliant. Just before I end the live, Beena, I know we digressed some in all sorts of stuff which is magical, and I love the digressions, but I just want to come back to your take on the story.
Okay, because my network was really disturbing.
I know.
I heard that story before, so I was just listening and tried to listen what you guys are right now discussing, and it's amazing. It's really amazing and magical.
Yeah.
I don't want to share because I can't actually share right now. I take away about the story.
Oh, wow.
So I'm just here, trying to be here.
Wow. So I would take it then the story had a profound effect on you, yeah? Beena? Oh.
She muted her.
Maybe she's just...
Oh, yes. I'm here, but there are a lot of disturbance here, so I'm muting myself.
We don't hear any disturbance. It's very quiet, actually. I don't hear anything from you, so...
Maybe she can't talk around certain people or something.
All right, no problem, Beena. As appropriate as always, everything always as appropriate. So no problem.
And Ryan, this is something really amazing and magical.
Oh, I know.
Wow, cool. All right. On that magical note, I'm going to end the Facebook Live. So we continue chatting, of course. And anybody wants to join us, you're more than welcome. The link is there. This isn't just for people in the Way of Impeccability program. When we do these readings of the stories that coming onto Zoom, it's absolutely open to anyone. I should have said that right in the beginning, but anyway, for next time. So. All right, see you next time. But if you want to continue chatting, come join us. We're more than welcome. We welcome it. So, okay. All right, that's all. They are ended the live stream. So it's very simple. No big fanfare. But it just, otherwise that video becomes very long to watch, you know. So, I mean, I love our discussions, but it just so the practicality of it makes it too long, you know. And then the upload time onto YouTube and stuff like that. So, so Ryan, I'm gonna share the screen of that in a second here of that story. Just getting all the Facebook, you know, squared away. You gotta refresh that page and everything. So, but I did pull up that that listing, you know. So, where did it go now? There we go. 1025 Douglas Avenue, Zillow. Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, 1026 North Douglas.
Yeah, all right. I'm putting up the listing on the RE Max's listing.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see. Well, we can look at it together.
It's kind of like tan brick. You'll see.
Yeah, I'm waiting for it to load.
But
Oh,
that's not a good picture.
Wow, that's not a good. Is it this big building over here?
No, it's back in the woods.
Okay. So.
No, it's kind of hidden here.
Right.
I think we're going the wrong way. Can you zoom out?
Yeah. Oh, I didn't realize I could just scroll to zoom. So okay.
What here?
I would.
So look at right where the hand is. That's it.
Yeah. That's what I figured. Wow. I like that. All
the comments are like kind of hidden. So it's
I
kind
like that.
back in the woods. But it's in the city. That's what's so cool. It's like downtown Belleville, which is like right down here. I live right here. Oh, you can't even see where I'm
I can't see your mask. Yeah, that's fine. So from this here, do you live north, south, or west, east or west? Which way?
Just east, southeast, just a little bit.
Southeast. So somewhere over here.
Yep. And down, literally, the fountain is to your left. Go left. Left more. Right there. Oh, right a little bit. You see, there's like a cross right there. There's a. Go down to the left. Go to the left now. Right there. That's the fountain. So that's the middle of Belleville where all the.
Oh, wow.
They're expanding, and it's becoming a big deal recently. So they're about to start dumping a ton of money into Belleville, and it's got one of the best downtowns, main streets in the United States, in the top 10.
Wow.
Which is pretty neat. So the addition of like something like this, so close to downtown, and the train drops you off like 2 blocks from it, and it goes right to the airport. So the access to it is like perfect. There's like 100% access. Anybody in the country could come here easy.
Wow.
Close to downtown. It's secluded, but in the city. Like, to find a property like that and like set up with 13 dorm rooms.
That's what I wanted to hear. What it's got involved in on it. Yeah.
It's about 12,000 square feet. Okay.
Wow.
This is stupid. This doesn't say anything. Anyways, it's 1026. That's why. You're at 1025. Anyways, yeah, it's 1026 North Douglas, but it's a 12,000 square foot building. It's got a full-on commercial kitchen, right? Huge commercial kitchen, a huge pantry, a huge conference room. It's got a full working elevator. It's got a big giant dining area in the downstairs where you walk in, and then you go with bathrooms and all that kind of stuff down there. And then you go upstairs, and there's a huge meeting room, right, where you could have teachings and all that kind of stuff. And then there's kind of like a little room behind that. Then there's a nursery type area with and then a baby nursery kind of type area with a kitchen up there and a bathroom. And then across the hall, along the whole backside of the property, there's 13 dorm rooms. Okay.
Wow.
And it's where they took care of old nuns.
Yeah.
Why they built it was it was like a hospice for old nuns to take care of them while they're old and sick. So it's like a hospital almost too. So like
right.
All set up where people, and the church I was going to spent all $25,000 on putting in a fire alarm system, new windows, setting the whole thing up where people could stay overnight.
Nice.
Like, there's a picture of it right here.
Wow. So this is the picture of the dorm rooms?
The dorm rooms are on the back side. This is the big, like, where they had church services.
Oh, wow. It's pretty modern. I was expecting it to be older. You know, convents usually older buildings. So.
Oh,
what's this place called?
What's that?
What's this place called?
Ursuline Sisters property. It was an old nun property. Nuns lived there.
Ursuline Sisters with a U or the E?
Yeah, with a U.
The U. Ursuline. Wow.
But anyways, yeah, 11 apartment dorm rooms. It's actually 13.
Wow.
But they said 11 because the 2 on the ends could be whatever. But it's set up like a school, or like literally no one's bought it because you can only use it for like specific stuff.
Right.
Like a small school, a retreat center, or whatever. Like exactly what I would want to do. Like that building's like ideal.
Oh, exactly.
Special purpose.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I wonder why it's not for sale anymore. Do you know?
No, it is. So I drove by the other day. This is the magic. And the for sale signs were down. But Mark, the owner, the guy I know, he made up his own. He wasn't paying a real estate company anymore.
He's for sale by owner now. Okay.
Right. So basically, you have to contact him if you want to lease it or rent it or.
Right.
Now I will tell you this: he did let me buy the other house on the property when I lived there, bond for deed, so I didn't have to go through a bank.
Wow. Okay. That's in other words, direct owner financing. In other words.
He did that with me because he liked me.
Wow. So what? So you own a house on this property or not anymore?
I did, but then I transferred it back to him when I moved to California.
Oh.
So he could, because it was bond for deed.
Gotcha.
Like I didn't own it fully yet. You know what I mean? Because
Right.
You don't own it till you pay it off.
Yeah. But and then when you can't do it anymore, you just lose the rights to ownership, and it just gets treated as rent.
Yeah.
So, okay, I got you.
So he's renting that out to someone else. But if someone came in and wanted to use it for like a good purpose, you know, he's the type of guy who would be like, "Oh, okay." Well, he would work with you. He's
Yeah. So beside this main property, what other buildings are on it? There's this house, which is a 3-bedroom, 2-bedroom, what?
When Mark bought the whole property. There's 2 main houses, big houses, okay? That both have like 4 or 5 bedrooms, 2-3 bathrooms apiece. They're big. And then there's the little house that I bought. That was where the priest actually lived. So I was living in the priest house.
In the rectory, right?
Yep. And that was a little tiny 900 square foot house, 2-bedroom, 1 bath. You know, just a little cozy house.
Yeah.
And that's right next to it. So there's a big house on the street. There's a big brick house, which is the main house next to the giant building. And then there's a little priest house on the back part of the property.
Wow. So beside the 13 dorm rooms and the conference center and the kitchen, there's also 3 other houses.
Yep. And then and it was a package deal. He bought it all. Plus, there's 12 acres there of woods. All those woods, the acreage.
Yeah. For future.
It's right in the city. And what's cool is there's another property on the west side of Belleville that's very similar. It's being used, but like it's kind of like losing traction, whatever they're doing there. So eventually that would be open. Like convents are literally set up for way of the New U University.
Oh yeah. Oh, absolutely. Oh, totally. Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm just looking for more photos. With you know, only saw the one, so
There
I'm just going through the various listings or the old listings. You know, so
there should be some more photos.
yeah, you'd think so. Yeah, yeah.
That's the parking lot. See, that's one of the houses right there, with the big roof.
Let me just clear all of this stuff here. Yeah, there we go.
That's a house where your hands on, and then there's another house down more right there. It's covered with the trees.
Yeah, I'm trying to get it. It's not making the picture large. Okay, let me see.
But yeah, and then there's the main. See, there's the green roof. See the green roof house?
Uh-huh.
That's one of the houses, and then with the tan roof. When you go up, no, not those.
Oh yeah.
Yep. And then the big building is up.
Right. Right.
And then the little tiny house on the back you can't see because it's covered by trees.
Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Okay. So this house and these houses don't belong to it.
No, that's not. There's an alleyway right behind those houses where the property line ends, right there.
I see. Okay. I got you.
And then all those woods backing up to that park. There's a creek with a park right there.
There's a creek that. Wow. And this is a park here?
Yeah.
Wow. So you got a creek at the edge of the property?
Yeah, exactly.
And okay, so this property then comes. I'm assuming these houses are not part of it. The property line is kind of
It goes up to the back of those properties.
Gotcha. So where my hand is going, that's kind of the property line here now. Yeah.
Yeah, in the creek, in the roads. Yeah.
Right. So we're seeing here. Let's scroll in a bit more. So we're seeing this is one house that belongs to it. This is the other, second house, and then the priest's house is where?
It's just to the right of the edge of the back of that big building, but you can't see it because the trees are
right. So somewhere over here, then.
Right there. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow. Very cool.
But
this is very magical.
It's got a parking lot and the Metro link. You could see it when you zoom out. Zoom out from there a little bit. So zoom out more. So if you look. Zoom in a little bit.
It doesn't give me incremental zoom in. It just jumps big like this. So
scroll up north a little bit. Scroll up north.
North.
Yeah. So see where it says Metro Bike Link trail?
Right. Yeah.
That's a Metro Link. It comes from the airport and literally the station and the stop 2 blocks away.
Okay. So the stop is where?
Go the other way.
Oh, other way. Okay. So the stop is down here somewhere, Belleville Station. Okay, I got you. All right, so yeah, that's just 2 blocks away. I got you. Very cool.
People flying in, say, for a week-long seminar or a spiritual retreat that might be getting hosted. They're right there.
Right, exactly, and yeah. I mean, you can either come pick them up here, or they can walk. Take a.
Or if you had like a little shuttle bus, you could drive your little shuttle bus down there and grab.
Right, exactly. Wow, very cool. Very cool.
And I live, see East D Street, see that road, East D Street?
Yeah.
That's where I live. Here, you can zoom in, you can see my house, actually.
Oh man, you'd have to move into that compound easily.
What's that?
I said you'd have to move right into the compound.
Right. We don't want to call it a compound, though.
Well, you know what I mean.
Yeah, the property. We just say property.
Okay, wait. My house is
estate.
right there.
Oh, Olivia says the estate. Yes.
Right there where your hand's at. That's my house.
This one here?
Just to the right of it.
That one there?
Nope, the one in between those two. Right there.
Oh, okay. We can't see most of it then, I assume. Yeah. Okay. Well, hello, Ryan. Hello, Janelle. Hello, family.
So that's not too far away from.
No, it's not, because if dang it doesn't let me zoom with the mouse. I have to click here the zoom to zoom out. So yeah, you're pretty close. Let's see, East D Street. There's the property. So you just go up. You go from East D. You go B. Well, D. So this is D Street here, right?
Yeah.
And you go and then you go up. So you're like 1, 2, 3. You're like 5, 6 blocks away. Yeah. Wow, that's really cool, man. That's really cool.
But anyways, man, this is something that could really happen. Like,
oh yeah, and I absolutely. Ryan, one of the magical weird things that I've always known was something to come for later is that I've done some Airbnb consulting.
Yeah.
You know, and I got really into it. I have this, I call it the 1,001 spreadsheet points of things to do. It's actually more than 1,001 points. I don't know. It's, you know, to set up your Airbnb, how to, you know, make it really good, and how to, you know, list it and all of this stuff, how to manage it, all the stuff. So everything you want to know about Airbnb, all on the spreadsheet. And I helped a couple of people on doing this. And Sher and I were speaking about this a little bit too, in case that was the direction Sher wanted to go. But nonetheless, here's the point, that because of this understanding and you know, this connectivity, developing some expertise in Airbnb, this property can be financed via Airbnb.
Oh yeah, easy.
In other words, you know, you go there and you know, like for me, I can go live there, Olivia and I, and like live in the priest house or whatever, and then you rent out the dorm rooms, and you rent out those other 2 houses. And to get this going, now this becomes the way to fund it. And you do all of your stuff, and people come stay there via the Airbnb, and it's all paid for out of that, right? So it becomes a very self-fulfilling, simple thing. And of course, from our point of view, okay, you know, somebody comes and they can't afford to pay to stay there, fine. You know, we just give them a discount, or you stay free or whatever. You know, so I'm just saying it gives that flexibility. But now the project becomes very easily funded.
Oh yeah, and Dr. Wilson, because the way of impeccability, a new university, I remember talking about integrating Dr. Wilson's development.
Exactly.
You know, because I think there should be multiple courses and things.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's why it's a university. It's not just one thing. Absolutely.
Anyways, he offers like scholarships to some people. So I think, you know, it would just be like a school. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. That's the point. And then you come, you do a workshop, you stay longer, you know, and again too, you know, like we do today, like the workshop we're going to have. That's, it's a 2 hour for half of it. And okay, you know, it usually goes 3, 4, sometimes it goes 10 hours. Like with Miles, he was here for 10 hours on day one. And then it morphed into more. But the workshop is something you do. It's really appropriate in person, because we have, you know, worksheets and things that you do. As you can see, I was printing them out earlier. It's like a whole big thing that we do. It's nice in person because of the actual physical worksheets. But it can be done online. But once people come and do it, then they do the more stuff online, and you have the universities not just in person, but online. So you come, you get the connectivity, and then you go and do more online as a.
Well, that's how they're doing it now anyways. You have a physical. Exactly. But this whole thing can be funded for the ideal of the greatness that we're doing through the Airbnb. And because you have the conference center there, and it's quite big. So you got to see this, Olivia, just this whole thing that we're talking about here now. I don't have a picture. Ryan, you're going to have to go and take pictures, because this is just where it's at. This is 6 blocks away from Ryan's house. It is this property, he knows the guy. Listening. Oh, you heard most of it. Okay. So this is not an ideal picture here, but
enjoying his magical story about
the way that it all came together, though.
Did you hear what Olivia says, Ryan?
No.
Oh, we like to see such rare gifts of seeing you, Olivia. She was saying she was enjoying your magical story of the 7 years.
It is magic. I already know that.
Wow. Just huge.
Hello, Olivia.
hello, who's that?
Hello. Yes.
Yes. I'm pleased you're saying hello. Beena's been having, you know, her internet this time of the day tends to be a little cockeyed sometimes, or when the wind blows. But so I'm pleased that you say. We're waiting for Beena's camera. I want to just.
Oh, yes.
There we go. You see, we can get to see. It's a rare treat. I share your enthusiasm, Beena. It's a rare treat when we see Olivia. But this is a very magical thing.
All of this to say, if you guys want to start a school, that's what I want to do.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We've had this idea for the longest time, Beena. It's the whole Nobilia living in application, and it connects to Donna and her vision of the city of love. And there's just a moreness to this that's a bigger thing. And I always knew that me developing, and Olivia too, our expertise when it comes to Airbnb, as okay, it's not total, but it is substantial. We really got into it, and that it's going to come in some way, in some handiness that is a moreness to it. I always knew there was a moreness to it. And this is how I see this project being workable. is that all we need to do is get on board with the owner and say, hey, we want to rent the space for you. We want to turn it into Airbnb, okay, and rent it from that point of view. And then even like you said, the buy to own thing, like you did with that property, then it can pay for itself. We can actually end up buying it and take it from there, which is very magical. And he already knows you and he knows what it's about. And if we explain to him what the project is, I have a feeling that he'll be on board with it too.
Right. And the city of Belleville, other people tried using the property for other things, and the city shut it all down.
Wow. Like for what did they try and use it for?
Oh, for like mentally disabled people, like housing to take.
Wow. Wow. Why did they shut it down? You have any idea?
Because it's for us.
Oh, I see. Okay. There you go. I hear you.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Magical.
No.
Literally, the universe will tell you things sometimes, and when it tells you something that's the truth, you know it, and like you're just like, oh yeah.
Why? Gotta listen. Gotta pay. That's and this is what we were talking about earlier. The entire story that we were sharing, which is anomalies, is that hey, when the anomalies come, you got to pay attention. That's just the whole thing here. So.
Well,
it's anomalous that this building is available. It's anomalous that it's so close to you. It's anomalous that it's so perfectly appropriate in everything that is what we're looking for. It's just unbelievable,
This, if I could tell you from beginning to end, this whole story, the whole thing's magic. The whole thing.
Oh yeah. And beside the Airbnb funding, because that could fund the running costs. There might even be just from a bigger thing in terms of people that Donna knows that may just come and finance the purchase of it outright.
I don't know, and I don't even care. It doesn't matter to me because I know it's going to happen in a magical way, and we're all going to be like,
yes, exactly. I'm just saying, I'm just putting it from an intent point of view, because yes, we can do the buy. I'm already seeing the practicality of this. I see there's a path that it can happen very decidedly, both in the purchase, the buy to own, and also in the maintenance of it, and all of this because of the Airbnb connectivity, and also our workshop, the one that we were going to have earlier today. That is done via Airbnb experiences. So the two work hand in hand. So not just but like for instance the holistic workshop. You list it as an Airbnb experience, so it all ties together. Okay, Sher does spiritual sewing. I'm just saying, for argument's sake. Sure, I'm just throwing stuff out there. But I'm being really real though. You can really do spiritual sewing. It really can be a something. So you combine. You just start to bring the abstract into the mundane. And I have another friend who does like collages, and
crafting.
Any
crafting can be connected to spirituality. Any crafting.
Oh yeah. Like I got a buddy. They do classes on spiritual art where they do painting.
Right. I thought you were going to say spiritual construction.
You could do that too.
Hell yes, you can. And I have a skill that I could teach when it comes to construction. I can teach you how to hit a nail with one shot. That's it.
Yeah, but
always when I nails into wood, like one shot only. There's no bang, one shot. But anyway, I was just being foolish a little bit, but it really is a stupid skill that I have. but you can do spiritual construction. You can do anything.
I'll just tell you, Belleville, in the past 5 years has grown so much, and they're about to put a ton more money into it. And Airbnb has become a big thing because all down on Main Street, they created all these writers' lofts, they call them, like cool.
Wow.
These old buildings, and they do all these Airbnbs with them and stuff.
You bring in another course which I have kind of ready to go. It's called all for writing. Writing workshops and how to write and all of this. And it's very huge. So.
Belleville actually is an up and coming spiritual community, and it's just beginning right now though, because it's not advanced like Sedona and some other places.
Right.
We have one of the largest outdoor art fairs. No, the largest outdoor art fair in the world.
Wow. Now that's magical, Ryan, because yes, Sedona is known as a spiritual center, but also it's kind of got a woo-woo vibe to it, in terms of
No, here it's more grounded.
exactly, which is more where we're at. We are actually a little bit out of sync with a typical Sedona thing, where you come and you craft your fairy rod and stuff like that.
Well, they're
Right,
where
and there's commercial spiritualism in Sedona, which kind of pulls it down a little bit. It's like,
I'll tell you this. Here, just not far from here in Collinsville, like 10 minutes away, there's an energy vortex there, and that's where the largest city of Native Americans lived in the United States.
Wow.
They're called the Mississippian Indians, and they live right on the Mississippi River. And there's huge mounds. They're called the Coquia Mounds.
Right.
Pyramids were and everything right here.
Yeah.
Right close to us.
Wow.
So there's a huge spiritual connectivity here to the Native American.
Excellent. Excellent, because the way of impeccability has a very decided connectivity to the Native American.
Can I just interrupt everyone for a moment,
please. Always, Rachel. Always. Just shout.
I've just had an argument with my mum. I need to go.
Oh, okay. No worries. We'll get back to you, Rachel. We're here all day. So always we're available. Always.
Okay.
All right. See you later.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, Rachel.
Bye, Rachel.
Take it easy, Rachel. Yeah.
Anyways.
Oh, yeah.
All I'm saying is the reason why I came back here from California, there was only one reason. This girl that I know, she never calls me. And she calls me on the phone. And I'm like, what the hell is this girl calling for? I haven't talked to her in like 15 years. And she's
No, I want to just see Beena.
She's like, Ryan, this area is going to be the new Mesopotamia. And I'm like, what?
Wow.
Like, what are you even talking about? Because it used to be like the hot spot in the United States geographically. Like it was the biggest city in the U.S. Okay.
Oh, this is back in the day now you're talking about.
Yeah, the Native Americans. It was the biggest. Strategically, it's right in the middle. It's by this huge river that runs right through the United States. And it used to be like Mesopotamia for the United States. That's what it was.
Yeah.
It's going to be the new Mesopotamia. And I'm like, okay, I don't see it right now, but whatever. And so things just worked out. I came back and dude, I'm just saying, all I'm saying is the magic that's happening.
I hear you on the magic. And Ryan, I say, I hear you on the magic. And more importantly, Olivia hears you on the magic. And that's because your energy and stuff like this, Olivia's magical energy is just really magical. It's really profound. It's a very big deal. So
the way everything connected this week, like just the way the little anomalies that happened this week, things that were the emphasis that was happening.
Yes.
It wanted me to talk to you about this. It wants me to reach out to Mark, even though I don't know how or when or whatever.
We'll figure it out.
I mean?
Once you have the intent, then the rest follows. So, Ryan, I want to speak to when Donna comes, when she connects. I messaged her, and I know she's busy doing stuff because she was on earlier, and she said she had to go, life stuff. So, because this very, very intimately connects to Donna's vision. And I'm curious to have Donna see. So if you can get us pictures, this is very important because Donna's vision is a thing has been all her life on this. The city of love, she calls it, or city of joy, I've called it. So it's Nobility, it's all of it.
Joy, the temple inspiration.
Why?
Where people don't.
Why?
So much.
Why? Magical stuff.
Visions.
Right. So Donna is an integral part of this. And when we start to get more into it, I'm very keen to have Donna be a part of this. So it's very exciting. So in terms of details, there's a lot of stuff to think about and integrate and figure out. But absolutely, a new university as a campus. And
right.
Yeah.
And I feel like there's like a team,
right,
getting set up. Sher and me and Beena and you guys,
Donna.
You know what I mean? It's like all of us are kind of bringing all these unique skills,
Yes. 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 Yes.
That's the way the universe works. It brings people together
Oh yeah.
that have the same vision and mindset and goal.
Right.
To,
Right.
forward.
Right. And one part that you mentioned earlier that's very integral to both Donna and to us, it's that this is something that's open to everybody, and people come, people go, and that's it. You know, there's a freedom to everything, and this applies to both those participating and those that are operating. So.
That's how the ancient mystery schools work. And that's kind of like what we're going back into. We're not going back in the past. We're going. It used to be the future. Then we went into the dark ages, and now we're going back to the future. Literally.
Yeah, exactly. I was just about to say Back to the Future.
We're going back to the future. Yes. So that's where we're all headed, and that's our ideas of the future thing happening.
Ryan, my mind keeps rolling around because of I don't know right now. Just I'm not sure how. There's just all kinds of things that are going through it.
Share.
No, yeah, you know where I'm going. I'm in this state of fluid. I can go anywhere, do anything right now.
Exactly.
Our house is going up for sale. I don't know. And when you were looking, I know when you were looking and showing that area, I was just scouring it. Now I'm going to have to get the address and go and look it up and really plug that into.
Yeah, I'll give you the address. It's 1026 North Douglas Avenue.
But there's just something about it that I keep thinking, holy cow, is this what it is? Because
it is.
I've always had this idea in my head too, kind of like Sil and like Donna, that there's got to be some place that I'm supposed to be,
right,
where I will be of the most help and benefit to others, not just to me. I don't want to just live. I want to help others live. So. Yeah. Wow.
I'll put that address. I'll put that address in Facebook chat as well.
You know what's magical though? Your intent, my intent, Sil, Olivia, Donna, Beena, all our intents brought us together. See?
Yep.
Yes.
Yep. We are products of intent. Absolutely. And that's what kind of like really was a huge deal for Donna when she started reading the Biella series. She said, "Oh my goodness, this is the same as My City of Love. It's the same vision. It's the same thing. Yes, but it really connects to her in a deep, deep level because, of course, the entire planet is just the extension of this property now. You know."
Yes. And Sher, if you like old, like Victorian style houses,
yeah, I'm in love with the Victorian era period. If I could go back to it,
everybody's been fixing up all these old Victorian houses that are really beautiful, and we have brick roads. My roads are brick in front of my house.
Wow,
all these brick roads. You know, it's just cool. It's got like this classy Victorian, kind of like a Nobilia.
Wow.
Like the Biella with the frilly. Okay. You know, the Victorian era kind of had that sophisticated.
Right. Then yeah.
On the video that I posted today, it's not me on it. What I did is I showed what it looks like to customers going through my front door and what they're going to find. Because
wow, we've been waiting for this video for a long time.
It's on my page, and
I'm going to go there now.
It talks about trust, about how I have to open up completely to trust strangers coming into my home.
Wow.
And it's a reciprocal contract.
Wow.
I have to trust them, they trust me. Yeah. And that's something that I haven't really been aware of. I've been kind of grappling with, trusting myself. And it's like, I already do. And it just dawned on me today, I already do, because, I'm allowing people into my home and into my vulnerable space, my private space. Well, when you see the video, you're going to see a whole lot of the Victorian.
Oh, we're all going to see this video in a moment.
Yeah. Okay. So, and I, yeah.
Hold on, Sherry. Hold on. Just one moment. I want to get you all full screen, get you all connected. Okay. I don't know if you're going to be able to hear Sher or not, but you can just, if we can't hear Sher, you can just do the commentary live for us now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's too soft. So hold on. Let me just mute it here and hang on. All right, brilliant. So you just talk us through this show because we can't hear your original recording.
Okay, well, this is coming in through my front door, and this is right into my living space right there.
Victorian, right there, that lampshade.
There you go. And the Victorian wreaths, and the mirror is an antique. That sign was painted from my very first customer. She painted that for me.
Wow.
And yeah, look at the lady. She's very Victorian. So anyways, yeah, that's looking into, now when a customer comes in and they're actually going to go down the hallway to fit their clothing in a room that I have dedicated just for that, they see a whole lot more than
Yeah,
just
yeah.
they're now into my living space.
They see Sher. They see Sher. Yeah,
Yeah.
there's the tailor's dummy. Ah, Beena, sorry you're missing this, but you can watch the video. So
My father was a tailor.
Yeah,
He's-
so this
he's a
is coming
tailor.
down my hallway, and sometimes they'll see into my bedroom, and other times they won't. It just kind of depends on if my door is open. But here's the fitting room where they come in, change their clothes.
Wow,
And,
Sher,
um,
wow. Oh.
I've really been knocking out a lot of work lately, so I'm
Yeah.
getting down to
And
the
there
end.
we see Sher in the mirror. Did you know you were filming this? I love more Victorian, more Victorian. I love it. I love it. And
Yeah.
this is where you actually work. Oh,
This is my shop.
is that a bay window? Olivia asks.
Yes, it is.
Wow. Wow.
There's,
Wow. I love
yeah.
seeing people's workspaces. It gives me great joy. Oh, it just always so magical to see people's workspaces. And you see the artistry, you see the sophistication,
Now
you see
that-
the complexity, you see the moreness, and all of this is represented in what we've been seeing. I mean, yes, we you know, went quickly, but we see all of it. We see all of it. We see a pro, in other words.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, you know other people that do sewing. This is pro. This is pro shit right here. This is all pro shit. Yeah, Ryan?
Yes, it is.
Oh, yeah, it looks very good.
Very pro, very pro. We can see, man. Hey, this is pro shit over here. I feel like I know where I'm at. I'm at the professional, you know, a tailor, not the seamstress, a tailor, and that magicalness of a more. Somebody who really knows their shit. You know, that's very, very powerful.
Page up there.
Look at this. Look at this. Oh, super pro stuff, man. Yeah. And Olivia says it's more dressmaking. Yeah.
Yes. I'm
Yeah.
making a wedding dress right now, actually 2 of them.
Why? Why? Why?
One hanging up is almost finished, and then the one on the table is one that I had to fit today for a lady.
Wow. Wow.
I'm gonna have to have you make me a suit.
Oh, I make men's suits too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do a lot of custom suit making.
Yeah, I'd imagine. I'd imagine. Wow, I love this. I love this, really and truly. Now, if you need an advert for your business, right there. I'm just saying, if you move, for instance,
Yeah.
okay, you know, this is my previous place. It doesn't matter, but this is showing your professionalism. This is you can edit the video just slightly,
Well,
just on this part.
Literally, it's artwork, you know.
Oh, that's why I love to see people's workspaces, professionals. It's art.
It is. So the whole video was all about how I have to trust people coming into my home,
Yeah.
and I'm exposing myself to vulnerability and to their respect. And I've had some customers who treat me like I'm less than nothing because either A, I'm working out of my home, or B, they see me as just somebody who is going to sew for them. And they treat me with, you know, some disrespect sometimes. Well,
Used to.
Yeah, used to. Well, that part is I used to internalize that.
I
That's my
used to
level
cue
of
it, in other words.
Right.
Wow, look at that. Look at that. Is that your symbol?
Yes.
Whoa, that's a lovely symbol, Sher. That's
It's
really
D.
cool.
It's a capital D and a small D for daydreams.
Oh, you know what? I saw a needle with a symbol S on it for sure.
Yeah, that's what I seen. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I also saw S.
That's what
Wow. Wow. So just change it. Just a symbol with an S. What the hell?
Sure daydreams.
Yeah.
Oh, it could be both.
Or
Yeah.
yeah, exactly. Or Sher so dreams.
Cheers daydreams. Cheers daydreaming. Cheers daydreams.
There's daydreams.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
So anyways, that's the whole thing was just about, you know, how through awareness I discovered that, you know, I have trusted myself all along, because otherwise I wouldn't be letting people into my home
There you go.
to do this service for them.
Yeah, the self-awareness, and also that now that you have the trust, and also you know the awareness of queuing, and you have a self-trust and a self-respect, you're now going to queue that, and you're going to get a different reactivity from your customers, right?
Those pictures back there, those have been there. Those are taken just a few months before Larry transitioned. So I keep
Wow.
those up there. Well, because like a bad country song, I lost. I didn't lose, but Lulu transitioned. She was our dog, and then 2 months later, my
That's your
father
previous
did,
video.
and then a few weeks later, Larry did. So
Gotcha. Wow. That was really something to see. Sure.
you.
I wanted to say, before you were inviting, you know, when you went to a customer, right? They came to your door as a customer, yeah?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Now, I'm saying, if you go to your door now, and just as a suggestion or as a possibility, what would happen if you went to the door and opened it and invited them in as a guest?
Oh yeah, total different scenario today. That already
Different
happened.
vibe, different mood, different queuing.
It did.
You're inviting them in as a guest. And
Yes, and
as
it
a
did.
guest, there's a
And
different
there was
expectation to a customer. You're coming into my sanctuary. This is a precious privilege thing that I'm affording to you. It is a gift from me to you that I'm inviting you into my inner sanctum as
Yes.
a guest, not as a customer. You don't have any rights. As customer, yeah, customer's always right. No, they're always wrong, but that's me. But anyway, as a guest, though, you have a different set of obligations to a customer, right?
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
it's a gift from them to you, from you to them, that you're inviting them in. This is a matter of profound, sublime giftness. Yeah. So it changes the entire dynamic. Now people will be respectful, and, you know, you have a bit of, you know, quiet and humility because, hey, I'm in somebody else's profound space. And also when you communicate that, hey, you're coming into my inner sanctum, which is where I work. This is a very personal and private space, right?
Yes.
I mean, in some ways, it's almost more personal than your bedroom.
Yes. Well, yeah, and for a lot of ways.
Right, exactly. So that's what I'm saying. You know, just to, I'm stating the obvious here, just to
Yes.
bring it to the forefront of awareness, and to deliberately, when you greet people with that, all of this awareness, this when you say welcome, you know, as a guest to my home, you might not use the word guest, but, you know, when you say the welcome, it's built into the welcome, all of this deep understanding, right? And this
Yes.
profundity, this sophistication, this intent, this awareness, all of it is in there. And people take their cueing from us. That's it. You're in charge. This is your business. You're in charge, not them.
Right.
Always.
Well,
Right.
and the reason why I even mentioned, well, and to sidetrack, go back again, is why I even
problem.
mentioned the video is because when Ryan was talking about, you know, it has a Victorian flavor.
Yeah.
That's me. That's how I love things. I've got a very eclectic decorating sense, but always there's things in there that are from the past, and
Nice.
love my antiques. They're all from,
Nice.
you know, that particular
Nice.
era.
Nice.
But anyways, what I was thinking was, is holy cow, I'm in such a fluid state right now, Ryan, that, you know, you never know. Maybe the sale of my house and whatnot would be, I wish I knew what the timing was a little, you know, where you're at with it.
You know what? I don't even know. So,
Donna, Sher.
Yeah.
What Ryan has said is a manifestation of what Donna and us and Beena, we've been talking about in detail, in specific detail, talking about the physical implementation of the vision of the city of love, of Nobilia, in terms of a campus. And this is what I mentioned with you. I said, you know, maybe your house will be a spot like that. I don't know if you remember. So this is Ryan is just, you know, is the manifestation of this in the reality. So it's just unbelievable, you know. So we've been on this project for a while already.
So what we need to understand, this is just what I've been told, is we need to have patience.
Yes.
Because it's not going to be something that just happens super fast.
No.
It's going to be a process. You know what I mean?
Right.
And it's going to take time. You know what I mean? And this is going to be like, you got to think, this is going to be the first of its kind.
Yeah.
Anywhere. Exactly.
I mean, that's a huge undertaking.
Yeah.
So even educate people on what it is and what we're doing.
Why?
It's going to be a big deal. So it's going to take time, and this is going to be the first one. But in my vision, these are going to be everywhere, all over the world.
Yeah.
There's going to be
eventually, right.
There's going to be new universities everywhere.
Why?
Just where it's going to go. Now, will I see that in my lifetime? I don't really know. But what I do know is I get to be a part of where it starts.
Yes.
Exactly.
And
Yeah.
that's,
Yeah.
you know,
Oh, very, 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 very exciting. Very exciting. A lot of magic. A lot of magic involved.
and I know just right around the corner, there's going to be we're just going to see it start happening.
Yeah. And that's the exciting part because of the entire thing. We've had this idea, and I've had this idea. Donna's had this idea. We've discussed a new university and holistic and all of this. But now in this particular property, I see an avenue for how it can be actually implemented very easily and how we can ease into it. So just really simple. All we need now is just an okay and a paperwork thing to get the logistics sorted out. Ownership, buying to own, somebody buying it as a finance thing and saying, okay, here you go. Yes, technically I own the property, but you guys can do with it what you want. And that's it. They like kind of subsidize us, a benefactor in other words. But now the thing with the Airbnb and doing the Airbnb workshops, experiences, right? Not workshops. They call it Airbnb experiences. And you can do any sort of thing with them. I mean, people have crafting stuff. You just have to go look it up. I mean, it's all whatever range. But there's a specific logic to the experiences. And what we do, like with holistic and let's say the sewing, spiritual sewing, and our particular workshops, the writing workshop, all of the stuff. They're all experiences and it all blends together. Now you have the traffic flow, you have the funding, and through that you can gradually start to build and expand on a new university, and a thing has momentum, it had legs. In other words, what I'm saying is, Ryan, there's a way that this thing can start today. Immediately. I mean, you have to be physically there, obviously, but that's also can start today. But I'm just saying there's a way to start in a very real way that I know works, and I have the expertise to make it work. And from there, it can grow and develop into more over time. But right now, I see precisely how it can start. And yes, have a lot of a new university right from the get-go, but also in a very real world, practical, simple way. And then it can develop into the moreness of whatever it's going to develop into. But I see the start. That's the point. Because a lot of things you don't see how it can practically start. You see the end point. Like Donna has the great vision, but there's not necessarily a practical start to it. Here I see the practical startness to it, which is very, very exciting. You know what makes it really special, Ryan? It's the 3 houses. They make a very big difference, and the fact that it has property for later on to develop potentially more buildings. This is huge.
Well, the property, it's kind of like on a big giant hill. It'd be hard to develop. I don't know.
Oh, would it be hard to build further houses on it?
Yeah, I mean, you could maybe build 1 or 2. You could.
Okay, well, that's enough. Just 1 or 2, or where the building is now with those dorm rooms to just extend it and like have another 13.
Oh yeah, you could.
Exactly.
Yeah,
right.
You could expand it. But
Ryan, Olivia asks, could you set up on the hill? Could you set up yurts? The Native American, the tent things. The big.
Yeah, you could do something if it was like on stilts, maybe kind of like.
Okay. Platform housing. Okay, perfect. Because I tell you what, right, when you have exotic buildings, they rent for a premium in Airbnb. So if you build tree houses, and I have a friend who's a fantastic builder, he's something special. And that house I showed you, remember, Sher, we were looking at it when we were looking at Airbnb, my friend's house that I said he built. That's my friend, right?
Yeah.
And he right, and he's one of his things that he's got a profound love for, and he built a fantastic tree house, is tree houses. He can literally build an actual house in a tree. So I don't know how big the trees are, but if they are big as trees, becomes something to do.
There's some of them that are big enough to do that.
Wow. Because he would love to, and he's been looking for something where, but this is for later. If we, where you start, you've got your foundations, you've got income coming in, and we can get financing and all of this if we need it, or our benefactor sponsors it. If we need to expand, you go into putting yurts and tree houses, exotic, because you got 12 acres and, build it on stilts, whatever.
Well, eventually too, those houses that are sitting, those 4 houses right in the front of the property, those used to be part of the property too.
So
you could just buy those out.
Yeah, they could maybe be reincorporated. There you go. Wow. Okay.
Anyways, this would definitely like be a good first
Step. Yep.
foundational start.
Right.
And then, okay,
Right.
now this one's like booming and going.
Right.
Then you
And-
just go duplicate.
Exactly. And that's what I'm saying. What excites me is that I've always had, all my life, I've had grand ideas and grand visions. And I know that they were viable. I mean, like one idea is literally, many of them, but like when I used to go to university, I used to drive in my VW bus, and I gave some of my friends lift, and they would give me 50 cents for fuel. Literally 50 cents was a big deal. But anyway, I would drive past the bus stops and I would see all the people, and I said, dang, here's an opportunity for this. And lo and behold, a couple of years later, you have the minivan taxis that they have in South Africa. I mean, you just go to the city center now, and you just go on the edges of the city center. You have literally miles of these minibuses waiting there for rush hour. And they're all like, a Toyota minivan, something like that. 12, 13, 14 people, and squash them in there. But it's a huge industry. So anyway, I had the idea, but you don't know how to get there because you don't have capital and all this. Yes, the steps are in place, even to the extent that you know the owner and that you've had a buy-to-own relationship with him. I mean, all the steps are so profoundly in place already. It's unbelievable.
I mean, I'll contact him today.
Right. So this is really huge. But I am keen to speak to Donna about this because she said the other day, she does know people that are potentially capable of financing such projects.
Oh yeah. I'm open to, I just want to be a part of it and kind of I want to be involved.
Exactly. And of course you'll be involved, so that's the thing, because then, if you have people, because, for me, when it comes to the technical paperwork and all that, hey, that's somebody else. Donna's an administrator in a legal office. She knows shit like that. So, and just to have it set up from the overview for the city, they want it set up professionally, all of that. Okay, man, I know where my expertise lies, and I in stuff like that.
As far as like building new buildings, we can like pour foundations and do stuff.
Exactly. And then my other friend Richard, he's also somebody that I know is in that space. Yes, okay. When it comes to physical stuff, hey, so again, you do where your expertise lies, and when it comes to the paperwork and dealing with cities and all of that stuff, that's not my bailiwick, and I don't want it to be either. Thank you very much. I know enough to know I don't want to be involved in that. Well, at least I'll be involved, but not. It's not my expertise, So to get this thing set up, appropriately, it's important, from a just a pure physical legality point of view, that you don't have problems long term, because we can go and do it casually through your relationship with him, but longer term, shaky. You know what I mean?
Right. And
so I'll speak to Donna. I'll speak to Donna about it.
Yeah, and I would say start out with the big building first. Doing all of them at once, it'd be too much. But with that big building,
actually, it needs all of them, Ryan, because they're sources of income.
Yeah.
Oh.
Needs them. That's what made it exciting, you see, because, okay, you have the building and the dorm rooms. That's a new university. People coming for a workshop, they stay in the dorm room. But the people renting the Airbnbs and groups coming, this is big money, you see. So it's income generation. It allows for salaries for those running the whole show, and for, like for me, I'll hopefully live on campus, and I'm in a position. Olivia and I, we need some transition spot. So now it becomes a matter of practical viability, because there's always admin costs and stuff involved, you see. So that's what those houses become, income sources. Yeah, exactly. Sure, you're grabbing the concept there. It's very exciting.
Yeah. Well, and I'm also thinking, golly, just not sell my place, but put it up for rent, Airbnb, that kind of thing. Just rent one of the houses from there.
Right, exactly. Yeah, Airbnb is very powerful. It's very magical. Plus, the Airbnb connection is when people rent an Airbnb, right, that in the space, then Airbnb will show them the Airbnb experiences automatically, right? So now you have this direct connectivity. Oh, I'm going to Belleville. Oh, yes, this workshop. Oh, my goodness. Oh, wow. Oh, and it all falls into place. So it's a greater connectivity as well. So, we don't just have this knowledge of renting Airbnb spaces specifically, but also of the experiences because we do it. And there's a particular logic to setting up experiences. Not like we have plenty of friends here in Sedona who want to do an experience and Airbnb rejected them. So they're pretty fussy with the experiences. There's a particular way you got to do it. Yeah, it's very interesting. Very interesting.
Interesting.
Yeah, because they want to keep it really special. They don't want to just corrupt it and have it be bullshitty and all of this. And people just want to, I want to sell shit. No, that's not going to work that way. They want a legitimate experience.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
One of the things I've really been thinking about too, mostly, is homeschooling of Caden, CJ.
There you go.
Just because, and we were talking about this, Phil and I were about the experiences in schools right now are just lacking so desperately.
God, yes. Oh God.
Kids are graduating with only a sixth grade education. Truly, I mean, they read now when they graduate. Our newspapers nationally are written on a sixth grade level.
I know. It's horrible.
That's it, sixth grade level. So we're not really educating our kids.
Yeah.
And with as intelligent as CJ is, I just keep thinking that homeschooling is, gosh, would that be something that is part of your vision? I mean.
Oh, hell yeah. Oh, I was just thinking to do an Airbnb experience of the homeschooling experience and to shift. I don't know. It just was an idea that come. Oh, so absolutely. I don't know if I've told you about Clara's class.
No.
Oh, I've got a whole book series called Clara's Class, which is part of the Biella series, which is about schooling, and it's about a particular school class. So, yeah, education is a very, very, very...
We're going into, this is a huge, if you look at like the arena we're going into, it's the education arena, and that's a huge marketplace, education. Huge.
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Wonderful on Shark Tank, he likes two areas that he likes to invest in, education and weddings. Because he said
and Olivia has real expertise in the wedding business.
And he likes funerals too, because he says all three of them never go away.
Right.
People always are doing those things.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If you're going into the education, you're talking about from kindergarten to PhD.
Right. Exactly. Absolutely. Yep.
The opportunities are endless once you get involved.
Oh yeah. And you see my name on Zoom here. It says a new you.
Yes.
I'm saying to Sher, right? That stands for a new you university.
Oh yes. Yeah, that part
Okay. But I mean, I just put a new you here, not the new you university.
Yeah, no, that's on the Way of Impeccability.
Correct. Right. Oh, right. You see the full name there, right?
Yep. Right. I think it's pretty cool.
Yeah, and it's you as in YOU and U for universe, of course. Yeah.
Exactly.
Right, and it's not a new, it's a new, which is like, the word anew, like things anew, like redone anew, in other words, right? So we are redoing the universal university. We are redoing ourselves, like it's you anew. You see what I mean?
Yep.
Like, as opposed to, like, you can say a new Sher, but it's Sher anew, which is, it's still Sher, but it's all anew. So there's a little bit of play in the word there. So also, it's Anu. If you pronounce it, maybe Beena might pronounce it, Anu, which is, Anu is one of the prototype gods that's like it's like one of the most ancient of gods, which is an umbrella god, which we know from which the other gods came. So it's ANU as well. So I don't know, just a little extra layeredness. I've got a whole post somewhere about it in all the different meanings. So anyway, I just like to have multiple meanings to think. It's very cool. It's very cool. I love it. And again, you could just say, like they would say, Nebraska U.
Yep.
Now, well, okay, the short form is a new U, as in a new university, but it's actually a new U university. There's that extra U. But you can just shorten it to say a new U. It works fine too. For U for university, U for you, universe. So yeah, it's exciting. Yeah. We like multiplicity in names like this. It's just a personal fun thing that Olivia and I have. So.
Well, Ryan, I got to tell you, your dream is it's absolutely amazing. It really is. I mean, it's going to happen. I don't know much about it, but I can just tell you.
And sure, that's the point I want to make here. That you keep saying, like Ryan's dream. Yes, Ryan's dream it's an amalgam of all of us's dream.
Oh yeah, it is. I was just saying specifically.
Okay.
No,
Right.
when he started out describing it. No,
Yeah.
I
I
understand.
mean, that's what makes it so magical, is that Rhyme had this dream independently of like an new university. Long before he knew me, he had the similar dream. And then, you know,
It was only part of it. It was like a little piece of it.
right. And then
Exactly.
it got extended. And then, you know, there's the Nobilia dream. And then Donna has the city of love dream, which has all of the stuff in it, different education, different restaurants, different eating, different dancing, different holistic health studios. Very specifically, she's had this. And actually, she might even be meeting today with somebody who she connected to through following up on one of the visions in her the specifics of in her vision or her dream, which was called Dragonfly Cafe. So she one day said, well, you know, I wonder if there's actually a place called Dragonfly Cafe. And she researched it, and lo and behold, it was like 6 hours away from her. She contacted the thing, and it was a long magical story. The person wasn't there. She kept calling back, and she didn't give up. She's very persistent, Donna. And eventually the person that she was talking to actually gave her the cell number of the owner of Dragonfly Cafe. And when she called them, they happened to be like in the city, like 20 minutes away from where Donna was. So she met up with this person, and they had this huge, profound connectivity. And then just this week, this person just kind of, you know, out of the blue, kind of contacted Donna, and they're actually going to get together. And that's what she might be doing right now, actually. So I'm just saying, you know, greater magic of things. But the way she imagined this Dragonfly Cafe, it's a very different thing. So the physical one that exists now has many of the elements that Donna saw in her vision, in her dream. So, you know, it's like it's coming into reality. So it just quite something magical and special. Yeah. And this is not the only person she's known and met, like the real life versions. She's met more of them, but she doesn't. I don't always know how to utilize it and how to take it further. I said, just wait, the time will come, you know. So who knows? You know, there's that cafeteria, and maybe this friend of Donna's, because the friend is connecting and vibing on the way of impeccability vibe, you know, deeper spiritual vibe. So maybe they want to come and do the cafeteria and stuff. Yeah, who knows? You know, I mean, we've been in the restaurant business too, Olivia and I. You know, so
if you guys wanted to do a cool restaurant downtown Belleville, man, is like.
Awesome. The restaurant business, it's not something I would go into unless the universe pushed me into it.
I'm just saying, if somebody wanted to.
Yeah. I'm just saying, we've had two restaurants. One was in a very busy place, like basically Manhattan meets Malibu. That's Sea Point, where we used to live, very special place. And then the other one was literally on top of a mountain. And just the two of us. It was the opposite of a very busy restaurant. But it was very magical and profound. Where the Bushmen were and all of that. We got long stories. Don't get me into my stories of all of that stuff. We'll be here for another couple of months. Just on those stories. We have lots of magical stories of magical stuff. So that restaurant story on the mountain is definitely an outcome of that. So very, very magical. But yeah, you know, I mean, I'm just saying we understand the restaurant business and or know about that, but not something that we personally would want to do. But certainly we understand how to do it, set it up, and all of that stuff, you know. But the vision in Donna's vision and also her friend's vision, it's a much different thing to a restaurant. It's kind of Nobilia concept of it. And it's where the eatery is a community center. And that kitchen that is here, it's basically where everything takes place. You know, it's the hub of everything. And you come in this kind of a library that's connected to it, a relaxed space, maybe a gaming room, stuff like that.
Check it out.
Yeah.
So right when you walk into the first level of that building, it's a big dining hall. Okay.
Yeah. That's
cool.
When you said that, Ryan, when you said it when you first told us about this, that's when I knew, here we go. It all started to fall into place.
Yeah, it's all connected together.
I could hear from what you were saying that this dining hall area, it's essentially the community hub center of the entire place.
There's the kitchen that's open into the
right, open kitchen.
There's even a platform and a stage where people could perform this or that or play music. There's you know, just
exactly. It's the entirety. You're not going here to eat. You're going here to interact. And so Donna and I were talking about the Dragonfly Cafe. This is a place where you go, and it's not like you sit at a table and you have a private conversation. No, it's a place where these Zoom sessions happen in that dining room. So when you come and eat there, right, even if you're an Airbnb guest, like us, we would be having the, a spiritual conversation, our way of impeccability conversations, whatever, and they would come, and it's open. You can participate the same way as it's just an in-person Zoom session. That dining room. That's the concept, that it is this. So you come there and you're going to be listening, partaking in a deeper conversation about learning, growth, personal development, perspectives. Yes, sometimes it's fooling it, like we go on our tangents and that. But essentially, the underlying is always this intent. Now, how cool is that?
Now, I'm just the building and the property, the possibilities, like what you're talking about, like, I mean, literally, this, whatever this thing is going to be, it's like, it's beyond a university. Well, it is a university. When I think of a university, there's dorm rooms.
Exactly.
Cafeteria.
Right.
I mean, literally, that's what a university is.
Right. Exactly. What it is, Ryan, it's an open community.
It's an open community. Right.
Built around a common love of learning. That's why it's a university. So it's an open university. In other words, it's a university, a universal university.
Now, and then, yeah, it's perfect, really. That's all.
Oh yeah.
But literally, I'm telling you, this building, the universe, this building was created for this.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. When you said it was a convent, then I knew right away it was appropriate.
Special. Just the women.
Oh, 1 second, Ryan. 1 second. Elivia says, me too. She agrees. The moment she heard it was a convent, she knew it was the right place.
Just the energy there. Like, I'm going to tell you, all the spiritual experiences I had when I lived on the property were amazing.
Wow. So, 1 second. Olivia, did you hear that Ryan actually lived on the property for a little while? Okay.
I lived on the property for 3 years.
Wow.
Before I moved out to California, which was a mistake. I shouldn't have ever left.
Wow.
Or it wasn't a mistake. It
No, it was just a magical detour.
Sometimes you have to leave something to know.
Like, in other words, California was your time in the desert.
Oh, it was a wilderness experience.
It was your time in the wilderness. Right. Think of it as that way. So that's very profound, because look, the time in the wilderness is a time of trials and tribulations, but they're also magically, spiritually profound.
Literally, we lived in a trailer that leaked in the freezing cold, growing mushrooms out of the carpet. My whole family was $0. Like,
I've been in that trailer too, with mushrooms growing out of the carpet, very literally.
Yeah. And that you learn a lot of shit.
Oh yeah, man. Oh, you haven't heard. Like, I don't even think you've heard 1% of the stories yet, but we'll get there.
Anyways, but the whole point is, the fact that it's still there, and it's still available, and like open, and the universe is just saying, "Hey, remember what your vision, remember what you want to do."
Yes, don't give up ever. And the other magical fact that it's delisted. Yep. And you said the sign fell down.
Oh no, literally, check this out. This is the craziest part. I drove by it and I only noticed it the one day, and I'm like, I'm like, the other sign's down, and Mark, I drove up to and looked at it, and he drew on it with a marker, and I'm like, oh wow. I didn't know he was just listening personally, whatever.
Wow. You see, it's all working out. It's all working out.
The next day, I'm like, hey, Janelle, I'm going to show you the sign that Mark made or whatever. And it was gone.
Wow.
Not like it fell on the ground, this or that. It was gone. So literally, it was there just for me. It was there just for me. Like, I don't even know if he put it there.
Wow. Ryan, what is the property, the entire thing? What is it for sale for? Just so I know too, and I talk to Donna in case she wants to talk to people that she knows who are potentially financiers.
The whole property, he bought it as a whole property, but now it's split up into parts, so you're going to have to piecemeal it.
Right. But I mean, the parts that include the 3 houses and the main building?
That's the whole property, but it got split up, so it's going to have to be bought. Like, the only houses you can buy together is the big building and the little preacher house.
The other 2 houses aren't for sale right now.
No, no.
They're owned by Mark though.
Only one of them, and the other one is owned by someone else. But see, don't worry about that. That's what I'm trying to say.
Oh.
That's when we start to worry.
No, I'm not worried. I'm just asking. Yeah.
The universe, whatever we need for what we need to do now, that's what we're gonna have.
Gotcha.
So all I'm saying is like the preacher house and the big building is available, and the White House is about to become available because the guy that lived there, he just died.
Ah, wow.
His
Okay.
wife and him got a divorce right before that, and she moved away. So now the house is about to be put up for sale.
Gotcha. And that's owned by Mark or somebody else?
It's owned by somebody else that I know personally that I grew up in church.
Oh, wow. Okay. So I'm just looking at this because Donna knows people that potentially could finance this. So I'm not looking at the minimum. I'm looking at the potential maximum.
Here's the thing. The one White House is about to come up for sale.
How much? More or less.
It'll probably be around 110,000.
Okay. Let's just say 120 plus or minus, just for leave a little bit of room there.
The big building, the last time I talked to Mark, this was years ago, he wanted like 165 for the big building.
Okay. Let's say 200,000 for argument's sake.
Pretty cheap. And he actually will probably want less. You could go less on.
Right.
And the little preacher house, 40,000.
Okay, so for the 12-acre property with the big building, the dorm rooms and the kitchen and the conference facilities, that and the preacher house, that's 200,000, and then let's say another 100,000 for the other house. So we're looking at 300,000. And then what about the other house that he owns?
Right. So somebody else owns that house. But they could be, they're young people and literally they have no kids. It's them by themselves. And I know the people and I've talked to them. And literally, if you came around and made a good offer, they would take you could buy them.
And that house is also worth what, more or less?
Like 125, I would say.
Okay, so we're looking at absolute maximum for all of the potential things that are available. The two bigger houses plus the preacher houses plus the big building with the dorm rooms. So all in all, with the total maximum and maybe some, let's just say 500,000 would cover it with
the whole thing.
Right. As a financing, because now you've got a little bit extra for potentially doing something more, fixing it up, whatever. I don't know. Just
you would probably need that 75,000 extra or whatever.
Yeah, I'm just saying it just gives you a little bit of fluidity and flexibility. Exactly. So we're talking $500,000. Okay.
Not that much money.
It's not. It's not at all. No.
But but do you need to have it all at one time? Maybe not.
No. Here's the thing why I asked too, because my friend Richard is in this position where he owns property, does stuff, and he was looking at buying properties to build stuff on, to build tree houses on, or to build other buildings.
Right.
So I could present. He might be interested in actually financing this.
I mean, yeah, that's without.
Yeah. So one thing I would ask you to do, Ryan, if you could ask Mark, just say, hey, I might have a potential buyer for you. I want to go and take pictures and a video. If that would be really cool to help, just walk around, take as many pictures of the property, all the different houses, even if it's just from the outside, but in all of it, just so we have some more data to work with.
Okay.
That would be really fun. It'd be a fun project to go and take pictures, wouldn't it?
Oh yeah.
There you go. Very exciting, man. I'm gonna go speak to my friend right now, actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, we're the last two. Okay.
Yeah. What's that? Yeah, we're the last two. Yeah. Well, you extra, your spirit is here with us, so I love it. So hello, Ryan Spirit. RC, we'll call it RC. We got Ryan and we got RC.
My grandpa called me RC.
Yeah. But see now, in sort of Biella language, that would be spelled ARCY. RC. ARCY, your name. You see, you'd become RC, and that would be your name, RC. And not RC, but RC, one word.
I like that.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
SEY.
Olivia says, as long as it's not RC, like this kind of RC.
Right. Maybe that should be my name.
Yeah, but that's Rhino with the Y. That's Rhino.
RC, they kind of both go together. Right?
Yeah, I know. That's why I was amused that Olivia said that. That's very appropriate, Olivia. Very appropriate. So, this is magical, man. So I'll get on this, and Ryan, and then we'll just kind of let it, like you said, patience. We'll just kind of let it chill a little bit and let the pieces fall together. Because I need to speak to Donna as well. She has potential finance. I need to speak to my friend's name is Richard, by the way. I don't know where he's at, but this might, because he's in California. Where did you go to in California, just by the by?
Oh man, we were in the Napa area.
Napa, okay. I love Napa. I grew up in the middle town that I grew up is the equivalent of South African Napa.
Well, we were on Monterey Bay.
And we lived in Monterey Bay for a while in Santa Cruz
Right
County.
next to Richard.
Right next to my friend Richard,
Oh,
yeah.
my aunt lives in Santa Cruz.
Right. Oh wow. So we had that saw the knife store and the leather store and the jewelry store and the gift store. They were in Capitola. Maybe you know Capitola? Yeah, Capitola Village. So the store was called the Outpost, and it was very famous in the area. You know, had the suit of armor standing outside of it and all that. So.
Yeah, my aunt lives out there.
Right. I mean, if she ever goes to Capitola 10 years ago, and she would know of that store.
Probably.
Capitola Village. Yeah. Sorry, Capitola Village. I am reminded to say specifically Capitola Village. Yeah, down by the beachfront, Capitola Village, the business center. Yeah.
We were everywhere.
What's that?
We were everywhere.
Yeah. All right. Brilliant. Okay. So you were in that area then too. Okay. Very cool.
Yeah, we were
at the time, it was the wilderness, though.
Yeah, we went, when we went up to the wilderness in Humboldt County. You know where Humboldt
Right. Humboldt, Bunny. That's Weed County.
Yeah, we literally were right in the Emerald Triangle between three counties.
Right. Where they grow all the weed?
Yeah.
Wow.
So when I did odd jobs, I got paid with $20 bills and bags
weed bills.
And bags of weed. They give me a trash.
Oh wow!
No, literally, this one guy gave me a trash bag full of weed.
Wow! I believe it. At that time, it wasn't legal, but now it is. Now it's like huge business. Actually, they have too much weed. It goes all over the country. I just saw a documentary about it.
Oh, you can't even give homeless people weed because they already got too much.
Right. But I always said this from when I was a kid. Now I'm not into weed myself. It's just horrible for me. But I always said, if you want to make this thing, really make it legal for fuck's sakes. Because when you start to grow it as a commodity, the price comes down like crazy, and people don't end up like I used to have an employee that worked in that knife store, right? And he would spend pretty much his entire freaking wage on weed, and then he had hardly anything left to live off because it was so expensive relatively. It's like, man, alive. Where, really it should be the price of lettuce or whatever. It should be that cheap, like ridiculous vegetables. They're very cheap. It's a commodity. It need not, it's artificially expensive, my point. So I said, make it legal, and then you bring the whole cost and the problem. And eventually they, of course, somebody figured it out. You're going to get taxes on it we didn't before and all of this shit. So it was bound to happen eventually. I'm pleased it's happening in my lifetime. It's one of those things that I always thought it's part of my extrapolation vision. And it's like, okay, finally happening, which gives me hope for the other things that I've seen coming, and they're coming. So part of it, like a new university.
Illinois made it legal last year.
So legal for recreation?
Not like California, but legal for medical, which was a big step.
Okay. No, California is legal for recreation now.
Yeah, they did that last year or the year before, I think.
All right, but not yet in Illinois, but it's medical in Illinois.
Yeah, it's a process to get it.
Right. So it's decriminalized, and they don't pursue it. It's, in other words, it's kind of halfway there. And if you go to court and you say, well, this is California, Washington D.C., for cracky's sake, why not here? Is there any reason why not here? Okay, technically it's the law, but come on, prosecute me on something which is okay everywhere else. What judge is going to give you a harsh sentence? It's not real, you know what I mean? So.
Right, exactly. So it's pretty much legal.
Right. Exactly. They just have to catch it. I know when they will eventually, when they realize the tax money from it.
Oh, yeah. And
that's the thing that changed it. And the guy in the governor at the time in Colorado was really smart. He said that the taxes from this are going to go directly into education. That was the thing that sold it. Oh, it's going to education. Oh, it's going to educate. And then there were real benefits in the education. And then this, it just became
I
self.
guess get involved with the education business, huh?
Exactly. But it was very smart. It was very smart of him to do that, because just from a PR kind of just your advertising of it was very, very, very genius calculation.
Eventually you can see a new university will be government funded, will be like a state type
Could be.
university.
Yeah.
Well, because the government's going to change too.
Oh yeah, oh absolutely, oh yeah. That's the whole thing with the Nobilia and the whole point of it. Absolutely, because keep in mind, in the greater story of the new nobility, Nobilia is just a planet, and they're part of the agglomeration. And the next chapter comes into which next week is the agglomeration and how that which is like the Federation of Planets or like the federal government. And Nobilia is just a state. You know what I mean? So Nobilia is kind of like Washington D.C. in a sense. It's a special enclave thing. But they're very instrumental in the agglomeration. They're like the diplomatic corps, because they are, people respect them, and because integrity is such a big thing of them, and the openness and the capital D diplomacy. So they serve a greater role. But there's more. It's a long story. But anyway, so it's just exciting. So in the same way as you say that things go bigger, stuff like a new you and this kind of thing, they become parts of the government, but they become influential because the government itself changes.
Right.
Greatness. So the agglomeration doesn't spread the same concepts as Nobilia does, but the new nobility, because that's for people who have a love of it. You know what I mean? But in the agglomeration, it's also changed. Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting, because I thought for a minute that I was going to be involved with like politics, perhaps, because I was like, oh yeah, that'd be a good way.
Why?
But the more, I started to doubt that, and I'm like, it just doesn't feel right. It's because I'm really supposed to be a spiritual leader. And I'm like, the spiritual leaders are always connecting with the government.
Oh, hell yes. And they influential, so absolutely. And, right. And part of a new university is that you can come and you can hear Christianity, Islam, Buddhism, whatever, all of the religions come at from a different angle, to open your mind so that you can go to a sermon here and it's like, fuck, this isn't the usual freaking hell, fire and brimstone, go to heaven and hell crap that you normally hear, and you're a sinner and all of this shit. The usual typical religious dogma stuff. No, this is actually spiritual, even though this guy is using the word God. But you know what? He even sometimes says universe, and it's interchangeable. It's like, whoa. So it really opens people up. And those that are in that religious bubble, they will just hear God and the word universe will just go through. But those that aren't will hear universe and the word God just becomes additional. Very, very subtle, very profound. Capital D diplomacy of preaching.
Yeah.
Very exciting. And we're working on that. So lots to come, Ryan, lots to come. I mean, we're going to work on, the ministry of Ryan, as it were. It's a very profound thing to me. It's a very, very profound thing, that interconnectedness and the communication part, to communicate in the abstract. When you asked me that, Ryan, it really has touched me very deeply, and it's become a theme for me in most of the Zooms. Like I've been chatting, not just with you, but with others. Same point. All of that reading intent, all connected to you having that profound intent to want to be able to communicate from a more abstract perspective.
Right.
I keep working on it. It's a very, very deep thing that you asked me, and it still has its effect on me.
I'm trying.
That's very exciting. In other words, it's bringing more stuff out of me in order to communicate more. I'm making an effort and looking and thinking, and it's pulling out of me how to abstract things and how to communicate and express ourselves from that more abstract. Yes, I do it, but now I'm expressing how exactly that process works, deliberately and specifically. So it's very cool. Very, very, very cool. Very cool.
Well, I know in the servant leadership book me and Janelle were reading, they said, if you want to be able to do something really good, you need to hear it, you need to read it, you need to write it, you need to speak it, but having a mentor to watch them do it.
Yes, it helps.
Increases your chances of.
Oh yeah. And you need to do it, you need to implement it, and you especially need to practice it where you can get feedback.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
This is the part of the mentor. Exactly. So look what happened when you shared the takeaway of the story. If you go over the tape again and watch that part, you'll see that you started to take it into one direction, and then you got specifics on the details, and then it kind of got lost a bit. And then when you brought it back to your personal story and your personal experience, that's in game potency again. You'll see. You'll see what I mean. You went to detail, you went out of the abstract for a little bit, and then you came back into the abstract, and then it was really cool again. Like the first time you told your share, you said, man, this relates to a story of me personally, and you spoke about your struggles and your journey and the doubt and all that. And then it was a magical takeaway of the story. But then when the recap was, you went kind of too literally into a recap of the story, and then it kind of got lost a bit. And then I kind of asked you a question, and it brought you back into the abstract of it, and then you went to your personal story again, and then it got to the magic. It's a very fantastic illustration of this process. Very, very profound.
Because, you know, by default, I'll go into that details and
yes. You
know what I mean? But like when I'm in the moment, you know, I can connect.
Right.
But when I have to think about it, like,
yeah, habit shifting. Habit shifting is something that takes time and energy and profound concentration of intent. It's a big. Habit shifting is probably one of the more difficult things that we can do.
It's very hard to do.
Oh yeah. But it just requires persistence, Ryan. That's all it requires, and an intent. And you know, I see in you a profound intent to shift to sharing the personal stories. And Beena hears this too, and Donna heard it too. And Beena especially, because I haven't, Donna hasn't been that connecting. I speak to Beena every morning, you know, because she's available in the mornings. So Beena specifically said how like it just like explodes her heart. Okay, I'm using my language. She didn't say it in the exact same way, but that's what she was expressing. When she hears you so specifically, consciously, and deliberately saying it, me personally, in my view, from my perspective, it just blows Beena's mind, the awesomeness of it. So. Just to let you know. She's mentioned it to me a few times, that how much she appreciates it and how huge it is for her. It's really, really something special. You know, it really touches her very deeply. A big deal.
I'm doing better at it.
That's all we can do, man. That's all we can do better. When we have that intent and we in the process of practicing, then those in a group like this, because our intent is to learn and grow and to practice, then we give you our energy, our intent, and we make space for it. And that's the magic. That you don't have to be perfect. Practice. And we listen with that ear of listening to practice. And I love it, man. I can sit and listen to somebody practice all freaking day long. Truly, it's a special genius. It's a special magic. It's a special artistry. It's a special gift. But especially when we say, we make that disclaimer, hey, I'm practicing. Now we listen and practice. But again, say, hey, I'm practicing my violence. Yeah, squeak, screech, screech, screech. You know, it's a different logic. You can tolerate kids playing their tool when you're practicing. But when you say, oh, here's my Eisteddfod performance. This is what I'm going to play at the school. Oh, no, sorry. That ain't going to work. You know, when it's still in practice mode, you know, at some point, of course, practice becomes eloquence, and then it's a whole different ballgame. But it's coming. And, you know, this is the other point. I don't realize that you realize sometimes how eloquent you actually are. When you shift your underlying paradigm and purpose of communicating, when you share those personal stories and you share your stories of your journey, you're very eloquent.
Yeah, I never thought about that.
You're very, very. You'll see if you go over the tape when you started to retell the Biella chapter, you know, as a recap, because it wasn't a takeaway. You went into a recap, which is a different thing, and then it kind of wasn't as. But when you went to telling your own story, boom, you became eloquent again. We're always eloquent about our own deep personal truths, about our own intents, about our own realizations, our own awareness. This is what makes us eloquent, because they're ours. Yeah, it's a magic. It's really a peculiar magic. So, you know, like the thing with being cool. If you truly, truly want to be cool, you have to absolutely not care about being cool. Those are the real cool people who don't care about being cool. Yeah.
Right. Yeah,
so it's kind of a conundrum. So in the same way, if we actually want to touch people, we have to not care about touching them. It's the same kind of a conundrum. Yeah. It's a very peculiar thing, but it's universe logic. That's how the universe works things to keep an appropriate balance. It's very magical.
So you have to just do it just because. Basically.
Exactly. Exactly. And because, well, the only thing that I can truly be truthful about is my own truth.
Right.
That's what touches people. I know it's a peculiar conundrum, but it is really an incredible, incredible revelation. The same way as being cool. The cool people who try to be cool, they're never actually cool. They're just bullshitters trying to push off their laziness and crappiness and ego and all sorts of shit. The really, really cool people, they don't care two shits about being cool. Like Olivia, she couldn't care two hoots about being cool. To me, she's like super cool.
Right.
So,
Right. Exactly.
yeah. So
Yeah.
it's the same thing with touching people. And when I say touch them, it's stuff that has an impact. The moment you try and have it, doesn't work. But the moment you don't try, then it actually has an impact. It's one of those conundrums, just universal conundrum. I call it universe logic. That's just how the universe works. I don't know why, but it does. I like it. I think it's like ultimate cool to me. There's a magic to it. But when we really think about it, it makes sense, right? Right?
It does make sense. I mean, I
Makes
get
profound
it.
sense. Makes profound sense. But as you say, the practice, this is a different thing. To change the habit, it's a different story. So all we can do is just persist. Just persist. Capital P, persistence. And it'll come over time, Ryan. It'll come over time. Plus, all our Zoom sessions are precisely that. I want to say something else too, Ryan. Your reading ability is like off the charts, by the way.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, I'm asking you to read stuff blind. That quote that I asked you to read, that's not a simple quote to read. This is a complex quote to read. It is layered. It has got a sophistication of cadence, of its nuance, of the particular emphasis. I mean, this is a very, very complex, sophisticated quote. It's like really like I can't really think of writing anything more. It's not complicated in itself, but in terms of the nuance and the layeredness, it's very sophisticated. But you are reading it, and you are the way you read. You read with a measured pause, which isn't too slow, it's not too fast, it's exactly the right pace. But you then, on the fly, you enunciate and emphasize and articulate the preciseness of how that thing needs to be precise. So it's like you're reading ahead and then you're reading it and you're saying it at the same time. This is a very sophisticated process. That's what you're going. That's what I'm saying. Your reading on the fly ability is like off the charts. There's
I'll say
something magical.
I do agree with you, just in the sense that I am aware that I have a high level of awareness. Like,
Yeah.
My level of awareness is high enough to where
Right.
I can read it, and I'm aware of who's listening. So
Right.
I can emphasize it.
Right.
I notice how it's
Right.
because
And that skill that you have, that's what's needed. That's teleprompter skill.
you have to be in the moment, and you have to be able to be aware of the whole thing.
Oh yeah.
I look at the whole thing, and then kind of get an idea, so that when I come to it, I'm not stumbling over it.
Correct. But not only that, you also have to take in what the thing means. So you have to basically you're reading to take cognizance of it, right? Because otherwise, if you don't take the meaning of it, you can't emphasize in the appropriate spots. So to take the meaning of it on the fly, because like I said, that's not a simple quote there. It's not dealing with simple stuff. It's kind of new stuff in a lot of ways, but also it's familiar, of course. That's what I'm saying. This is a profound skill that you have, and it's the skill they look for in like people who host TV shows, and like news readers and all of that, because that's a very profound skill to have. It's a teleprompter skill, I call it.
Yeah, and maybe eventually I'll be on TV doing that.
Right. Or just in your own ministry, a lot of them have the teleprompter that's right in front of them,
That's what I'm saying, for a new university.
Right. Right. To give a talk and that, or just to read the stories,
That's what I'm saying. Like,
right.
I see myself, speaking and doing.
Yeah. But I just wanted to say that, because I don't think that when you were at school, you particularly got high grades for stuff in general. You weren't like a brainiac. You got classes.
You know why?
No, I'm not why. I'm just saying. So in other words, somebody who knows your history might not think of you as having profound reading skills.
I got very poor grades, and I flunked out of college. You know why? Because it wasn't that exciting for me.
Exactly. No, I realize this. So that's why I mentioned this. But I want to mention something else. When Ryan's magic comes through, is that you have skills, you have awarenesses, you have a profoundness, you have the ability to see an insight. The things that gets in the way of it is the idea of Ryan, not the actual.
Exactly. Right.
So when you can throw out any personal agendas, personal beliefs, personal ideas, throw all of that shit about and say, I'm just going to be. I don't know what I am. I don't know who I am. It doesn't matter. I'm just going to be. That's it. And let things come and have no personal agendas. In other words, throw out local Ryan to connect to universal Ryan. And universal Ryan is just open. There is no specificness to universal Ryan. And that universal Ryan can just do without agenda. That ability to act without agenda, it is absolutely profoundly valuable. It is the most spiritual thing we can do, to act without personal agenda, so that we can connect to attunement. So, yeah, I'll show you real quickly. Do I have that still up here? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm working on that. I'm getting
I
better.
know you are. And it takes we're looking to throw out a lifetime of habit of having the, personal us and our personal ideas, our personal agendas, our personal ambitions and all of that. Particularly ambition, that's the thing to throw out. When we throw out ambition, all sorts of magic happens. But look at the attunement, right? Attunement triangle, and then it's got this. This should really be in the middle of it, but the software won't allow for it. So you've got attunement, alignment, and anomalies, which we spoke in today, right? Sher was in attunement. Then when she came into the connection with the infernal machine, she aligned with it, and she also aligned with the greatness of the experience, which was. It said, hey, step back, take a pause, take a moment, look around you. That is all her aligning with the greater thing, attuning to it. And then the crow came. Then when it did come, she really got into it. And she used that. The crow, of course, was the anomaly. But she was able to do that because she was acting without agenda.
Mm.
You see, she didn't have a personal agenda like, oh, I'm trying to, be a good aspirant, or I'm trying to curry favor with Biella, or any stupid shit like that. That's what made that all possible. And if you read the Biella series as we go further, you'll see that pretty much Biella and Ursula and Sher, Nora, the others, they don't have personal agendas. Comelius, he does somewhat have it, and it throws him off. You'll see later on. But that acting without agenda, that's when we can truly respond to the magic of the universe, because the universe doesn't care about your personal agendas. It doesn't care one iota for them. The universe has its agenda. Yes, our agendas can be, like for me, a new university doesn't come from me personally. It's a function of attunement. It's something that came from outside of me, which I'm looking to implement now. In the same way as it came to you, it's that deeperness of it, the deeper rightness. It's not a Ryan agenda. This is a God agenda.
Right.
That's attunement.
Right.
You can say attunement is the God agenda or the universe agenda. Very big difference. So that's the point. How the hell can I have any personal agendas when it comes relative to God's agenda? I got to set those aside and say, hey, and learning to listen to the language of God. This is precisely what attunement and alignment and anomalies are all about. You can say anomalies is when kind of, okay, for the most part, you get your pressure, your overallness, and God just says, okay, go do your shit, and that's it. But if it's kind of stuck, you get this anomaly, which in the old days, anomalies were called omens.
Or what are miracles maybe too?
Same thing. An anomaly is the impossible. So yes, there are things that, and the point of an anomaly is to draw your attention. And that we'll get into specifically what anomalies work. I'm just kind of running low on energy, but there's definitely are details to how anomalies work, and a few things that are very key to understand. And it's what screwed up omens and miracles. Yes, it messed them up because people didn't look at them from a perspective that allowed them to connect to the full magic. So you've got to say, first of all, anomalies or omens don't have a universal meaning. Right? They're different for each and every individual. People want to say, oh, when you see, a red moon or something, it means this. No, it means different things to different people at different times. Especially, like let's say, the example I usually use here. And I had this anomaly, I forget what it was at the time, but it involved doves. But let's just say, for argument's sake, I see a dove flying upside down. Oh, that's kind of impossible. Well, it's clearly an anomaly. Okay, it's like a miracle in a sense, right? So I say, oh, a dove flying upside down. Oh, what does that mean to me? What do doves mean to me? So my first thing is to look at it from a figurative, metaphorical, abstract point of view. What do doves represent to me in the figurative? Okay, doves represent for me peace, long-term relationships, freedom, doves in the sky, stupidity. Personally, I see doves as very stupid birds. So they have this connectivity for me. But that's me personally, you see. So then the second step that's very critical. Then you got to go inside and say, okay, the universe is asking me to pay attention to this figurative stuff. Why? Because of something that's going on inside me. What have I been thinking about? What have I been doing? What's been going on? Like you set that question that you want to know an answer to, right? That's what you want to tap into when you see the anomaly. So then you go inside and say, you know what? I've been asking this question. Why do people do whatever X, Y? Why? The answer is, I see now. It's the stupidity part of doves. Okay, there's the connectivity. Okay, I wasn't thinking that people can do such profound things because of stupidity. Okay, I was giving them a greater benefit of the doubt. Sometimes people are just stupid. End of story. Okay, problem solved. But when I'm making this point about seeing doves as stupidity, because that's me personally that sees them that. Not everybody does. Erica says her mother also sees them as stupid birds. But anyway, that's me personally. So in that case, the anomaly of the dove flying upside down was about stupidity. Whereas for somebody else looking at a dove, they could just see profound peace, spirituality, love, blah, 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 all this stuff. So it's always personal. And anomaly, it's always personal in how you take the meaning for it to be in the moment. And it's personal according to what's going on inside of you, what's a pressure, what you need to resolve. Those things are very important because people get this confused. They do the same thing with dreams. They want to try and put it to a universal meaning. No, there's no such thing as a universal meaning when it comes to an omen. Yes, people typically see doves in the same way. So of course, when a dove comes on as an anomaly or as an omen, it's likely going to be one of a few different interpretations. But because there's only so many figurative ways to look at a dove. Now, mine happens to include one that most people don't have, but some do. But here's the key, though. It's whatever that abstract understanding of what a dove represents, that's only one part of it. The other part is to make it personal to you in the moment, right then and there. That's the magic. So it's what it means to you and how it connects to you in the moment. That's the key. Mm-hmm. Then you see, then the anomalies start being really, really profoundly magical. They are the most intimate connectivities and communications from God to you. Because God knows what's going on inside you, so that's why it can connect to you in turn personally. It's directly speaking to you, but of course, God can't speak to you directly in words because we'd be so blown out. I have a whole post on why God can't speak directly to us. It would be programming, so it has to come in this indirect way, and it's open. And of course, when you really look at anomalies, typically it's not just one meaning, but there's layered meanings. For some people, an anomaly lasts a whole lifetime of meaning.
Right.
Like a vision quest. That's you are deliberately going and looking for an anomaly that's going to last you a lifetime. Yeah, it's very profound. Like Olivia has a dream that she's had, and it's a really profound dream. And every time she retells this dream, the dream of the Yazawa man, I hear new stuff and I hear new connectivities, and it has this ongoing multi-layeredness of meaning that just keeps going and going and going. And I suspect your 1 Timothy dream is going to be something similar.
Yeah, and I mean, I've had so many different ones. It's
right. Well, I'm just saying, for argument's sake, one of them. Just that I just had a name that I could remember. So.
It brought up the one that just came to my mind. I had this one dream, and these are dreams that aren't really dreams. These are
vision dreams. Right. They're vision dreams.
Yeah, I was like there.
A capital D dreams.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So, I was looking out over this like prairie type pasture or fields, just rolling hills of like grass. And it was like in the fall, because it was like kind of brown. The grass was like brown, and it was like kind of waving in the wind. It was kind of windy. And I was standing here, and there's all these trees, line of trees behind me. And I was looking out to all these pastures of tall grass, brown grass. And these disc-shaped objects came down from the sky, right? And there was maybe 20 of them or something. And they came down and they created even more wind, and all the grass was blowing.
Swirling.
And then, and they were kind of they weren't really metallic. They were kind of like silver gray color, but one of them came down close to me and it flipped up on its side. And I looked into the middle of it, and there was like a ring of fire and then like a ball of fire like inside of that. And this ring of fire was like spinning, and this ball of fire, and I looked into it, and it was communicating with me. I didn't know.
It was like an entity, a thing.
It was like maybe like a UFO or something.
Wow.
It was like a disc, and all these discs.
Why?
It flipped up on its side, and like there was this fiery ring in the middle with this ball of fire of that. And it was like, it was speaking to me, but it wasn't with words or anything.
Why?
Tell you what it was saying. It just, they were just communicating with me.
Right.
That was the whole thing.
Wow. And that's the thing with anomalies. They communicate in a different level. Now,
it was a different level. Yeah.
Right. Now we can say it's God communicating to us, or we can say it's ourselves. I mean, I have a very mundane explanation for anomalies, just in terms of attention and filtering and all of this subconscious, which makes it very ordinary, but that takes all the fun out of it. I like to think of anomalies as magical, rather, as the universe speaking to us as God. That's my personal preference, but I can make it very ordinary, very in pure, like, psychological terms, give it a very real world, very ordinary explanation, which makes it very okay, I see how that works. Okay, but then it's boring. Say again?
It makes it a little bit dull.
Exactly. But anomalies being magical, now I'm excited with the anomalies, and I look for them. Whereas otherwise, it's like, okay, So, but it's leveraging it. That's very exciting. That what you saw in your dream is like classic definition of an anomaly, like Star Trek anomaly, whatever.
It was like, whoa, one of those things.
What did it say to you?
That's the only one I had where I didn't know. I still don't.
Wow.
You know what I mean? Like
so now, Ryan, when you go sleep, it's like, man, dream that dream again so you can hear what it's saying.
That would be interesting.
That would be really awesome.
All the other times, like, I understood what was being said, like the guy in the desert that looked like you, that spoke a different language, said, what do you know about 2 Timothy? Or the other one.
Oh, 2 Timothy. I said first. Sorry.
It's okay. But the other one I had was where the earthquake. I woke up. Now, this was a waking dream. I was awake.
Oh, wow.
I had a couple. Now, I've heard people call them open visions.
Yeah.
Dreaming while you're awake.
Oh, yeah. Waking dreaming. Yeah.
Yeah. So, like, I woke up at 4 a.m. This was at the church property. Okay.
Wow.
I had a lot of weird, creepy stuff.
Is there somebody staying in that pastor's house right now, by the way?
Yeah, but when they're just renting it. So
gotcha.
If someone bought it, they would have to.
Yeah.
But anyways, and I know the people living there. I like them. They're cool. But anyways, basically, I woke up at 4 a.m. and my whole house was shaking.
Wow.
Like, there was an earthquake.
Yeah.
But when I looked around, nothing on the walls were moving.
Yeah.
So it was shaking, but like nothing physical was moving.
So literally the earth was moving under you. Like people say the earth is moving under my feet, and it's a metaphorical thing. This was literally happening to you.
But I became aware that it was coming from inside me.
Yeah.
Okay. It was really strange.
Yeah.
Even hard to describe. And then, so this like earthquake was coming from inside my body, manifesting this rumbling.
Yeah. Wow.
Like an energy.
It happened to a friend of mine while we were playing golf. Very similar. Yeah.
It was crazy. And then I heard a voice that came from inside me too.
Wow.
And it sounded like, think of like the deepest note on a piano.
Yeah.
And go like,
voice like that. Yeah.
Go like 1,000 octaves deeper.
Wow. Wow.
Like, my brain can't even like comprehend like
yeah. Wow.
But it was scary almost.
Yeah.
And when it spoke, like things shook and rumbled even more. It was like thunder. It was literally, because I knew of reading the Bible, when people heard the voice of God, they described it like thunder, and there was like earthquakes.
Yeah. So what you heard is the voice of God, in other words.
I'm pretty damn sure that's what it was.
Wow.
Very scary. It was scary as shit. And it was like, and it said, you're the voice that cries in the wilderness, in this rumbly.
Wow.
And I was like, whoa. Like, I got up out of bed and I was like, I Googled it. I went to my computer. I'm like, voice that cries in the wilderness. And it was Elijah. So there's two guys in the Bible where they were described as voices that were crying.
Correct. Yeah. Elijah's one of them. Who's the other one? John the Baptist. Yeah. So that's what I thought, but I wasn't sure. Yeah.
Some people think John the Baptist was a reincarnation of Elijah.
Yes.
They're the same person. Right. So what they did, so the message was, I'm a voice that cries in the wilderness. So basically, it just means in a time of darkness, right before the time of a age of enlightenment, they're proclaiming a message of
correct
love and light, and they're telling the world that's currently in the dark, hey, this new light is about to come.
Yes, listen up, this is what's coming. Listen up, this is what's coming.
And so that's kind of what I
like.
You know what I mean?
Oh, it's huge, Ryan. It's really huge, man.
Yeah, so a prophet is someone in the wilderness. I look at the world like since we're
it's in wilderness times, absolutely.
The world is like a wilderness, especially because we're at the end of this dark age. We're going into an age of enlightenment, I feel like. So right at the end of this age, like there's got to be people saying, hey, the time is coming, blowing a trumpet, like, you know what I mean?
Wow. So, I'll tell you a quick story that's related to this, Ryan. When I was a young man, very literally, round about, I don't know when exactly I did this somewhere in either the last 2 years of school or maybe just after school. But I did this big extrapolation, and I called it the coming of the golden age. And it started with me just looking at it from a business point of view and saying, hey, which way are things going? And I said, at that time, China was nothing. It was poor. And this is like 30 years ago now. 30 years ago. So, China was just nothing. Nobody even thought of China, just a communist country, very poor and all that. But I noticed that somebody said, and this is what sparked it, they said a Jap crap. Now, it used to be that all the cheap shit that you found that used to come, the cheapest crap that now China makes, or it's actually stopping with China's already are starting to upgrade. But it used to come from Japan. Like after the Second World War, they were super poor. But at that time, it had already, when somebody said Jap crap, I'm like, well, that's kind of an old saying. It's not Jap crap anymore. Even at that time, this is at the end of the 70s, start of the 80s, already Japan was starting to be associated with quality, and the crap was coming from Hong Kong and Taiwan and other places. But even Hong Kong and Taiwan had already come up where the stuff wasn't the cheap crap from them. So I'm like, even they are started going the way of Japan. Japan was already a wealthy country by that time. So I realized, I said, whoa, I just started to think about this, and I realized that Japan came to be financially wealthy because they could make cheap shit, and they had a ready market in the United States and Europe. And when you have a ready market and you've got cheap labor, you've got guaranteed business, which is going to make you wealthy pretty quickly. So then I started to say, okay, Hong Kong is coming up. And at that point, Thailand and Philippines and Malaysia, they were also starting to come up. They weren't in. I said, who's next? Who's going to start making the stuff for Taiwan and Hong Kong? And of course, also Japan. Well, it's going to be China. It's like, this is the source of cheap labor right there. So then I said, what happens if China and India and Pakistan and Bangladesh, I mean, that's 2/3 of the world's population, Southeast Asia. If you take China and Southeast Asia, literally it's 2/3 of the world's population. What happens if they start to become the cheap labor and then go the same route as Japan and Hong Kong and Taiwan? They're going to become a wealthy country also. And already today, as we say right now, the largest middle class in the world exists in China. So they've already transitioned from being a poor country. But anyway, that's not the point of the story. So I just took it as a logical extension to say, well, China's going to come up. Where are they going to get cheap labor? South America's already going to come up. The only place that's left for cheap labor is Africa. Now, if you look at the politics of things, China invests like crazy in Africa. They pretty much own most of Africa already. So they're also aware of this.
China does?
Oh, yeah, China. Oh, they invest in Africa like crazy. I mean, they're all over Africa. I mean, like...
Probably because it's untapped potential.
Exactly. They wanted cheap labor. And also they realized that, you know, in the same way as the British came and exploited them and, you know, did all the stuff, and they now doing the same thing to Africa. But, of course, it's going to make Africa come up and become the... So at that point, when Africa comes up the same way as China and India are coming up now, what's going to happen then? There's no more cheap labor. In other words, there's no more poverty really in the world. Right?
Right. Yeah.
So I said,
How about South America?
Well, South America's already at the point where people think it's a poor place, but it isn't really. Now, of course, all of the places that are a little bitty, the one that like, okay, Brazil is kind of having a rough time economically. So as Africa, like Brazil is starting to export to China. I think China's their biggest trading partner, you know, in terms of exports, not imports. So it's already taking...
what you're saying is, after we do a university here, we need to do one in Africa.
No. I'm saying that all these places automatically are going to come up in the same way as Japan. They're all going to become first world countries, in other words. Right? Exactly. It will balance out eventually, that it all becomes even trade, and that you just, whatever you do, and that's it. So we all become first world countries. Right. And it's already started. In other words, look at Europe. Europe used to be the market for America. America was poor in the colony days. They just sold all this shit to you, and that's what made them wealthy. So, and then America became so big, it became the place for Japan and so on. So eventually the whole world becomes Europe and America.
Right.
The thing. Now I said, this is where the story's going. It's why it's called the coming of the golden age. Right? So now I said, what happens when the whole world starts to become wealthy? And you know, there's essentially the whole world is a middle class. I mean, you know, the average household income in America is, I think it's 57,000. Average.
Yeah,
average. That includes people earning on minimum wage, which means if you take away minimum wage people, it jumps up to like 75,000. In other words, that's wealthy. In the rest of the world, this just blows people's mind. God's body, 75,000. That would be like a billionaire in many parts of the world, right? So in other words, I'm saying we are ridiculously wealthy already, but when the whole world gets there, here's the point that I extrapolated. I said also, at that time, it was the automated car factories. The very first one had just come out in the late 70s, and it really struck me as something very important. People didn't pay much attention to it, and I believe it was Toyota that did it. Anyway, I said, man, now look at this whole world that's wealthy. People don't want to be working, but you have the capability where they don't need to work because of automation and robotics. Now, okay, robotics came later, but this is the idea of automation. So we can shift, in other words, because we have the wealth to build factories that are automated, we can get the robots and the automations not to take our jobs, but to do our jobs for us.
Right, exactly.
Right. Now, you see this thing with like the working people. They're very anti-automation and they're very anti-robot because, oh, it's going to take my job. But what if the government said, hey, don't be thinking of this robotics as taking your job, but instead thinking of doing your job for you. Now, you have a robot tax, you have an automation tax, which automatically goes to paying the people whose jobs you're supplanting. So now I say, bring it on, man. Hey, you companies, you go and automate away all you bloody like, because the government is paying me and giving me a salary for each robot and each automation that's out there. So your average working guy now gets paid, and you eventually end up having universal basic income. You know, some people have already spoken about this. People are very anti it for a lot of reasons, a lot of stupid reasons. But when they start to realize that you're getting paid for the automation, this is your tax on it, because instead of taking your job, they're doing your job for you, the whole thing will shift. Now you get your basic income and it's enough to live on. If you don't want to work, you don't work. But of course, right. Of course, people cannot do things that aren't, they can't just do nothing, right? So if you get, let just say you personally, Ryan, if you were to get, you know, enough money that you didn't have to actually work and you could pay your bills, okay, you're not living super well, but you can pay enough to put food on your table. What are you going to do with yourself? You're going to follow your passion of your dream. You're going to fashion, you see my point? everybody who has that opportunity start to follow their passion. Now, if you follow your passion of terms of these visions, and Ryan's doing his prophet, all the ministry, the prophet is spreading awareness, spreading goodness. This is just unbelievably awesome. The whole world transforms. Plus, just think of the elimination of crime. If I've got money coming from the government, I don't have to be a bloody petty criminal and a stupid criminal. And the whole greed factor just goes away because, well, you don't really need it because you're taken care of. There's not that fear of starvation and all the prostitution. Yes, there's still going to be prostitutes who want to do it because it's a bonus extra income. But now they're doing it because they want to, not because they have to, right? Just a simple thing, right? Now, again, I don't have anything against prostitution. I'm just saying the point of the logic of it, you see? Same deal. So anyway, my point is, I said, now what would happen in this extrapolation? I want to go all the way to the end, right? Because I like to think things through to the end. So what will happen when we get to this point where everybody's wealthy, the countries are wealthy, there's this great massive wealth in the world, and we have automation and robotics, and everybody's in a situation, and you got universal basic income because it has to come. There's no way it cannot come because otherwise you can have a big unemployment problem. So the way to solve it is to make it, robot tax and pay people that tax, and okay, that's universal basic income in other words. Now you say, what happens in a society where people are enabled to follow their passions? We are shifting, in other words, from a society now that we have, which is based on a work paradigm, it will shift to a play paradigm, right? Because yes, you're going to follow your passion in terms of, doing good work, spreading whatever your passion is. But that to you is your play, isn't it?
Right, exactly.
That's like capital P play. Yes, you may go and actually do literal play stuff as well. But spirituality is the ultimate play.
Right, exactly.
Right. So when we start to shift to a play paradigm and people have time and space to follow their passions, yes, initially you're going to have people playing video games and sports and all of this stuff, but that only lasts so long, right? I mean, you can only go water skiing and jet skiing and surf skiing and all the shit stuff, whatever, all the different recreational activity. You can only do it for so long until you start to shift to spiritual stuff.
Right.
So the play paradigm automatically leads to a spiritual paradigm. It's part of the same spectrum. Now, some people might not ever get there, but that's just your individuality. But nonetheless, as a society, when you shift from a work paradigm and there's time, there's time available, sorry, the time and means available to pursue your passions, it inevitably leads to spirituality. Always. Even play, when you really get into the supreme athletes, the top level athletes, they will talk about the spirituality of supreme performance when they talk about getting in the zone and all of that stuff, right? It's a spiritual thing, yeah?
Right. Oh, yeah.
Right. So you see my point here. So this is why I said the coming of the golden age. It's not the golden age of economics. No, it's the golden age of humanity in terms of the true golden age, which is a spiritual age. So the point I want to make about the story that's really magical. So this was 30 years ago I did this, right? At that time, China was nothing. Nobody talked about China coming up. It was simply me doing something which was like, just going from one to the next to the next. It was, I didn't think I was doing anything exceptional. It was like, well, it's kind of obvious to me. And in my bubble of ignorance, I didn't think I couldn't do something like this. But it turned out to be a very profound thing. And over the years, now I'm just giving you the bare bones of this. I went to it in real deep detail. And anyway, I started to see China come up and then all the, India, all of this stuff. So in other words, I started to see more and more of this extrapolation actually turn out to be true, right? Which means that most of it so far has already come to pass. Yes, come to pass. Right, exactly. That's the word. Come to pass. Which means that from a pure statistical probability, that the rest of it, the parts that haven't come yet, each time some new thing came into being, it made the rest of it more probable. So now I'm pretty sure that it's pretty much a fact to me that the rest, the spiritual part, and the the universal basic income and the profound shift from a work paradigm to a play paradigm for the society, the golden age that you were talking about being the voice in the wilderness, that's the part that you're talking about coming of the golden age.
Exactly.
Right. So that's why I'm relating the story. It's not about necessarily the way of impeccability or a particular spiritual path, but this greater shift of the entire society
Exactly.
to something profound, and that's the play paradigm, which by default, and not to call it a spiritual paradigm, but to call it a play paradigm. Why to say a play paradigm? Because it connects to the common man. Now, when you talk to the working stuff, the guys that you work with, right?
Yep.
The regular, blue collar guy. When you start to talk about the spiritual paradigm, I'm not spiritual. That's kind of out of my world. But when you talk about, you know what? I'm talking about the world shifting from a work paradigm to a play paradigm. We're coming to a point in our society where we have the wealth and the technology for this to actually happen. How cool would that be, where you grow up and your kids grow up, where it's not work that's the focus, but play? This they can relate to, because, man, that's all they want to do if they have free time. They just want to play, right? So they can relate to it. You don't have to say that it's going to lead to spirituality. That'll happen of its own accord. You can maybe throw that in and say, typically when people play, for some people, doing art is play. Or, building your car, that's your play. Building a new engine, inventing new stuff, that's play. Oh, yeah, I like to invent stuff. Most working guys I know, they all like to invent stuff, right?
Right.
So we say, that's play. So when I say play, I mean play in the biggest. Oh, yeah, man, I get to work on my inventions. I work on my ideas. Oh, my God, this is like the biggest thing ever for them. So they get excited about this. But when you say, spirituality, but play, this they can get excited about. Everybody gets excited about play. And those who know music, art, anything like that. I mean, for Picasso, his art wasn't work, it was play, right?
Right.
So the same thing for us. For me, spirituality isn't work, it's play. Yeah?
Oh, I agree.
Wow. So I'm talking about this light in the wilderness. This is the point, the coming of the golden age. Now, however you frame it, I'm just saying, from my point of view, I have some actual statistical basis for saying it is coming. It's not just my wish, my hope. Why? Because I've seen the rest of that
Oh, I know.
extrapolation. Over 30 years, I've seen this come about, and it's not like I was saying it after the fact. I mean, like when I did this, like I said, China at that time was completely a nothing. It was, if I had said that to people in general, and, I did do, economics at university, only for a short time, but still, if I had brought that up in economics class, it would have been a joke. What are you talking about? China's, it's communist. There was no chance of anybody. That was just not in the thinking. So not like I picked it up from someone.
It's just a different perspective.
Wow.
I connect it with the revelation of the Bible.
Exactly.
What actually that book is talking about. A lot of people are like, "Oh man, it's like the end of the world," but it's not.
It is the end of the world. It is the end of the usual, typical, crappy work paradigm world.
Now, there you go. Right.
Exactly. Now, what has to also go, Ryan, at the same time as that work paradigm, is the superiority paradigm.
Exactly.
Right. That has to go at the same token. Now, that's a little bit more tricky to bring through, right? But the superiority paradigm, which leads to hierarchy and all of this comparative mindset and ego and status and ambition and all of this shit, when you are in a situation where you are basically being paid to be a citizen and you're being paid to play, you're being paid to be a consumer. You're being paid by everybody in society in general to follow your passion. Now it all changes. Ego and aspiration and fame. If you want to pursue that, sure you can. If you want extra, if you want more, if you want to have billions, okay, you're free to do that. But it's not a premium on it. So there's a few little things that go into that just to make it happen. Like you have a progressive tax that the more money you make, it just keeps getting less and less. So after time, it gets to be diminishing returns. So when you get over, like, so let's say just 100 billion, at that point to make, and each extra billion will make you literally like a penny. So it becomes, to get like super, super ridiculously world dominating wealthy, it becomes totally kind of counterproductive. You can do it, but who benefits? Me. Because all your money gets taxed. You're going to be paying 99.9% of your money in taxes. So go ahead and make trillions. All your money is coming to us. So good luck to you, Mr. Trillionaire. Thank you very much. You're working for the world.
Right.
Very simple tax. Very simple tax. So theoretically, they're still getting a percentage, but it keeps getting smaller, smaller, smaller up into infinity. It never gets to zero, but it just keeps getting smaller and smaller. So, okay, at some point it becomes pointless to do more, but we don't care because, the people get in a groove and they can't help themselves. Fine. You end up working for the people. You become a philanthropist. In other words, you making more money becomes an act of philanthropy.
It's like
very simple remedy. Very simple remedy,
And And a lot of people with big egos are not a fan of this idea. They do
Right.
not. Because they're like, oh, and whatever I make, that's my money. I shouldn't have to give it to them.
Right. Exactly.
And that's kind of like the old.
Right. But it's not your money that you're making. If you are doing it all on your own, fine. If you're just painting paintings all on your own and you want to charge $1 trillion for your painting, fine. I got no problem with that. If you want to pay $1 trillion for your painting, fine. But here's the point. All of what you do requires community. Even you and your painting. Are you finding that painting because of just yourself? No, you're putting it on the internet. You're using an ad agency. You have a community. Word of mouth spreads through the telephone, through the roads. No, you use community to get to that. So you never are doing something in isolation. It's almost impossible in today's world to truly do something in isolation. Right? So, I mean, like I said, even if you're living out in the wilderness, literally, you still have to get to your customers. They have to get to you. How do they get to you? They use a car, they use a plane. That's community. Anything that you do is community based. So there's no way you can do this in isolation. So therefore, when you try to say, oh, I made it on my own, no, you did not. Sorry, you did not. You used a paintbrush that was made in China. You didn't go out and freaking hunt the animal and cut its tail off and make a paintbrush. No, you did not. Right? So nothing is in isolation. It's all community. Plus, you might say, okay, literally, I did make the paintbrush out of the thing. There are people who live like that. Where did you get the knowledge about a paintbrush in the first place?
Right.
Did you just suck it out? Did you grow up in the jungle with wolves and you just created this? No. The idea of paintbrush is a community thing passed down from you through language, which is a communal thing, and through. Okay, so, no, sorry, guy. Again, you're not doing it on your own. Impossible.
Right.
So, pay taxes. Stop your stupid shit. It's not all yours.
Right.
No. You are building on community. Nothing is done in isolation. So whatever you do, it's coming
really
from
big,
somewhere.
That hits home for me because there was a long period of time where I was anti-government.
Yeah.
Well, because I learned
Yeah.
oh, income tax isn't like a real thing, and I get it. There are some people in the government that aren't good people.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, sure. And they got to go too.
But you know what? I'm coming to the realization that's really not my place to say anything about it because actually when you're like a spiritual leader like yourself and me, our job isn't to get involved with that.
No, exactly.
Our job is to actually just follow whatever rules and regulations they got, and because we understand the overview of the
Exactly. And it's not to go against the system, but to work at it from the inside.
It sucks. I spent a lot of time fighting and being like, oh, the government, we need to take our power back and we need to fight.
Yeah.
And then I realized, man, it's pointless though.
Oh yeah. And even more, that when we start to see the greater perfection of things, we start to see how some of the iniquity has its own perfection.
It does.
Right. Look at the propaganda that's being pushed out on TV right now. This started with trolls, and I saw trolls coming before they were on the internet in general. I saw it in gaming, and that's where the word originated comes from. That's why they were called trolls, because there were people in gaming chat who would just kind of basically say shit to stir up shit and get people annoyed, and they did it literally just like the same as the internet trolls. They did it just to get a reaction, and also the trolls would do different things. Some of them would come on and say, I'm so fantastic, I had this today, and I would just talk about themselves all the time. They would just have this big bullshit thing. But so they got to call trolls because in the fantasy games, they were literally trolls, and they were these kind of basically people doing ugly stuff. A troll is a monster, in other words. That's where the word comes from. At least in the modern application of somebody deliberately stirring up shit, right? Comes from gaming. Anyway, so I see the magic of trolls. You could say, oh, trolls are horrible. How are they good? Of course the trolls are profoundly good, because when you see like a lot of the shit that's being pushed on Facebook and all over the internet, it's literally propaganda coming directly like from the Russians. They have these big troll farms, and that's what they do. They employ people to sit and make up shit stuff, right? It's quite incredible. So, but when I saw the trolls coming on the gaming already, I said to people, man, this is a good thing. I said, man, how can you say it's a good thing? Why? Because it forces you to be discerning. It forces you to have emotional discipline. It forces you not to get upset by these people now, because they were really just pushing people's buttons to get them all upset and bent out of shape. So I said it's forcing you to learn in personal discipline and detachment, and also to just say, hey, some people are what they are, and just let them be and learn to ignore them and not get upset with them. It's discernment, in other words, focused attention, all of the stuff. But in the greater context today, the internet trolls and all the fake stuff that they push out there, it's forcing you to think about stuff for yourself and not to just trust and believe whatever shit you see out there. Now, if we look at this in the context, it's huge.
Well,
Look at this in the context of the church, Ryan.
I got sucked into the troll stuff, and I actually was a troll for a while.
There you go. Okay, but look at this from the bigger context of the church. Over the centuries, what has allowed the church right? But what has allowed the church to be the church and actually to become kind of corrupt and control based, and to say stuff that's, agenda and politics based and all of the stuff, right? And I'm kind of thinking of the Catholic Church here. It is precisely because they have indoctrinated people to not question.
Right.
When I was a kid, we always used to joke. The 11th commandment was, "Thou shalt not question."
Right. Yeah.
So that's the key. But a troll forces you to question, because I literally saw this with somebody very deep, and they believed a lot of shit, and then they had a dinner party, and they invited some of their friends over, and they pushed something that they believed, to some troll shit that they just bought hook, line, and sinker. And then they said it at the dinner party, and they were trying to be all impressive and look, they pushed it as a clever theory. And then these were good friends of theirs. They said, but wait a second. And they pointed out, like, actually this, and they just, the whole thing collapsed. And basically this person made a fool of themselves, a really ridiculous, profound fool with their friends. After that incident, they were ever so careful when it came to what they said and what they believed. They went and did their research and checked it out, and they were a bit more humble, and they didn't just believe things because it came from the news or from, some authority supposedly on the internet or whatever. It just made them more discerning, and it was profoundly good for them. Yes, it was not a fun experience. It was a very humbling and embarrassing experience at the time. But the longer term benefit is it shifted them to learning to think for themselves. And that is the magic of trolls.
Mm-hmm.
From God's point of view, hey, I got to get people to think of themselves. I've tried everything. All this, no. I wrote the whole Bible with contradictions and flaws in it, and they still, okay, I need some trolls to force them. Okay, here we go. Let's make some trolls. Makes total sense to me from God's point of view.
Right. Yeah.
Makes total sense. Like, hey, the world needs some trolls because people really, really need to learn to think for themselves. They can't just trust, especially people like politicians who come and make you these fabulous promises. And they just, you can't just believe the promise, So one of the things that the new nobility recommend to the agglomeration in terms of the greater, because the agglomeration is like the Federation of Planets, they're the overview government, like the federal government in America, same thing. So one of the things they recommend them to do is they say, just change one law when it comes to politics, just one law. The moment you start doing anything that puts you in, that leads to you being a candidate for office, right? And when you start campaigning, even if you haven't declared that you are, when you do start stuff that potentially could mean that, hey, look at me, I'm saying stuff, and potentially I could be a political candidate. From that moment on, you become under oath. Right. So everything you say from the moment you start saying or doing anything that potentially makes you a candidate, not when you declare your candidacy, no, when you start to do anything. From that moment, you are technically, according to the law, under oath. So if you make a promise and you don't keep that promise during your point of office and it turns out to be just bullshit, you go to jail. That's it. There's no fine. You go to jail. That's it, directly. There's no fine getting out. No, you go to jail, very literally. So this forces politicians essentially to be honest. Now, okay, you may sincerely make a promise and not be able to keep it. But then the court will take it and say, okay, mitigating circumstances. Did you make an effort? Was it a sincere effort? Okay, yes, it was. All right. Mitigating circumstances? All right, okay. So, there's an allowance in the law for where somebody sincerely tries, but okay, this was a wild idea. You tried it. You gave it your best shot. Didn't work. Okay. Fair enough. You can't expect all promises to be kept, right? Some are just not physically real, possible. Okay, you're in your district, people wanted this, but the rest of the world wasn't there yet. Like, say, the marijuana thing, right? In Colorado in the pre-days, like, before that. Not happening yet in Illinois or wherever. So, fine, fair enough. But just that one law, that holds a politician accountable for what they say. You're under oath. So if you lie, you're going to jail, man. That's it. Just
Yeah.
that one law would change everything, wouldn't it?
Well,
very simple change.
Oh, but when the new, like at the end of Revelation, when the new sun comes, there's an age called the millennial age, it's called.
Wow.
This millennial age is ruled by Christ, or we could say like Christ consciousness. Or
yes.
And since it is, the law, the rules are actually higher and more strict, and it says Christ rules with the rod of iron. So basically,
interesting.
Like what you're saying, it all makes sense because since the laws will be higher, they'll actually be more strict. And
Right. In one way. And you know what? You want to make the most strict law of all, and actually we applied this in our stores to some extent. We didn't have rules because when I was in the army, I got out of everything and I found a way to just do my own thing, and I had a whale of a time. Why? Because I knew all the rules and regulations and I knew how the system worked, and you can find the holes in it. And every bloody scoundrel and criminal that you know, every ne'er-do-well, they always know the law pretty well because they know how to find the loopholes, right? Right. So on Nobilia, now it's not in the whole agglomeration, but Nobilia just has one law. That's it. One simple law. And it's a one-word law even. And that law is appropriateness. That's it. That's the law on Nobilia. So you can just, you do something that's inappropriate, it's against the law. And now the judge has full license to give you any kind of sentence because the sentencing is, again, appropriate. So you might say, yeah, but technically you can't prove I did this, blah, blah. I don't care. I don't need to prove it. The whole jury over here, we all feel like you were being a scoundrel and knucklehead and you're bullshitting your way and all this. So even if you weren't actually technically guilty of this, you just been bullshitting us in the court here and you were squirrely and okay, well, you're just being put in jail now for being a squirrely and unclear person and having corrupt intent and agendas. And well, let this be a lesson to you to learn to have more integrity and more personal discipline, and there you go. So this now, if you think of, and likely you've known some people that are, you know, on the shady side of things, right?
Yes.
They're always looking for loopholes. If you say to them, hey, you know what, the only law is appropriateness, they'd be scared as fuck of that law because they know they can't squirm out of it. They know that you can always see what they did and you can see their intent and all of this. And if you can go into jail just for having corrupt intent even, you might not even do anything, just you can think of it, and then it would change their behavior very profoundly.
For a long time, this is what sucks, I was the guy looking for the loopholes. Because I'm I'm just being honest.
I hear you. I didn't want to say you directly. I had a suspicion that you will be able to relate to my story from a personal point of view.
Oh, yeah.
So when you were that guy, Ryan, if you came into a state where the law was just, or a city where the law was appropriateness, it would have changed your behavior profoundly, right?
Oh, yeah. Because what do you do?
Exactly.
Well, because, you know, with all this legal stuff I've been learning, you're blowing holes in everything now.
Yeah.
Which it's good. It's not a bad thing. It's a really good thing because by you talking about this stuff, it's literally blowing holes in my
I love it.
You're taking a big shotgun and like
that's learning and growing. That's the magic of it. Hey, you know what? Erica brought this thing up. She said that learning is like snakes and ladders, right? But then I said something that really, really was profound to her. I said, yes, the only difference is in the universal learning mechanism, when we take that snake, you never go down to the bottom level. Every time that bottom level raises.
Right.
That's the magic. And sometimes the snake can swallow you upward and the ladder can take you down. Like the ladder of success can take you downward, right?
Interesting.
So life, snakes and ladders, very different game.
Well, because even though what I was learning, it was like, oh, wow, this is real and it's true. And they're doing all these dirty things behind our backs, blah, blah, blah. We need, you know, we can like use their same weapons against them.
Right.
Oh, yeah. You know, sometimes you feel like, oh, yeah, this is good. I'm doing the right thing. You know what I mean?
Right.
But when you step back and do the overview and you hear someone else talk about it, you realize like, wow,
There's the point. There's the point.
I was stuck in a little bubble. Like,
There's the point.
I wasn't seeing it from the overall perspective.
Yes.
And it kind of hurts a little bit.
I know, Ryan, but that's the magic of it, though.
It is.
Overview perspective.
That's the magic shotgun. Blowing.
I know. Snakes and ladders, man. I love that. And the snakes and ladders analogy is really cool, especially when you realize that when you go down a snake, you never get to the same bottom. That bottom keeps going higher and higher every single time, right? Like what you just said was kind of a snake moment, but you didn't go back to where you were before. Never. Sometimes, like in this case, the snake swallowed you upward.
Yeah, exactly.
In the spiritual snakes and ladders, the snakes can go in any direction, but always there's learning. And that means that the base, the bottom, always keeps rising. Every time you go down a snake or up a ladder or down a ladder, up a snake, that bottom always raises. And that was a huge thing for Erica. It was like really a big thing. She mentioned it. It comes up. It really stuck with her. But it's sticking with me because it stuck with her, because it's such a profound analogy. And I love it, man. I love it. So,
yeah, I've never heard it that way.
Right. But to realize that going down a snake doesn't take you to the same bottom. No. Never. It keeps raising. And that's very exciting, right?
What it taught me, learning all that legal stuff and everything, first it taught me like, just how kind of stupid I was being. But then it also, it taught me how to forgive. It taught me how to love my enemies. It taught me the value of who I am and how valuable I am.
Wow.
Like, it taught me all these great things.
Spiritual stuff, yeah.
It taught me all the spiritual stuff, even though, like, I don't want anything to do with it now, even though I thought it was going to be a huge part of my life. Because I'm like, ooh, I need to teach everybody that they can, like, get all their money back and all this kind of stuff. But it was never about that. And my focus was still on money. Like, how can we keep more money and get more money? And it's just such a stupid thing. Yeah. And it's like, oh, why did I waste so much time and effort? Because literally every time I tried to focus on it, I always had problems. There was always like issues. It was frustration. And see, I should know better when you're involved with something and there's frustration and this is not working out. And it's like, ugh, like you should know you're not.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like,
I hear you, man.
You know what I'm saying? It's like,
it's why we love you, Ryan, because, man, your humility is just awesome,
Listen to this little cool story, just real quick before I go.
I'm listening.
Guy TJ, he was the guy teaching me all these legal loopholes.
Right.
Because I'm still looking for all the loopholes to get out of my responsibility. You know what I mean?
I love it. I love your stories, man.
I think I'm so smart.
Right.
But what's interesting is he never answered any of my questions directly. I felt like he was hiding things all the time. He wasn't fully exposed.
Right.
I'm like, this is weird. And I kept being frustrated because I'd ask him a question and he'd be like, blah, blah, blah. Like he was here and I'm here.
Right. Oh, but basically, if I'm seeing the end of this, he had a bullshit structure and you started to really probe it and look for he was promising something and he couldn't deliver. And you, by being truthful and honest, we're just buying his bullshit. You were actually looking for the reality to support it and he couldn't deliver, right?
Exactly. There was this hierarchy, like he was better than you.
Yeah.
But anyways, there's more to this because he was connected with this cryptocurrency investment. He was connected with this cell phone company investment. And all of these things ended up being
Right. We just have to be careful, right?
Bull crap. But see, I trusted him because it's like, oh, well, he knows all this stuff. He's like really smart. Like, why would he be telling me to do something that's not good? Like,
yeah.
You know what I mean? So I was trusting, but maybe too much.
Yeah.
I can be a little naive sometimes, but anyways, it ended up, the lesson, the takeaway from the whole experience with TJ and all these other stupid ass things I got involved with, the whole lesson was whatever relationship you make with a person, you got to picture them as a tree, and they're like it's like an energetic tree, people.
Wow. Yeah.
And when you connect, and they have branches and you have branches. So our branches, we reach out to connect with these other trees, right? These other people. Now we're energetically connected to them. And when you connect to them energetically, whose branches they're reaching out into, you're connecting with them too.
Yeah.
So
I
I seen everything that was connected to him was like all this bullshit stuff.
Yeah.
And I'm like, Janelle, I got to disconnect from this guy, even though it might seem right and good and like it's going to help me out.
Yeah.
It's hurting me because I'm connected to a bunch of bullshit. You know what I mean?
Right.
And
In other words, if you just take this as a bullshit connectivity,
there, exactly.
It's all connected. Right.
Exactly. But his little chart was all bullshit stuff.
And he was connecting you to other bullshit people. And you became involved in a bullshit world.
Yeah, basically fake, scammy, weird, like stuff you don't want to be involved with.
No.
And you know what? I think that was my last little shotgun blast that I had to get. Finally, just be like, okay.
Right. So one of the, if a new university had to have a motto, it would be belief not required.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the key. That's the key. If you can, that was the biggest problem of all. If you look at all systems and philosophies and communities and God knows what, it's always rooted on belief and the requirement and necessity for belief. But when we have a system where belief is not required, now we shifted into a whole different paradigm. It's a whole different deal. There's no authority. There's no hierarchy. None of that comes. Why? Because I could be wrong. Because it's not based on belief. We are looking to determine it, to have a standalone sensibility. Right. And that changes everything. It's a huge, huge, huge deal.
The sucky thing is I was learning this stuff because I wanted to get out of this court thing where this guy was trying to do a lawsuit. And I'm like, oh man, my life's going to be over. I was doing it out of fear. And then because I started that business and then everything went to crap, I accumulated all this debt. And like, I still have like all this debt that I never could pay back. So my credit score is crappy. Like I have, you know what I mean? And I'm like, and I was trying to use this information to like wipe it all out and start over.
Yeah. Desperation is a disease of futility.
Yeah, it might be. I was just trying to run away from my responsibilities. Like I got myself into all that mess. Well,
but you ended up in a somewhat desperate situation. And like I say, desperation is a disease of futility. Kind of a big statement.
Like
uselessness.
Waste
of time. Right. And desperation is a disease that tends to lead us into futility and doing stupid and useless stuff.
Basically what I got involved with.
Exactly. It's kind of a complicated saying, but yeah, exactly. And desperation is, unfortunately, it is a peculiar beast because it presses us, and sometimes we don't really know what the hell to do, and we grab whatever comes, and that grab is inappropriate. So desperation is a big fuck up. So the lesson is try not to get into situations where you're desperate. We can't always help it, but so we learn.
The big takeaway is don't get fucking sidetracked by the money.
Right, absolutely.
That's
I hear you.
To the whole
Ryan, I cannot tell you how much I hear you on this. This since we shifted to making the way of impeccability our what we do in life. In other words, as our vocation, not our business, but our vocation. Yes, money is something that is not only what our passion is, but also to pay the bills. This year, it's been one long year of essentially the application of capital T trust.
Right.
And because we specifically are saying, no, It's not about the money. The money is a secondary thing. And because of that, we focus on building it, working it out, fleshing it out, doing it, and just being immersed in it as much as possible. And the money, well, it came magically and it hasn't come like this month and not yet. But again, look at what has come. Because we trusted and we didn't stress. And we had a big conversation about this yesterday. We said, I don't feel that sense of dread that I know shit is coming. I'm quite at peace, even though we haven't paid the rent yet. The rent's overdue now, 2 days overdue, right? But look at what came up today with your property. Yes, the resolution of things. It's like, it's all falling into place. That's why I'm saying this isn't something that I'm excited about because it's an out. I see it as the attunement.
Yep.
It's like, if you think of this as a point of attunement, well, the timing is right here. Okay, our time is coming to an end here, and I think our actual lease ends next month. So we have to just get through this month and next month, and then our lease is actually up here. So the timing becomes absolutely appropriate.
Well, so. And that's really how you're going to know the magic, the timing.
Exactly. That's attunement. Attunement is all about the timing. Exactly.
You see the attunement and everything. It's like an orchestra, and all this, it just comes together.
Oh yeah. And Olivia uses that orchestra analogy quite often as a magical analogy for doing what's right for you. And also, like she says, when it comes to this idea between teaching and sharing, she uses this analogy. You're playing in the orchestra and the person next door to you is fucking up. They've lost their place. And then they're really screwing up. You can't stop playing in order to help them doing, right? Because now you're also going to disrupt the orchestra, right? So the only thing you can do is to play your instrument in the way you need to, and share your sharing, and they can just see you doing what is right and appropriate in the circumstance, and they take it from there. And then, okay. This is what I need to do. And they can then just share your sharing and take that. It's a very profound example for me, an exemplification of how when we get out of the greater attunement and we try and stop and help that person who's lost their way and in their spot, we actually make things worse, not better, because we lose greater attunement. All we can do is just be ourselves more impeccably. So all I can do in that situation is to pay exquisite attention and be really precise. And okay, generally in an orchestra, you can kind of coast and you can get away with missing a note here and there or whatever, because you kind of get carried by everybody else. But when the guy next door to you is out of whack, now I can't do that. Now I have to be impeccable. So this is the key. It's a very magical analogy. I love it. Olivia shares it very often and in different contexts, but it's a very profound story. Yeah? Mm. And you bring this concept of the orchestra. So we're playing in God's orchestra, in other words.
Right. Exactly.
So all I can do is share my joy, play my instrument, in other words, impeccably. That's all I can do, really.
Right. Exactly.
That's all I can do. Play my instrument impeccably.
Well,
I love that, man. I love that. And you're in that space, Ryan. You're really seeing that. You're seeing that, playing your instrument. Yes, there's a few habits to get out of, but they're just habits. Don't worry about them. Don't let them get you down. Please don't. Because, it's just habit now. It's just practice to shift to a new modality of interaction. And habit, like I said, it's one of the biggest things to change. And our inner bureaucrats don't allow for sudden big change because that's scary for them. They want incremental change. That's safe. So just have to know it takes a little while. That's why capital P patience is a superpower. Sorry, by the way.
Yep, I'm learning that too.
Yeah. Now, we just have to keep persisting, and eventually put the little pieces of the jigsaw puzzle. Okay, I don't see it, but I trust it's going to happen at some point. It's going to fall into place, and boom, today a big piece of this jigsaw puzzle fell into place. So I'm gonna go and work on making it happen right now because it has to happen.
Right, and I'm gonna contact Mark and just
get permission from him to go and take photographs.
Yeah, because I haven't talked to him for.
Right. I mean, just say, hey, I've got a potential buyer for your property, but they asked me to go and take photographs and take little videos. Is it okay if I go? Yeah, there you go. And just get that, and then go and do a reconnaissance trip. And also, Ryan, when you're there, look at it with your builder's eye, with your construction eye. Mm-hmm. Look for any problems, any flaws, any,
Well, I've already done that. So
okay.
I'll say that the building itself would cost millions to build if you did it today.
Right, but it's sound though. It doesn't have any
Oh.
problems and leaks and shit
Oh.
like that.
The building was built so well. Like
Okay.
it could withstand earthquakes, tornadoes.
All
like
right.
solid.
All right.
So,
And the other 3 homes as well.
so yeah, I'll give you the good, bad, and ugly real quick.
Oh,
So
brilliant.
the big giant building, it has brand new insulation in the whole attic ceiling area. Like they blew in tons of insulation.
Wow.
Very
Wow.
well insulated in the ceiling. It's got a brand new roof. It's got brand new air conditioning, ductwork, furnace, a fire alarm system, new windows across the back.
Wow.
A lot of upgrades in the kitchen. The elevator that was just repaired.
Where's the elevator to?
Just from the downstairs to the upstairs.
Oh, so it's just 2 stories.
Yeah, but
that makes it wheelchair friendly, right?
definitely wheelchair accessible. Yeah.
Okay, that's very important. That's very important because a lot of buildings you have to spend money to get that done, and in this case, obviously, because it was the old age home, it's all fully wheelchair accessible.
Right.
That's important. See, things like that are very important.
So the plumbing was all reworked and done new.
Wow.
It's very good. The electricity is sound. The boiler room and all that stuff in there, like working really well. Like a lot of money was spent on this building already.
Yeah.
Now, with that said, cosmetically, it needs, as far as like looking.
Yeah, it was a bit of an ugly building. I saw that.
Yeah. So inside, like you could redo some flooring, maybe. Painting would definitely.
Okay. So when you go have a look at what needs doing again, because before it was just like you're kind of taking it in casually.
All the main stuff, like the structure,
Right.
like you don't need to spend any money on big stuff. Like all the big stuff is done. Now you just need like frilly cosmetic stuff.
Yeah. Superficial stuff that basically, if you get in a few people like potential students for stuff and say, "Oh, I got no money," no problem. You can help us paint.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Or do flooring.
Or whatever. Yeah, we can use you as basically raw labor.
Yeah,
this stuff doesn't require expertise labor; it just requires labor, right?
Yeah, you'll need to decorate, and you'll need to.
Right.
That's
just and cheap labor in this case, not a problem.
So that's the main building. It's pretty good. The parking lot is in good enough shape for now. You don't need to mess with it.
Oh, good.
Let's talk about the little preacher house.
Uh-huh.
Inside of it, I spent a lot of time and money in there. So I remodeled the whole kitchen, brand new. Cut a hole in the wall and did like a little eat-in type of area with pendant lights. I redid all the flooring, hardwood, stained it.
Wow.
I put new closets in the rooms. I put fans, all new light fixtures. I did the bathroom brand new.
Wow, Mark must just love you.
Oh yeah, I put like $20,000 into this place.
Wow.
And then I waterproofed the basement and secured the foundation. I did all that.
Wow.
But the only thing, I put all the money on the inside and done it real good. But the outside, I didn't get to that part yet.
Right. But that's okay.
So
that's actually a good thing.
What that house would need would be windows, siding, and roof.
Right. But it's livable as it is now, obviously.
It's livable, right. It's livable. It actually is very comfortable because the inside's all done. And it's got a new AC and a new furnace and hot water heater.
Wow.
All the electric and the panel and everything's brand new in the whole house, too.
Wow.
Plumbing, everything's brand new on the inside. So the outside is the only thing that's a little bit ugly. But that's easy stuff.
Yeah.
All the major stuff's done. The same thing in the big nun's house next to the church. That'll probably be the last property to get because other people are in it right now.
Right. But it's not owned by Mark, as you were saying, yeah?
Right. But it won't be hard to get.
I got it.
Anyways, the kitchen was all redone. The plumbing was redone. The roof is nice Spanish tile that never needs to be redone. It's like really nice. It's solid brick. So like the foundation's great. Like the windows are all good and brand new. Really, man, there's not a ton of work to do. You could remodel the bathroom upstairs maybe, but you know, just little stuff. Like all the big stuff is good to go. The same with the White House on the street. A lot of money was put into that. All the fireplaces are really nice and work. All hardwood floors, like all nice woodwork in the house. Everything is functional. The kitchen was remodeled. You know what I mean? Like if you put money into it, it'd be very minimal. So I would say, you know, if you got everything for $425 and you took the extra 75, the extra 75 would be enough to get you to a pretty good spot where like, you know what I mean? You're doing pretty good. But anyways,
I love it. I love it. And my friend Richard, man, he's the champion of doing stuff on low budget. You know, he can.
You could do it cheaper.
He's just awesome at that. I mean, you know, he built his stuff like he would go to used places and, you know, where they dump stuff and he would, and you must see his thing that he built. It's this most beautiful property. You know, it's in Brazil. He rents it out for high dollar value and all this. I mean, you know, he has real skill for what he does.
Yep.
Really exciting. But still, you know.
Yeah. So really the first step is I need to contact Mark and be like, hey, you know, blah, 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 blah.
Right,
you know, catch up with them.
Yeah, just tell him you have a potential buyer. That's it. You know. Yeah. We can later on talk about, you know, buy to own and that. My personal preference would be to find somebody like my friend Richard. Now, he's not in his current financial situation isn't fluid because he owns properties, but he's thinking of selling his property, which they partially rent out Airbnb, and then, you know, he'll pay off the mortgage and pay off his debts, and he'll still have left over, and from that he can start a new project. So that would be my preference, where the thing is owned by a new university or a sponsor of it, and, you know, from there somebody who understands the vision, rather than doing it and doing a buy to own with Mark and all of that, where in other words you have the control within the new university. You know, so that would be my personal preference.
Oh yeah, I agree. 100%.
We'll do it whichever way we can. You know.
Oh no, I agree 100%. So I'm just gonna message them and I'm gonna say that.
Fantastic. But yeah, go to check the thing out because I don't know how long ago you've been there.
I just drove by there yesterday.
But I mean, on the property to see it physically.
No, I went up there. I drove up in there.
I see. Oh wow. Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, you could drive past it and walk.
Right. Well, I mean, inside the building and all that too. Yeah.
It's been a while, but the last time I went in there was after Mark did all the upgrades. So,
gotcha.
You know, still the same.
Gotcha. I mean, I'm still keen to see the pictures, though. You know, so.
Oh yeah, I'll take pictures. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and even little short videos, maybe too. You know.
Oh, I could do videos too. Yeah, no big deal.
Yeah. I mean, that will really help in terms of me sharing this with Donna and with the people Donna's connected to, because she's connected in a very magical way to. And she said, you know, she is connected to people, but she doesn't quite know how to connect it all. And there hasn't been this momentum. Now there is a momentum here. So I'm starting to see how everything is falling together and fitting into place. It's really quite magical, you know, especially my friend Richard looking for a project on his point. So everything starts to fit together. But I need pictures. I absolutely have to have the pictures.
Oh, yeah. I can do that.
Yeah. It's very key. Like I said, even in video is cool too. And also, you know, do pictures not just of the buildings, but of the property itself as well. You know, take a walk through the weeds and that. I don't know, maybe make an outing of it with the kids or something, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Well, very exciting, man. Very exciting. Oh, I love this. All right, let me get hold of him and talk to Donna also. Lots to do. Oh,
yeah, big things could be happening pretty quickly. So.
Oh yeah. I mean, I've got to move on this. I have time pressure.
Okay. All right.
So yeah. I have to move, and that's the universe. You know, things haven't been happening. It's been anomalous, and I knew, Ryan. Don't be pressured. Don't stress. Don't worry about the money. The things will come when they come. And why I know this is a shift is because it grabbed Olivia. And Olivia is very, magical in this way, connecting to the greater energies of stuff. Her interest, if she wasn't interested, I don't care how fantastic and marvelous it would mean nothing to me.
Right.
So that's what the shift is. The fact that this dragged Olivia's interest, this is huge. This is a very big deal. Whenever Olivia's interest is involved, I don't know, man, it's angel energy comes and it just makes shit happen. So I can't tell you how magical that is. That's a real big deal to me. Very, very big deal.
Yeah, and even if you lived in the big building, like I was even thinking of like living in the building for a while.
Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely. Well, right now, since I'm happy to live in those dorm rooms until shit comes together.
Oh, it's not even bad. It's actually really cool.
Right. I mean, I don't care. I'll freaking pitch my tent on the property and live in that. I don't have a big tent, but I'm cool. And my friend Richard's the same thing. And he's literally said that he was looking at a property, which is just a bare property, and he wants to develop it. And he said, I don't care if I live in a tent for a while until that's no problem. So I don't care. It's just to have that space and ability to do things.
It would be a cool thing. It would be cool. Yeah.
But we'll make this work. Like I said, this is on the right track here, and I see a path that is very, very simple, that doesn't require any profound big shifts of belief or anything like that. And later the magic of our vision can come into being. But at the starting point, I can see it as just very simple. The Airbnb experiences, and with the Airbnb rentals, you put the two together, you've got the constant stream of income. Life is easy. Boom, bang, boom. Life, no problem.
Yep.
So very profound. So that's what I like. For me, always when I did my big reading project and my whole philosophy, it's always built on practical application and specifically to have those first steps. That's important. It doesn't matter that you have practical application, but if you're telling me I need to go from LA to New York, and you can't say, first you got to go to Bakersfield and then to Vegas, and then no, I need to know that exact first step. Get on Highway 10 or 15 or whatever the hell it is. That's the first step, So I need to have those practical steps. Here, it's a very simple, easy, practical step. For me to put up Airbnb, it's a camera, which I have. I need to be physically there, go and take the pictures, make the listings. I know how to do that. Boom, we can start having income like in a week. You know what I mean? And the whole thing can shift very quickly. In a month's time, this project can be up.
Check it out. It's interesting. You should, you and Janelle could probably work on it together, because Janelle actually did this for her uncle in Napa. She did the whole Airbnb thing for him because he's got a big $4 million estate. And
wow.
He had to take pictures, list it.
Right. Like I said, I've got that 1,001 listing points spreadsheet.
Yeah, you guys should.
I really went into it in detail. Yeah, so Janelle can help with that. Absolutely, that'd be fine. Janelle's got so much stuff to do, though. But that'd be great. I hear you. That'd be fantastic. Oh no, somebody that knows what I'm talking about. Right. This is huge, because there's very little points. And you talked about the fire system. Yes. This is a very big point in Airbnb. It changes everything, not just to have the fire alarms, but to have carbon monoxide detectors as well.
Everything, I'll tell you this, everything is up to code, ready to go.
Right. So simple things that are important to Airbnb, like for instance, stuff, not just that's code, but a little extra, like you need to put up
Airbnb, all those dorm rooms, like Airbnb.
Right. Exactly, Ryan. Exactly. When you said that, I'm like, boom, yeah, you got 12, 13 things to rent there. And if like Olivia and I live in two of them, well, it's not a big deal if you're renting 9 or 11 or whatever.
Well, if we'll see that preacher house, that's 2-bedroom, 1 bath. It'd be perfect.
That's perfect for us. Exactly. No, but I'm just saying, in the meantime, while the people move out there and we move in, in the short term, in the medium term, I'm talking about like next week,
Literally, it could happen next week.
Right. But again, we'll see how the timing goes. I don't know, but I'm just saying I can see how this can be made to happen like now. You know what I mean?
We could invest it. We could put it all together and have it go on Airbnb.
Right. But I first want to speak to, like I say, Donna, very important in this, because her engine and she has people who might potentially just sponsor this thing. Now Richard will come into it and he'll be looking at it from an investment. It's his livelihood. Yes, the spirituality and the new university is important to him, but there's a different consideration where in terms of the income, there'll be some kind of a contract deal because he needs to make a living too, but But Donna might have somebody who would just sponsor it because they just like it, like a benefactor. You know what I mean? Who's not necessarily looking at it as a financial thing, who might just sponsor it because they like the overall idea. So fine, they buy it as a property investment. Yes, we run it, and that's it. We take care of the property, we maintain it, and the property appreciates, and that's it. But they don't care other than the fact that they own it and it's an appreciating asset that's being looked after and utilized. There you go.
Right.
So, that's something like that nature, which would be absolutely the ideal for us, because then we have that income free to keep reinvesting it and to run ads on Facebook and to pay staff and all the shit, So, it just changes the nature of the ball game. So again, I want to look at these options before we get into details with Mark,
Yeah.
Very exciting, man. Very, very, very exciting.
Yeah. Good.
That's fantastic. I love it. I love it. I love it. Again, as excited as I am, one has to have some discipline and discernment and just let things settle a little bit and let things come and wait for the universe as well. But also you have to be impeccable and do what you can do. And my impeccability requires me to really first speak to Donna, speak to Richard, and see more, speak to Olivia again. You speak to Janelle, and everybody speaks to everybody, and, just let it settle a little bit, right? Because you and I, we can both be over enthusiastic sometimes and get ourselves into bubbles. So I'm kind of cautious of that. So I speak to people with, hey, help me make sure I'm not in a bubble here, and help me not get caught up in my bubble and my ambitions and my ideas.
Well, I don't think.
Give me a couple of smacks every now and then.
Yeah, I don't think. Like we see the possibility. It's there.
Right.
It's like, okay, this thing is definitely going to happen. And
Oh,
we
yeah.
just need to like.
Oh yeah. It's just that practical reality, like Lena says, don't run away with yourself.
Exactly. Right.
We can tend to do that a little bit when it comes to our grand ideas, because we really do have grand ideas, and they really are grand ideas. And I've seen it many times where ideas I had actually literally became billion-dollar ideas. Funny, Beena used to have that too when she was.
I've done the same thing. All my ideas turn into billion-dollar ideas. So literally,
I know. But I know.
A new university is like $1 trillion idea.
I know, but I want to start small. I want to just start small, one step at a time. Like right now, it's just to get the what we're doing right now, just the space and putting our things together. A home where we can apply holistic, where we can apply a way of impeccability, and a few of the other, like the Making Peace with Money program and the Writers program. I mean, these are already there, ready to be implemented. And
it's funny. It's funny. Me and Janelle were just talking. I'm like, what's amazing? Like everybody, all the people who make like the most money in our society are the people who are just doing what they like to do.
Exactly. And that's what we're going to do, is do what we like to do.
I know. I'm like, Janelle, isn't that amazing? Like the musicians and actors and sports people, when they were doing it at first, they did it for zero money.
Exactly. And that's right there, Ryan. This is what
people live out of their car and still do it.
Exactly. And this is what people don't understand with the concept of universal basic income. They think, you're just paying people to be lazy. No, you are affording people the opportunity to follow their passions. Right. And already you pay the money the most. You pay money to people who are following their passions. Now, why not have the reverse come to you? In the same way as you pay money to go and watch a football game or to go to a concert, right? That same person, their money, their taxes comes back at you, and they pay you for being a fan.
Yeah, pretty
much.
Is
that fair?
Yeah, pretty much. That's what
makes
it is.
sense. So, and then you following your passions. My passion is to be a fan. Good, because me as a performer, me as an athlete, professional athlete, I need you as a fan. We both need each other. It becomes a profound sharing economy based on everybody following your passions. If your passion is to sit at home and play games all day, good for you, because now there's somebody who's playing the games, and the game developer has an audience as a market. So we need fans. We need players.
That's right.
When you're getting paid to be a fan, you're being paid to be a consumer, you're being paid to be a player. This makes everybody happy. And those guys who are getting paid the big bucks, they're still going to get paid the big bucks, but not quite as big, because some of it gets funneled back to the fans.
You know what?
How freaking awesome is that?
How much money can you spend.
Exactly. And then you get into an economy, which is, it's all, especially an automated economy. The stuff, you're going to have product coming out of your ears. Once you start making factories that make factories,
Right.
it's like, man, you're going to have this unending wealth stuff. And it's like, stuff will be so ridiculously cheap that same basic income, which might start off, let's say, that usually like to throw out this figure of $1,000 a month.
Right.
As stuff gets cheaper and cheaper, 1,000 becomes 2,000, becomes 4, becomes 10. And very soon 1,000, because stuff is so ridiculously cheap, becomes, $1 million.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's relative wealth. And as you have more and more automation, stuff gets cheaper and cheaper. And this is a fear. Deflation has always been a fear. But when you have basic universal income and you have deflation, now it becomes wealth building, because your same salary allows you to buy more and more and more, and everybody becomes wealthy with deflation. It doesn't become a negative economic thing. It becomes a positive economic thing.
Right.
Anyway, just to get into the details of it,
Yeah.
they've got big fears of, as much as they fear inflation, they also fear deflation very hugely. But
Right.
when you have that type of a system, deflation becomes magical. So anyway, lots of magic, man. Lots of magic. So I want to go and get very specific on details with this stuff. So
Okay.
very cool. Very cool. All right, man. Talk to you later.
Okay, bye.
Yeah. Bye-bye, Ryan. What magic, man. What magic. Yeah, cheers. See you later.